Hey, hey, SBG, solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, mothers, fear and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, Sharoon, Bracy, and the Waters. Wake up, morning show, salute, big dog, shout out to the Lord. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG, solution-based gang.
Welcome to the show. Good day, everyone. Good day, Miss Jalen. Make sure when I say good day to you, you say it back. Good day, Corinne. Because I can feel that great productive energy. God damn it. First time I said it on mute, but it's okay. I still felt the energy. Stop playing with me. Man, oh man. It's been busy out here. It's been wild. It's been wild. It's a lot going on. And every single day, we keep getting reminded that it is a group of people that is fighting like crazy to hold on to a negative narrative. No matter how far we get, no matter how far we move along, it has to be some silly person that got to remind us how racist this country can be. And it's sad to see in today's day and age that so many Black conservatives, the ones that was communicating how they talk about these topics because they care so much about the Black community. The reason why they talk down on Black folks because they care so much. The reason why they talk down on Black women because they care so much. The reason why they talk down on them is because they the ones. And now we are really starting to understand, Black and Proud, good day. We are really understand that is just a way to get in so they can have an excuse to talk down about us as Black people. And it is exposed. We see it. It's okay and it's over. We see it in 2025. We understand what's going on with y'all. This whole idea that you are doing it for the betterment of the community is a lie. And the way how we know it's a lie, because when something like this comes around, I waited on purpose for a couple of days because I wanted to see who's going to talk about it and who's going to call out the bad behavior, because they always say, oh, we only talk about and talk down on women because we want to just call out the bad behavior, because we want to hold women accountable. So who is going to hold the Black conservatives accountable for this, no pun intended, or maybe pun intended, this lily white woman for cosplaying as a Black woman and saying that she is put on a costume that is the most scariest thing to her. That's what she said. She said it's the most scariest thing in the world. It's scarier than witches and ghouls and goblins. But no, Halloween is not for your racist rhetoric. Where are the conservatives? And when I said black conservative, that's men and women. Where y'all at calling out all these bad behavior? Is this not bad culture? Since y'all want to say that black culture is trash, right? Because this is one of the talking points that black conservatives talk about a lot, how trash black culture is. And if it's so trash that you have to speak out about because you care so much about the community, do you not concerned about your own conservative community? I feel you, Black and Proud. It is about times. Well, that's going to always be the first person that get on their check, right? That's going to always be that person that's going to do it. Shout out to Black Hawk, always holding me down. Thank you so much, my brother. It says, "Good day, player." I appreciate that good energy, my brother. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share for the YouTube algorithm. Why are they not calling all of these things that is coming out of a certain culture trash? Like, this is trash for the culture. How about all the latest shoot things that's been going on in America? Why are you not calling that trash? And it's kind of weird. So you kind of say that you don't want to talk about it, right? This is they talking about. You don't want to talk about it because you care about the black community. And all the white people that is talking down on the black community, they're just doing it because they're honest. I don't know which one is it. It just have to be fair eventually. We got to get a coherent thought about the damn thing. Just a little bit. And I open up the panel, but we know ain't nobody gonna come up here and actually have a really good argument, right? Because you just ever know is every few months, some influencer wakes up and says, you know what would be a great idea? Blackface. Like racism is a seasonal trend. And this time it's Lily Gaddis, right? She's a trad wife influencer turned cultural arsonist. She put on a blackface and a bonnet and some gold hoops like she was auditioning for a Minstrel reboot. And then she doubled down, not apologize, double down. It's not ignorance. This is a commitment to the bit, a racist bit. That's what it is. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you so much, baby girl. Hold on, gotta give you a song. Hold on. Where we at? There you go.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Thank you so much, Miss Corinne Mackey, member for 6 months, SBG. Yeah. Thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. Oh, man, I feel so good and warm. My members feel so good. Shout out to Miss Corinne Mackey with the super sticker, 99-cent super sticker. Thank you so much, beautiful. And y'all be just like Miss Mackey and send your 99-cent super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Much love to you. Thank you for all the things that you do. Thank y'all, man, for hitting that like button, hitting that share button. I appreciate every last one of y'all. Man, y'all don't be understanding how much it be meaning to me that y'all be here rocking out with me. It's a lot. Shout out to my guy, Black Hawk. Hey!
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Black and Proud 100, sponsor of many shows. Thank you so much. Thank you for all that you do. Black, Proud 100. Oh, damn. Got me. So good. Love you. Right, and so she was committed to a racist bit, man. Right, and the wildest part, she acted like it was just a costume. It's Halloween. Nah, Halloween is for ghosts and goblins, not Jim Crow cosplay. It's just not for that. It's just not for that, Alexander. What up, Mr. Brandon? Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I'm getting my ass kicked today. Hold on. Sometimes you
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
I'm getting my ass kicked today. Shout out to Borica Provisosa. Did I say it? Did I pronounce it correct, man? Damn. Shout out to the beautiful Miss Jada. Member for 14 months. Like, share, and subscribe. Goddamn. Thank you so much. Borica. Boricua Preciosa. There we go. I got it right. Oh, goddamn. That's right. Hold me accountable, goddamn it. That's how we got to do with each other. We got to hold each other accountable. And the thing, the weirdest thing about this situation, they are going to try to, it's really sad when you really think about it. Raheem Ali, it's really sad when you think about it. The only thing they are, yes, Boricua. The only thing they are going to try to hold on to is try to compare it to when Drewski, big self, dress up in a full white caricature. You know what I'm saying? And it does not compare. It doesn't even come close to comparison. Because first of all, Lily is no comedian. She might be a little slow. We might laugh at her. But that's because it's not because, I apologize. It's not because she's a comedian. And what Drewski did is completely different from what she has done. Because what she did is when she did it on Halloween, first of all, she said she's dressed as the most scariest thing she could think of. That's number one. Number two, she was saying disparaging things about the people that she is not. Drewski, when he did it in a comedy form. Why? Because he did not go and put on this white face and disparage and talk down about white folks. He was being a part of their culture, a part of their racing culture, drinking beers, wearing overalls, right? He was having a conversation with them, and they was like, yeah, what's up, whatever, right? It was all a part. He was a part of their community. She did not dress in blackface and then come around a bunch of black people and attempting to have a good time. So therefore, it was not a comedy bit. This was just a racist bit. And this is how we know. One example of why a lot, probably a majority of black conservatives are race traitors. Because this was a perfect time to speak out against a woman doing something dysfunctional. This is what they always like to argue about, right? They always want to talk down on women and say how women do this, that, and the third. So this was your perfect time. But the problem was, it wasn't a real black woman. And we starting to see that a lot of these black conservatives that thought they had the white supremacists on their side. Robert Platinum, shut up. You think so, Jalen? That's what I thought. I thought maybe, you know, a lot of these black male conservatives that's in these spaces, because they are getting checked a lot. We see people like Myron and Andrew Tate, Officer Tatum, Officer Tantrum, whatever you want to call them. We see they getting checked by male white nationalists all of the time. So as long as these black male conservatives, they are pushing the agenda without overstepping their boundaries by talking about white human beings in America, everything is all good. And this is a great example of it, even though they love to talk down on women on a day-to-day basis. But since this is a white woman doing some trash culture, some racist, blatant out racist, blatant. This is no disguising it. Even though she wore a disguise, she didn't disguise her racism. And I didn't see, because you know who else I didn't see? Tommy Sotomayor. I didn't see him do no, I could have missed it. Maybe y'all could put me on and let me know. I didn't see somebody like Tommy Sotomayor, and y'all could tag him. Make sure y'all hit that like and share, but tag him, say I'm talking about him. It is all good. Hit the share button, tag his ass. Because he did a show when she was, this is not her first time doing some race baiting bullshit, right? When she first was doing the whole, she's cooking and she's being a trad wife, even though she's a baby mother now, and whatever the case is, I'm not sure she was ever married. I don't think she was. So that's real interesting, right? But he was one of the people that interviewed her when she was doing this whole saying the N-word thing, when the whole white woman saying the N-word was a big deal. I actually did a show about it. Her and the other crazy one with her crazy ass dad. I tried to have a conversation about it. And everybody was mad at me for trying to have a conversation about it, by the way. No, you're not black or proud. He said you're gonna call it slave catchers. Shut up. That's funny. But I was expecting, yes, I'm talking about the Block Dogs, because that's my first introduction to his daughter. She was a part of that whole Lily Gaddis thing, saying the N-word so freely and everything like that. And that's how the conversation even started. So Lily been saying the N-word for a while, right? And Tommy did a whole interview with this Lily white woman. And not only did he do an interview, but he was giving her excuses, saying he didn't see anything wrong with her saying the N-word in the fashion that she was saying it, because she was saying it as a trope, like, hey, you broke N-words. And then now we fast forward a couple of years later, we see her doing the same thing, but she went even further to the extreme by painting her face fully brown. The only thing she was missing was white gloves and goddamn red lipstick. And this was a perfect opportunity for all the black conservatives to show that they are really for moving things forward, because this is not very Christian-like. Not at all. This is not a Jim Crow cosplay. So let's have a conversation and talk about where blackface come from. This ain't just makeup, it's history. It's an ugly history, right? It started all the way in the 1800s with the minstrel shows. White performers, they painted their faces black, exaggerated their lips. What else? They acted out racist caricatures. I think I'm saying it correctly. Caricatures of black people, man. Right? They danced, they sang, they mocked, right? And it was comedy built on cruelty. That's what their entertainment built. That's how they built the entertainment, and it's still going on today. And this was mainstream. This is not no backpack type of comedy. This was mainstream back then. And they still maintain and keeping it mainstream now. Because anybody that's talking down what it seems like, and maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Y'all can tell me if I am or not. I can tell you one thing. Let me see how many likes I got. I can tell you right now. We could tell that when people are just speaking up and speaking honest, you could barely get a goddamn like. I don't even have 20 likes now. We know Tommy Sotomayor ain't going to speak up about it. We know Cellulite Podcast is not going to speak up about it. We know the Angry Man is not going to speak up about it. Every last one of them are hypocrites to the struggles of what's going on in the world. What they really care about is being a provocateur. And speaking the truth, for some reason, is a difficult thing for people to swallow. People are not entertained by the truth at all, no matter how entertaining it can possibly be. They rather deal with a liar. They rather deal with somebody that is grifting. They rather deal with somebody that is scamming them. This is why scammers keep popping up time and time again. It's crazy when you really think about it. But maybe we're just in a crazy world, you know what I'm saying? Or maybe maybe we the crazy ones and everybody else is normal. I don't know. I don't get it, right? The minstrel shows were America's first pop culture export. That's what it was. And still to this day, before TikTok, before Netflix, America exported racism in a damn top hat and goddamn grease paint. And today ain't no different. And this is our first line of defense is about, is speaking up about it, talking, communicating, because this is how we begin a movement of being honest. This is how we get these Black conservatives to understand that we are not going out without a fight. We are not just going to play quiet because you are following behind some racist white man's rhetoric. You are following behind some fake Christian nationalists, where we know when you just break down any of the policies that they are pushing out there have nothing to do with Christianity whatsoever, even though they call themselves Christian nationalists. None of the policies are Christ-like at all, not even a little bit. And for some reason, a lot of the Black male conservatives do not understand that if you keep on trending down the way that it is going, and you keep on taking away women's situations, you are next, Black man. And I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to have to be fighting the goddamn civil war because you do not want to recognize the writing on the wall. Black and proud, I get it. I'm doing it for damn near free. So I get it. Because the fight is important in my eyes. And you know what I'm saying? However, what we gotta really understand is that people that they are fighting for these pennies that are out there, lying to the people and getting the people going. But people buy the lie all the time because it's not enough of us out there willing to hit the like button, hit the share button, and say, hey, we are tired of the bullshit. Hey, Miss MJ, how you doing, beautiful? That is the issue. Way too many times we keep seeing the same, we see the same people get, it's like they trained everybody to not watch or not pay attention, not support the people that are actually attempting to do their best to fight the good fight. That's what I see. And I'm not talking about myself, by the way. With me, it is what it is. Sometimes I get them. Sometimes they hit good. Sometimes I don't. You know what I'm saying? I get it. People that I don't make it easy for people to come up and disagree, because I actually listen to their words and I destroy their words. I don't just get along. I don't go along to get along. I'm just not that person. I'm not a man that's just going to get along with bullshit that you say. I'm not that. And so they want me to be a part of their whole man as friend and say, see, you understand what I'm saying? I don't understand what you're saying. I'm not going to do it for a goddamn, as Black and Proud said, for some pennies. I will not. Absolutely not. I would not do that. I'm going to always speak my mind to the best of my ability every single chance I get. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hold on. Let me make sure I celebrate my brother properly before he be mad at me.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Black and Proud. He says, "Here, ninja, stay focused." LOL. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Let me get back focused. He told me focus on the focus. Let me focus on what I'm focusing on. Goddamn, I apologize. Thank you. I appreciate it. Right. So what was I? What was my thought? That this whole minstrel, this racism, all this thing, right, is mainstream. Minstrel shows were America's first pop culture expert before the TikTok, before the Netflix. America exported racism in a damn top hat and goddamn grease face. Fast forward to 1993, I believe it was, right? What's the goddamn man? Whoopi Goldberg's ex-husband? I believe it was like somewhere in the early 90s. What the hell is this white man's name? God damn it. Somebody help me out. What was Whoopi Goldberg's boyfriend or ex-husband name? That white man that played the blackface? Shit. Damn. Ted Danson. Thank you so much. There we go. Ted Danson around in the early 90s, around 90 to 93, right? Ted Danson, he shows up to a roast in full blackface with Whoopi Goldberg saying right there. And back then they tried to have some excuse for it and say that it was some kind of satire. No, that was not satire. It wasn't. You don't fight racism by reenacting it. That is the same, that is the equivalent of fighting or trying to cure alcoholism with shots of tequila. Thank you, Chicago Rilla. And this is what they was trying to get us to agree to. And every time this happens, folks say it's just a joke. The problem is jokes have context. Jokes have consequences. You cannot wear oppression like a costume and call it comedy. It's not edgy. That's lazy. And Lily Gaddis, she didn't just wear blackface. She wore a stereotype, right? She put on the loud black woman uniform like it was goddamn drag. Because the way how she dressed and look, I don't know no black woman that look like that. Bonnet, hoops, attitude, I get it. That's not a character. That's caricature. And it's not just offensive, it's dangerous. And the reason why it's dangerous because it reinforces the same tropes that get black women dismissed, disrespected, and denied. What you know about that? What you know about that happy man? You don't know nothing about the arm, leg, arm, head. Boys, if you sit your silly ass down. And Black Ray TV, I understand Whoopi Goldberg defended him, but it was a stupid defense. She agreed to it. She just didn't recognize. She didn't read the room. She didn't understand at the time because she was a comedian. What's up, Travel One? And it's time for us to understand that this has been going on for a very long time, and this shit needs to stop, and it needs to stop today. Hey, where are all the black conservatives that's so quick to say how black women is this, the black culture is trash, why they are not out and saying, hey, you know what? I disagree with this white woman and she is trash. And anybody that's doing this type of content, that culture is trash as well. And that's the issue that I have. And I waited purposely for like 2 to 3 days just to see who's going to talk about it and make sure that they talk about this in the way that it needs to be spoken about. And I haven't seen it. I've seen more people laughing and saying it was just a joke. It's something that we need to just sweep under the rug. It's okay. But she got over millions of views off of it. It's not okay. It's not something that we could just say, we shouldn't talk about it. Whether we talk about it or not is getting light regardless. So this whole idea that we're supposed to just be quiet about it because what? I don't understand that. It's not the time to be quiet. Because, and the reason why we shouldn't be quiet about it, right, is because of the defense that people are having, right? It didn't mean it that way. Like that's supposed to mean something, right? Just because she said, we don't want to hear that shit that Ted Danson didn't mean it that way. Because the intent doesn't erase impact. If I step on your goddamn foot, it still hurts. Even if I didn't mean to. And if I do it, step on your foot and a goddamn clown said, does it make it funny? But here's the deeper issue. America has a racism blind spot. That's what it seems like. We see the big stuff, slurs, violence, hate crimes, right? But we ignore the subtle stuff, the costumes, the so-called jokes, the just playing. And this is how racism survives, by hiding in plain sight. And this is a real big effing problem that I have. Maybe that's true. Maybe it is a white thing, but regardless, if it is a white thing, then do that shit in your White House. I agree 100% black and proud. This is a bar. This is a bar. These ninjas are always pulling up videos about black people, but never pull up racist videos against black people from white MAGA supporters. They never do. Shout out to Republic Tea Room. Racism isn't your problem. Culture is. The problem is culture. It has a racism culture out here in America. Republic Tea Room. This has been going on for many years. We know that. This is not something new, but it should not be going on to this day, and people should not be laughing about like it's a goddamn joke. And just sweep it under the rug. No, we cannot keep sweeping these things under the rug. Yakub, I don't even understand what you're talking about. That sounds good and cool and everything, but we are not the issue. It is the obsession. It's the obsession of black culture that is the issue. It's way too many people that are just fantasizing about what black people are instead of just being truthful about what they are experiencing. Majority of people do not see this caricature of what Lily Gaddis was trying to portray. I was not raised around black women like that at all. And I'm from goddamn Brownsville, New York. What's up, HT? It's always about race. And I would love if the black conservatives would come up today and really explain to me how this is not about race once again. And when somebody calls it out, right? The problem is when somebody like me calls it out, I get labeled sensitive. Sensitive? I'm not allergic to racism. I'm just tired of pretending that it's not there. That's my issue. So what do? We stand up, we speak out, we stop letting influencers turn oppression into content. Because if we don't, Blackface would keep coming back to life like a bad sequel. Minstrel 2, TikTok edition. It's the problem. And then, you know what? Here, I've been talking. I got my thoughts out. I've been talking. Who want to join the conversation? There you go. Make sure you hit that like and that share button for the YouTube algorithm. Let's get it together. Let me see. We need about like 20 more likes. Let me pin that to the top. All right, that's pinned to the top. I used to believe that they like to, but they don't really enjoy arguing because we don't play the semantics. We don't give them excuses. We make sure that we stick them to their words. So a lot of them, they are afraid to actually have a conversation because they know they are liars. And liars get exposed over here all the time. That's why they go to run to their so-called safe space. They don't really want to debate and have a conversation about what's going on for real. They don't. Right? They would say stuff, she wanted to play dress up. Right? Instead of telling her, like, just be honest about it and say, how about you try some goddamn empathy? How about you try some accountability? How about you try listening? Because real influence isn't about followers. It's about responsibility. And that's the truth of the matter. And a lot of these black conservatives do not have any kind of responsibility to our culture, to our neighborhoods, to our community. Brooklyn is the planet. And that's the truth of the matter. A lot of these black conservatives don't have no empathy. This is why they get out here and they just act like they're happy that people are going to go hungry. It's crazy. It's going to be a lot of black men that's going to go hungry with those black women. We see Jay Prince. You see him going out there to that goddamn, he went to a goddamn food pantry. You know what that food pantry was full of? They keep saying there's black women. That food pantry was full of white women. This thing, I don't think that black conservatives really thinking this thing through about what's really happening. They don't understand that they are trading on their own community, not just a race, but the community as well. They are the ones, when they keep pushing this remedial rhetoric every single day. What up, AR? When they keep pushing this rhetoric every single day, they don't realize that they are not conserving anything. They don't understand when they are following these white Christian nationalists, it is nothing Christ-like about their political position. They call themselves Christian nationalists, but when you look at any of their policies, it has nothing to do with Christian values whatsoever. Not even a little bit. I would love for any MAGA supporter, any conservative of any race, any Christian nationalist, any one of those things, if you please come up and explain. What up, Savage? Good day, sir. what values in this political party that you are running with is based on Christian values, the way how you say this. Because, when we had these conversations with a lot of these conservatives, especially the black ones, they act as if they're Christian when we know majority of black men ran away from the church. It ain't a bunch of black men in the goddamn church, so what are you conserving? Pumps in the bump, I don't know. White people don't have a problem utilizing their resources. That's the point of having resources to use them. If you qualify, apply. I don't understand the problem. The problem is they want to keep moving the white Christian nationalist situation forward because they believe zero tolerance. They believe deep in their heart that if they are behind and back in the white man's plight, that somehow they're going to get some kind of residual off of it. And they don't understand that, no, we got to fight our fights together. We got to find out. It doesn't, like, you cannot follow a white Christian nationalist racist and then that he's going to do something for your black ass. If you following a normal white human being, that's fine. Like, we know that in America, we got to find people of all cultures and all races to fight alongside of us. It is what it is. That is a very true statement. However, if you're going to follow someone that said they are a Christian nationalist, shouldn't they politics be Christ-like? Shouldn't they politics be based on what Jesus is saying? Because none of their policies got anything to do with Jesus. What would Jesus do? That's what I want to know. Please hit the link. Explain to me what any of you black conservatives or any conservative whatsoever, what Christ-like policy is there for you and for us to follow? Because all these black conservatives, they keep saying and bringing up the Bible. But we have a male issue with going to churches. Men don't go to church. So we know y'all not really following the Bible. That's for sure. I agree with you, Zero Times. That's the only time they want to talk about. That's the only time they want to follow the Bible. Doesn't the Bible say, but what does your Bible say for you, sir? You are following these conservative issues which are supposed to be based in Christianity. And so this is why they don't understand. They don't really get it, man. The fact that you are even fighting for religious politics is a problem that is not American. Kulu, that's 100. Kulu, that is 100. They would call, man, let me pull this up, man. That shit is crazy when you really think about it, right? They would call Jesus woke and liberal because he would feed the poor and believe in all people no matter citizenship. As a matter of fact, they have verses he literally says it. Like, you treat your neighbor, you treat immigrants like how you would treat me. It's weird when you really think about it. I believe in the good book, they also talk about baby deletions too. And Jesus wasn't necessarily opposed to that. Let's not talk about that scripture. So it is always so weird to me to hear all these conservatives trying to say, but I also they keep trying to bring religion into politics. But one of the things in the Constitution it says, right, we don't have, well, how does the saying go? It's either we have all religions or no religion in America. What up, OG Do Dirty? Jesus also, in one of the scriptures, he's talking about baby deletions, bro. Go look it up. Go look it up. OG Do Dirty. He talked about it. He was not necessarily opposing. It was up to the woman. So if you really believe in this Christian nationalist and anybody could be a Christian nationalist, fine. But then tell me, what is the Christ-like policy that you are pushing out there? I just want to know. Because a lot of these conservatives said they base their politics on Christian values. Which one? Please come up and let me know. What's up, young Riaz? Zero tolerance. It won't be any religious people laughing at children losing SNAP benefits or women losing SNAP benefits. And by the way, it's going to be a lot of hungry young men also losing SNAP benefits, because one thing we do know, having these conversations, oftentimes what happens that they are living with a woman that is on SNAP benefits. He act like he is not in the house, or his income is not a part of that household that he lives in. And guess what that woman get? SNAP benefits. So that young man, all grown man, he is living off those SNAP benefits too. And I think it's time that we just start asking us, a lot of these Black conservatives, what Christian values are you trying to conserve? Because that's what conservatism is supposed to be about. I don't know, zero tolerance. I don't know. I don't know. But what are you trying to conserve? What policies got anything to do with Jesus Christ whatsoever? Because if you are following Jesus Christ on the MAGA side, on the Christian nationalist side, right? Jesus believed in open borders. All right, so this is another thing that they don't understand. It's not very American-like to be pushing out religion in politics as one breath, right? It's either we have all religions or no religions. This is what the Constitution is about, because the forefathers, they was pretty brilliant about bringing some things together and make it very difficult, because they seen what happened to the other nations that had religion and politics as one. What it did, it make you go and persecute certain people, because now you are basing off of misunderstandings of the religion. So now we was become that, hey, you have to be a Christian to be in America. Now what does that do to the other religions? You could go ahead and persecute them. You could go chase them out and say, because you're not following this, that means we could do X, Y, and Z to you, lock you up, do this. You know what else Jesus didn't believe in? Because, you know, Donald Trump trying to bring back the death penalty. Jesus did not believe in the death penalty. Buying tank for $40 off sure have some standards. That's very true. No SNAP benefits are very necessary for the elderly and disabled. So a lot, when we just really start breaking down and we just be honest about what we are seeing, for some reason, they act as if they didn't see this writing on the wall when it came down to Donald Trump. And I guess what they were trying to use his first term as an excuse. But what they didn't realize is how drastically it switched to where he have a bunch of people afraid of him now. Right? They're afraid to go against him because they know they'll lose their job, because they seen what happened the first time, all the pushback that he got. So a lot of things got blocked the first time because he had a lot of pushback. He had people that was in office that was willing to actually push back. Now he has a bunch of people that are yes men. And that is a very dangerous, slippery slope. The man barely has coherent thoughts. Hey, baby, can you bring me a water, please? Thank you. My words are starting to sound crazy. I can't say nothing. I can't pronounce none of my words. I can't enunciate. So, but I wonder if it's ever going to, are we ever going to move forward and understand that us as a community, we got to make both sides of the aisle fight for our votes. We gotta get out of this political gangbanging because it just doesn't work in real life. It's so contradicting. Kulu, that's a scary thought right there, Kulu. That is a very scary thought. All right. I know 2028 election is far away, but nobody's talking about how if Democrats somehow win the presidency, do we really believe Trump and JD is going to give up power or certify the election? That's a scary thought, man. We already have, what's his name, Steve Bannon coming out saying that he really believes that this is the problem with religion and politics, because he's believing that Donald Trump is somehow divine to lead us in the right direction for America. You know how dangerous that is? An old man that is, he had to wear a goddamn piss bag on his goddamn leg. He can't even hold his goddamn piss in for whatever the reason is. Lack of sleep, too much pressure. It's a lot. Maybe, Jalen. I'm not sure. But something, we need more people to just speak out and stop just party banging, because one side of the coin does not makes it any better. We even have people talking about, like, is a difference between the Dixiecrats and the Democrats and Republican. Republican is the real party that was for freedom, and the Democrats is the real racist. What the hell are you talking about? We all understand that that the Democrat Party split up when we know the difference between a Dixiecrat and a Democrat. The ones up north have a different feeling than the ones from the south. And the ones that, the Dixiecrats that did stay down south, they tend to be a part of the Conservative Party and the Republican Party. And it is okay. It ain't the fact that the Democrats switched from being racist to now they're a part of, and Republicans switched from being a part of the people to the, no, that don't have nothing to do with it. What people are not understanding is that a good majority of the racist folks snuck their way into politics. And they are trying to mask their racist and patriarchal ways with religion. They are trying to use religion as an excuse, even though none of the politics that they are trying to push for has anything to do with the religion that they are trying to push. That HT, it's understandable. And the real issue that we're having is that, like, it got one part of the nation that is a part of the urban world, and another part is a part of the rural world, and we keep having a clash between those two. And we got to eventually start moving forward. So both parties, so both the rural and the urban areas can flourish as America. We need to get things moving in the right directions. We see, like, like majority of people that are in business see that these tariff things is not working out the way how they say it's going to be. Everything is on this way up, and they don't like it's ever coming back down. And so this is where I disagree at, Jalen. I don't think that they ignored Middle America. They did not. If anything, moving the tariffs the way how they did, that is what's killing rural America, because the farmers are losing their farms because of what party or what person's decision, right? This is the second time that Donald Trump is affecting the farmers in America. So, that's why I don't understand that point, Jalen. So the first time President Trump was in there, he lost farmers billions of dollars in the agriculture industry. And on this time, again, he did it once again. And farmers are, once again, we're going to have to figure out a way, the taxpaying people, to bail out the farms. Absolutely. Well, you know what it is, HT Baldwin? I think the main problem is that majority people that believe that speaking out and talking about your vote doesn't matter is a political position. They don't understand by convincing other people that your vote doesn't matter is a political position. They think because they are not paying attention to it, or they act like they don't care, or it doesn't affect them. They believe that's just I don't give a damn about politics. But no, you are absolutely wrong. You acting as if it doesn't matter, not your vote doesn't matter. You paying attention to politics. You act as if none of those things matter is a political position. Damn. That's a sad thing. That is a sad thing. And trust me, I understand. I see a new tariff bill every goddamn day. So hopefully, maybe in the next 10 years, we'll see some positive things about this tariff. I don't know. But I know in the immediate future, it doesn't look promising at all. Not even a little bit. And we gotta get together. We gotta get out there and start. If you need to just start worrying about, and at least start voting locally. I agree with that, Jalen. It is a work in progress, and we need to just be honest about the work that we are pushing out there. That's my only issue. It doesn't matter if you vote red or blue. It's about the policies that you are pushing forward. If you are going to say that you are following conservatism and you are a Christian, then what policies is following Christ? That's all I want to know. Where are your Christian policies? Don't tell me that you're a Christian nationalist when you are talking about you want to close the borders. There's no way you could be a Christian nationalist talking about close the borders, because Jesus would not have said close the borders. It's just that simple. Go. So if you are a Christian nationalist, please show me in the good book where it says close the borders, because Jesus disagrees with you. I want to see it. You know what I'm saying, Jalen? Show me where in the Bible Jesus said close the borders, because he actually said the opposite. He said keep them open. He says feed the poor. So the problem is, Virgos, that Maybe that's true. It's not Christian, it's white nationalists, but they are being nationalists, pushing out Christian values. They're saying that they are conserving the Christian rhetoric. It's why whenever we have the conversation, they always bring up the Bible in these conversations. They're trying to conserve. We need to get back to this and we need to get back to that. And they talk about marriage. What is that? Okay, we're getting better with the likes. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. Yeah, I agree, HT. Every time it seems like it's something that, is that ceiling that we just cannot break through, but we could just have an understanding that we are trying to move forward as Americans. And the main reason that's happening is because way too many people are concerned with rich folks. It's another problem. We see in today's time that catering to rich folks does not bring more jobs. Catering to rich folks that supposedly running the country, what it correlates to is higher prices. Because as business get more difficult to make a profit, the only solution that they have is pass the buck on to the consumer. What you mean? I don't understand what this means. There is something to this. The way I figure it, you can take race, religion, and even country out of the equation. It's the English-speaking world that feels something is majorly off. Well, it is something off because we keep seeing the lies that keep coming out from both sides of the aisle. We understand that both sides of the aisle is just allowing the rich to keep on getting rich while they keep passing on the responsibility to the majority of people. They're not good at business. They're good at raising prices. They keep trying to make it seem like they are such good businessmen. What business have they done besides raise prices and steal people's ideas? They steal people's great ideas. We see it time and time again. We keep acting like this is great. Since when stealing is a good thing. Again, where is your Christ-like policies? Where is it? L5261. What was a bar? No, flattery get you everywhere. What was a bar? Say it again. Say it again. Tell me what I said when I was a bar, so I remember it. Yeah, the system is effed up, man. And I don't know if we can actually do anything about the system until we could just get people to understand that both parties got to be held accountable. If you voted for somebody, you could hold that person accountable. That is the most important thing that I think I want people to understand. When you vote somebody in, you are the main person that could hold them accountable. You could go to them and say, hey, I voted for you. I expect you to do this, that, and the third, and you are not upholding the things that you are doing. And this is why we got to fight back. And maybe if people was to start understanding that every position that you make in America is a political position. When you decide not to vote, that is a political position. When you're telling other people that your vote don't matter, that is a political position. And the reason why it's a political position is because you're not keeping it to yourself. If you're not doing it and you just keeping it to yourself, then hey, it is what it is. But once you bring it out to the world, and you are saying your vote don't matter and don't vote this and don't, that's when it becomes a political position. So all these conservatives that are supposedly based in Christianity, please show me where did Christ say that he wanted to close the border. Please show me a place in the Bible where Jesus said he is against baby deletions. Please show me where it says all these things. There you go. Shout out to Jalen. Now, you keep reading in Deuteronomy, he also say, hey, let your neighbor in. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have closed borders in his mind. You cannot, because you got to also understand too, somebody like Jesus, right? We trying to move Christ like, right? He didn't have no real border. He could go anywhere in the goddamn world. He was, you know what I'm saying? The whole earth was his. So, you know, like, but when we start diving into like what's honest about conversations, right? We just be truthful about it. Then maybe we could start choosing what side of the aisle we'll go with a specific person, right? We can say, hey, this person that is a Republican, he's pushing out these policies as governor. We're gonna rock with him over the Democrat because this Democrat's pushing out these policies, and I ain't liking the policies that this one's pushing. Then when we come down to the Congressman, I'm gonna go with this Democrat because they are pushing policies that is more in line with XYZ, and we can move that way and make them earn our vote and not just depend because we are registered a certain way that you're just going to get my vote because I registered a certain way. Absolutely not. That is got to stop. This whole idea that we are only going to follow and laugh at nonsense about degrading people, that shit got to stop as well. We cannot keep just pushing people down. That's the only thing that we pay attention to. Nah, that shit is done. What do you mean? How are we going to move forward? The only thing we are looking for is the people that we can push down. Majority of these people that is getting mad about this whole EBT situation, the ones that are mad about it, the ones that are saying good for them, let them suffer, the ones that are saying, hey, you should have figured out something else. Hey, that is not Christ-like. I'm just sorry to tell you, it's just not. That's not what Jesus would do. It is what it is. But that was my spell. You know, I did a whole hour. That was my thoughts on the whole situation. And you know, majority of these black conservatives, they are race traitors, 100%. Because if you talk to them, they cannot give you any kind of policy, thought pattern, or anything that they are voting for policy wise. Jalen, so the reason why I keep bringing up Christ is because a majority of the conservative, they are saying that they are voting in Christian values. And so that's the reason why I bring that up. And I just don't understand where are the Christ-like policies that these people are following. Madani he's young. He's going to try to do some new things, but he's also going to do a lot of the same because I'm pretty sure you know, he's kind of green, and if he was to win, it's going to be interesting to see. I ain't gonna lie. So I think that no, I don't believe that he is Christ-like, but I don't think he pushes his rhetoric to be Christ-like. I don't think he's saying that his policies is rooted in Christianity, and that's so that's why I wouldn't put that jacket on him. But majority of black conservative, they push out their policy as if it's Christ-like. And that's my issue with it. Like if you know, I believe in what the Constitution says. It's either we have all religions or no religions. That's what I believe. Because now if we was just to push out policies that's strictly only Christ-like, then what about the atheists? What about the Muslim, the Jews, and all those other things? You know what I'm saying, Jenna? So that's my issue. What up, Tato? Trump is back at Cuomo. That should tell you all you need to know. Hey, you know, it takes one to know one. You know, a lot of these goddamn views that a lot of these men have, like, it's just so weird that, you know, Donald Trump isn't grabbing by the JJ, and Cuomo's out there. He got accused by multiple ladies of you know, saying some inappropriate things, inappropriate looks. It's weird. But, you know, for us to see the writings on the wall, that's the scary part. And they act like we don't know what the hell we seeing. You know what I mean? That's crazy to me. Welcome to the show. Hey, y'all. Good day, sir. How you doing?
Good afternoon, sir, man. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, man. Just out here rambling my thoughts. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, where them fake conservatives at? They gonna pop up today?
Nah, they're not gonna. You know what I'm starting to realize, that they do not want to actually have a real conversation.
Yeah.
They want to have conversations that they could just ask silly questions, and it just the conversation just keep moving and keep moving and never get down to a solid point.
They're not standing on anything.
Yeah, they don't want to.
Yeah, they're really just about talking points, honestly. Like sound bites, like that's what they're good at. Whatever a headline said, whatever Trump said.
And it's just so weird to me. Hey, y'all, like as I keep hearing the rhetoric, and especially the ones that keep trying to push out their policies as if it's like some kind of Christian values. Those are the ones that's kind of bothering me lately.
Yeah? Oh, because you're a Christian.
No, I'm not.
Oh, well, why is it bothering you?
Because I know that none of the policies that they're talking about is anything of Christ.
I mean, if let's devil's advocate here, no pun intended.
Yeah.
If those policies were around, or if the culture or the hierarchy and whatever that they want was around when Jesus was here and he never really spoke out against it, isn't that kind of approval and also Christ-like, since he lived it and he never spoke out against it?
But he did speak out against it. He said he spoke out about not closing borders. He always preached about having an open border. You know what I'm saying? So like that's the thing that I have a problem with them using the religion as some kind of foundation to their policies. Not only that, another problem that I have with it is also in the Constitution. It's a reason why we said it's either we have all religions or no religion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not Christ-like, and it's not American.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you on the Constitution.
You know what I'm saying? So when I hear them talk, and I hear the things that they bring up, I just don't understand. It's not American, because America's, you know, the founding father, they were smart enough to see the writing on the wall and say, hey, you know what? Every nation that was based on religion, it didn't turn out so good.
Do you think they're actually Jewish? Because, you know, most of what they quote or they refer to is really the Old Testament, right? So, you know, refer to like Deuteronomy or Leviticus. And they don't really quote too much in the New Testament, from what I've seen anyway.
Yeah. That's an interesting point.
Yeah.
That's an interesting point.
I think maybe that's like where the disconnect is. Like they're calling themselves Christians because they were, you know, they grew up in the US and they were raised as Christians by their parents or whatever. They went to Christian church. But in reality, all they quote from the Bible is the Old Testament, which would make them more. But they still believe that Jesus, supposedly anyway, they still believe that Jesus was here and died for their sins. So technically they're still Christian, but they don't really follow his teaching. So so technically they can still be Christian, but they're just quoting from the Old Testament. So even though it's not what they're saying is not Christ-like, it's still Christian because they believe he died for your sins. But then, you know.
Right. And then like even like with, you know, like so my main issue is like even with a lot of the conservative, which, you know, conservatism is based in supposedly Christianity. Right.
I think that a large sect of it, a lot of the Christian, like the theologists, or not theologists, the the people that want a theocracy and the Christian nationalists and stuff, they definitely went over into the conservative movement. I don't know if it's always been like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
No, they have a strong force in it for sure,
especially of late.
Yeah, at least since we've been a lot. Well, I can't speak for you. I know you kind of up there, but respectfully, at least since I've been, walking.
And then so like when I see what's going on as of lately, how they trying to strip away so many women's situations.
Yeah.
That's definitely not Christianity. Like that ain't Christ-like at all.
Do you think that what makes it not Christ-like, I guess?
Well, first of all,
because I think in the New Testament it says that a woman shouldn't speak in church unless spoken to.
No, she shouldn't teach to men.
I think it's speak. I have to look it up again, but I thought it was speak.
Yeah, it's about teaching. And but the problem is it's plenty of women in the Bible that taught men for different things. So it's very specific on one thing, but just because a woman can't teach religion to another man, that doesn't have anything to do with her rights as a human being in America be stripped away. Like Jesus did.
I think that goes into the American part.
Jesus don't talk down on baby deletions. He actually gives you a way where you should have a baby deletion.
The option.
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's because you're saying not Christ-like or not Christian or whatever, but I guess
that's specifically for the conservatives that are moving, saying that they following Christ or they follow Christianity to push out their policies. That's my issue with them, because their policies actually have nothing to do with Christ-like situations. That's
just white nationalists,
right? You know what I'm
saying?
Just take that part out of it. If you just say you're conservative, you conservative, whatever you conservative, then say that, but don't say that you're using Christianity as your way to push out your policies, because that's a lie. That's the problem I have with them.
Do you think that they are drawing inspiration from how God did people?
No, I don't think so at all.
No.
Not even a little bit, because if they think they are misguided, and they don't understand.
Well, if let's say, like, Christianity's been around for 2,000 or so years, and Judaism a lot longer than that. If for the 2,000 to 6,000 years that it's all been around, or however long it's been, most of the time it was very orthodox and strict and follow certain things, hierarchies and all this stuff, and then only recently has that changed, then would it be more likely that the more recent stuff is abnormal and incorrect interpretation of the scriptures and the word versus what was happening for the past 6,000 years?
No, because so the issue is that majority of men, they use certain scriptures in the Bible to oppress women, for example, right? But in reality, when you really break down the scripture, it doesn't oppress women at all. Because you as a man, you're supposed to be submitting to God, and you're not supposed to be just coming up with your own plan. You're supposed to be following God's plan, for example. And so since you are following God's plan, that woman could also read that plan and know if you are going in the right path or not. But majority of men, they want to do whatever they want to do, and they misinterpret it and saying that the Bible says it's man, woman, child, and that's not what it says. It's God, man, woman, child.
But I think they kind of draw inspiration from the fact, for instances, like almost all the stories in the Bible are male centric. He created males first. When they were talking about selling slaves, or I can't remember exactly what it was, the male was worth more than a female. So I think, and women not being able to teach men in church, from what you said, I guess, yeah. So I think it seems like they're drawing inspiration from that more so than anything else, and that would, to me, lead that that's a valid opinion, that based off of Christianity or scripture, and historically speaking, and that religion, males inherently are above females.
Right. So the problem is that they keep missing out the God part, right? Because God does not mean that you rule over your wife, because you don't do anything that is going to harm the other side of you, right? So you don't do something that your wife doesn't want you to do, because y'all supposed to be one. So if your left hand doesn't want to touch the stove, why would you hurt your hand by touching that stove, for example? Because it's going to hurt both of you. And so that's the part that they keep missing. So they keep polluting what the scripture is actually saying. And then they try to take out certain parts of it to make it seem as it's Christ-like or Bible-like, and it's have some kind of motion, but they just they pervert it.
Yeah. I wish there was someone that was more in that belief system to come on here and kind of elaborate on, you know, what they think and where it comes from. Because I can't really, you know.
I appreciate you all trying to even understand it. Like, because I was trying to understand it for a long time. And that's why it took me a while to really come up with the form of the thought to even come back whenever I do see one of them now. And I can't wait to use. I'm gonna wait for them to use some kind of religious BS that they don't follow themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they will use the scripture in the Bible. No, a wife cannot tell you no. You know what I'm saying?
Says that?
Your wife ain't supposed to tell you, you know, not supposed to say no to you. And they take that little part of the scripture without reading before or after and thinking that they could now, you know, just take it from their wife.
Sound bites.
Right. And that's not what the book is saying at all. Not even close to what how they interpret it.
Yeah.
And it's just disgusting how many males just want to use the doctrine to hold women down and stop them from being themselves. Like, they really believe that because the food stamps and the EBT is going to be shut down, that all of a sudden these women are going to run to males that is also on EBT.
Yeah. I definitely think it's a coping thing. Like, they're not successful in life. They're not able to, you know, they're not chosen among their peers. And so they need to find a way to make it more, put more pressure on women to have to choose out of necessity rather than an option of picking who they want or not picking anyone at all. I think it's a coping thing.
Right. So Link said the book says that if either party deny the other things like sex, that's considered adultery, where it doesn't say that. Because it also says, why would you do something that the other half don't want to do? Like that, you know what I'm saying? So that they have to read the whole scripture, and then they will understand that. It says, why you should not deny your spouse of sex. One party should not do what the other party doesn't want to do. So, you know, like,
What are we gonna have for dinner? Pizza.
Nice. So, you know, and that's where the confusion comes about. And this is when people they were pervert that verse to think that just because she's not supposed to so-called deny means that you can take. Because it doesn't say that you can take neither.
Yeah. That's probably why I think it wasn't in 1987.
Right. That's the perversion that happens, right? You know what I'm saying? That's the only issue that I have. I'm just wanting to say that to Link real quick. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the part that I dislike about them using scripture when they are not real Bible thumpers for real.
Yeah. I think you should kind of see it from something I'm more, I guess, a little bit more knowledgeable about, you know, with the Constitution and just American culture and stuff like that. You see the same thing that, you know, it's a buffet where they pick and choose which amendments they rock with, which laws they want to follow, which ones are true parts of the Constitution. You know, there was a movement, I don't know, it's not really that strong anymore, at least I don't hear people talking about it too much, that really was like the original Constitution is the only one that matters, or the first 10 amendments are the only ones that matter, and et cetera, et cetera. So I can't remember exactly where I was going with this. Oh, the buffet thing. Yeah. So like, yeah, it's not just the religion part of it. It's also like it seeps into other parts of their life as well. Whatever they can try to get away with, they do, and it's something we just got to fight back against.
Yeah, I like that answer. Good day. Welcome to the show, FOG. How you doing today, sir? You on mute, by the way. While he get his microphone together. Yeah, so no, Link, I was just trying to because I understand that a lot of people try to use that scripture that Link is talking about in the wrong context. I don't think Link was attempting to do that in the wrong context, but plenty of males do it for sure. You know what I'm saying? Maybe we should. Maybe Link. Maybe. You do some goddamn work, like shit. Got me.
yeah. Hop on it and screen share link.
And also like like as we've seen so many times that we try to have the Constitution conversation. Oh man, we see how they fail at that horribly. Every single time.
They'd be ready to get rid of the Constitution.
There's so many things Donald Trump has done that was against the Constitution, and people that knows better, they had to block him and say, hey, all right, you going too far. Like, it's one thing like you straddling the line, but you are crossing the line, right? Because he straddles the line very well. I give him that. I got to give him that. So he definitely knows how to walk that thin line, but a couple of times he got caught crossing that goddamn line. It's okay to tell the truth.
It don't bother them.
But why you think it doesn't bother them? Is it because they just truly don't have a real understanding and they just want people to suffer? What's your thought? You think they just want people to suffer?
Not to get on my tangent, but I just like you were saying about like the fake Christian bullshit. I think the same way, like they call themselves patriots, they call them, they say like they're really American and all this stuff, but again, it's a buffet to them, and they're pro this America that they have in their head, but not actually pro what America represents or what the Constitution says or what it represents. And so to them, you see it with the white nationalists. They want a white Christian nation. That's not pro America. That's not pro Constitution. It's very much pro what they view the U.S. should look like. It has nothing to do with the tradition, the history, or the letter of the text of anything in this nation. Obviously, like the nation was founded by Christians, and it was built. A lot of the stuff was built on either Christian values or stuff from the United Kingdom, Britain, which was also Christian values and whatnot. But it was specifically made not to be a Christian nation for a reason, and they hate that. Like they like to ignore it. They act like that's not a real thing. And it's actually kind of funny because like the state ratification constitution conventions or state constitution ratification conventions are pretty much never quoted by people or talked about by people. And there's a book, I don't have it on me right now, but there's a book that like is a compilation of all the state ratification conventions that they have like the minutes from them. So you have like the words that people said and everything. And I think it was Massachusetts or Connecticut or somewhere up there. I can't remember which state I was reading. And they actually brought up the question about, because they were like, oh, this amendment means, or this constitution doesn't bar people that don't believe in God from serving in public office. Therefore, they will have the ability to do it. That's something we need to address or something like that. And that was what one person said. Another person said, well, in my opinion, it doesn't matter what their faith, what they believe in. If people vote for them and they have the best interest of the nation at heart, that's all that matters. If the brightest person is someone that doesn't believe in God, it is what it is. They're going to lead the nation, whatever they were. So like to say like the country was built on this and this is what all the founding fathers believed in and all these things is just outright wrong. And a lot of these things have been brought up in the past and they've been addressed by people in the past throughout history. But yeah, going back to the original question, like, they don't know anything about America's history, but they just know, they're white and America was made for them, supposedly.
Just like, like what this proves them is that like you don't have to take no religious test to be a goddamn politician, right?
That was actually what the question was. It was about the religious test. It was like there should be some type of religious test or something in here to blah 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 blah. I'll have to one day. I'll figure it out. I'll go find it again and try to quote it for you. Send it to you.
I was just trying to direct you. You on the very right path. Then
Yeah.
that's when they had to put the whole either we have all religions or no religion, because nobody should have to do a goddamn religious test to be a politician in America. Absolutely not.
Yeah. And
Absolutely.
Thomas Jefferson wasn't even a
100%
Christian.
right.
He was a whole president and an author of the Declaration of Independence. So, and a very monumental and influential founding father. So like just simple, like we wouldn't even have Thomas Jefferson if that were the case. And he's probably done. He's one of the most influential Christian or most influential Americans of all time. He did a lot for this country, especially at the founding. So,
Let's see if FOG microphone is working. FOG, try it again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you well.
All right, man. I was trying to fix this, man. I was trying to pair Bluetooth my headset, and I was having a hard time. How you doing, Sharon?
I'm doing well today. Thank you.
Well, thanks for having me, and nice to see you. I think I've seen you before, AR. But yeah, I think I have based on your picture. So I was sleeping because I do night shift. I've been doing night shift, and I just went on YouTube and I saw that you were alive, and you were talking about at first you were talking about open border and something in that sense, and I did make a comment saying that for a lot of people who, as myself, who went through the legal process of waiting, paying for the things that we the papers and whatnot that we need to pay for us to be here legally, to a lot of us it's not really fair that we go through the legal process to be here, and then there's people in this country who complain that the country doesn't allow them to be here because they're illegally in the country. I don't think it's fair for those people who have to wait 1 year, 2 years, even sometimes 4 years to bring their families here, and they go through the legal process. I don't think it's fair. That's on that. I don't know if you have anything to say on that.
So what about people that have political asylum? How do they get here? How would you suggest they get here?
What do you mean by that?
People that they're coming to this country because they might get killed for their political views in their country.
Well, I understand that. It is. I do understand what you're saying, and what are you suggesting? Like, we open the border, let them in to, in a sense, save them from that reality. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that's what the Constitution would say.
Right. I mean, right? I understand.
What I'm saying is that it don't really actually have nothing to do with my view, right? It's really more that is the American way. Hey, you get over here, you figure that part out. All right, you made it here, and then now you need to follow by laws, and then now you got to try to make yourself legal and say, hey, I did X, so I put this paperwork in. But you also got to say yourself it's the American way as well, right? We know that people came here that wasn't from here. That's the way how they became legal Americans in the first goddamn place. So who are you to now say that we're supposed to go against the Constitution? That's my issue. And not only that, the open borders part is also is attached to the MAGA Christian nationalist people as well, right? So the main reason why I brought that up is because a lot of the Christian nationalists or the white nationalists, however you want to call them, that say that they policies is backed up by their Christian values. All I got to say to them is, what would Jesus say? Jesus says the border should be open, and that's my real issue. So it's not even about my personal view. It's about American values and Christian values.
Yeah, sure. And I understand what you're saying. At the same time, I mean, we we should do things. I believe we should do things in order, right? We should have, in all that we do, we should have order and not chaos. I think with the open borders, it creates more chaos than order because we're letting in people from all over from all over the world to come to this country that we have no documentation. We have nothing about that person that can actually be dangerous to the nation, can be dangerous to the people that are trying to make a living here. So I mean, in a sense, I do agree with you. You know, when people are trying to flee from their country because of you know, um, they're facing a situation that has to do with protecting their family, and maybe the country is doing something that is putting their family at risk, and then they're fleeing to go to another place that is safer than their country. But at the same time, you know, Jesus also said, when when the Pharisees asked Jesus, um, I don't have scripture right in front of me, but when they were talking about what is Caesar's, you know, the money, and Jesus said, give to Caesar what is his, you know, because they were trying to say, you know, they're trying to um trick Jesus to respond in a certain way. And Jesus said, look, whose picture is on the coin? And they're like, Caesar. Then this coin belongs to Caesar. So what I'm trying to say with that is, we're coming into a nation, into a country. It's, you know, what the country sets should be the order, should be the standard for you to come to this country. Because if there's no standard, then people just do whatever they want to do. You know, they come in. However, there's no papers, there's nothing that people in this country know about them, you know, and it becomes dangerous for the people living here. um, but I'm also for, you know, people, like you said, if people are facing some danger in their country and they want to come to this country and find, you know, it might sound contradictory what I'm trying to say, but I'm kind of agreeing with you about the open border. But at the same time, I don't want to see chaos, in which I believe that's what Trump is trying to avoid, is to have a nation that is on in order and not in chaos, allowing drug dealers and allowing excuse me, grapers coming into this country and doing a bunch of stuff that we could avoid. Of course, we're not going to be able to avoid 100% of the problems that happen in this country, in this nation, but at least we're cutting down little by little by blocking certain people to come in this country to make Americans safe again.
Right. And so, and the main issue is that that rhetoric, it has to stop, because I don't believe it's a bunch of criminals that is trying to come here and put anybody under some kind of threat, physically harm, or being criminals and robbing, stealing, and pillaging, and, you know, taking it from human beings, right? So that's just not something I believe is the majority of immigrants, right? I believe Jesus, he said, uh something about, he said, the foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. That's what I believe he said. You know, so if we just go with what he was teaching, or what he was trying to explain, because, you know, they really didn't have the borders the way how we have, so they didn't really have that language then. But him saying that you need to treat him as your native born is kind of explaining and expressing in a sense of what an immigrant is. And we should be doing that if you are moving in your policy as a Christian, in my opinion, right? But if you're not moving your policy as a Christian, then that's a whole different conversation. So now let's move to that part of the conversation. I say, if you're not a Christian, you don't have Christian values at all within your policies. I still believe that American, the Constitution, it still gives you a passageway to being a legal citizen, even if you snuck across the border. You sneaking across the border does not change the fact that you have a right to see a judge and fight for your life. So even with that, American values means that you have an opportunity to become whatever it is that you need to become. And that's the part that we are acting like we don't understand. So it doesn't matter how I feel or how you feel, just because you had a difficult time, you took you 10 years to get here. That doesn't matter for the next person. We going by American values. Is however you can get here is how you can get here. And that's law.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with some that you're saying. Yeah. And as and I don't know, maybe a lot of people are looking at the perfect world, they would like America to be a certain way. Um, but when it comes to politics, I'm not really the best person to talk to. But in terms of how the way I look at my life and the way I've done my life, and then I look at how other people, uh, carry on their life. Like I said before, I give to Caesar what's Caesar's. And so what the country says, I understand that a lot of the stuff don't make sense, but you know, um, I guess it is what it is. Some things don't make sense, some things do, and we just got
Yeah,
to
and
live
and,
with it,
and
I
it's
guess.
okay, like and I understand that you had you had to go through what you had to go through to get here. So I understand that common thought that most people have. I had to do this to do X, Y, and Z, so you have to do it too. Um, and that's sometimes it turns into a negative teaching, and this is how people don't evolve, right? Because if I'd have did the same thing that my parents did to me, then I'd be whooping my kids' ass every time they do something wrong. But I know for a fact that that is the wrong thing to do, to put your hands on another human being. You need to speak, you need to understand them, have some empathy, understand what your child is going through or what another person is going through, and not try to physically move them. You need to communicate with them. And this is how people actually move along and get communities together once we learn how to communicate with each other. So just because I went through something physical pain and got my ass whooped, and I went through hunger, and I was living in poverty. I lived in the projects where it was a lot of crime, a lot of drugs. But I'm making sure that my kids don't go through that, and hopefully they can become better for it. I don't think it's a good strategy to say, so since I made it through it, I'm going to put you through the same thing, and hopefully you could be strong enough, possibly, to make it through it. That's not fair to the next
Sh-
generation.
Yeah, Sharon, let me ask you this question. Do you allow anybody that you don't know into your home?
I have, yes.
No, do you? I'm sure you have, but do you allow like just anybody, like somebody from the street you don't know, never seen, knocks at your door, wants to come in and live in your home? Do you allow that?
I have done that before.
Okay,
Two young people. The young lady was pregnant, I believe. How old were they, babe, at the time? They both was 18 and 19. They was homeless, living on the train. Spoke to them. I let them live with me for about what, a month and a half, 2 months. Yeah, so they lived with me for 2 months until she gave birth. And I had no idea who that man was, and I had no idea who that young lady was. And I brought them in my house so they could have, because it was winter time too, so this way they can have a safe place to eat and a safe place to go to sleep. But I also helped the young man get a job as well.
okay. Um,
So
but
I'm
for
not
the
just
most,
I'm not just talking. I actually lived this.
right, and that's awesome. But the reason I ask this question is because a lot of people would say, especially people who have children, small children, they would say, "Hey, I can help you, but I don't trust you enough, to have you come into my home since I don't know you, and I have 2 children, babies and whatnot, to come into my home and live here when I don't really trust you. I don't know what you're capable of doing. I don't know where your mindset is. And a lot of people would say, I can help you if you need help, but I don't feel comfortable because I don't know you. I don't feel comfortable sharing my home in a sense of, having you live here for a number of months, if years, when we have nothing, not nothing in common, but we don't know each other. We don't know what kind of person you are, what you going to be doing to my children and whatnot. So a lot of people would say that, and that's how I look at America. It's like we can help you in a certain way, but until we get to know each other, it's safe for the people that I'm trying to care for to say, until we know each other better, I'm not going to let you in my home. A lot of people would say that, and I, you know, and a lot of people would agree with you. They would open their doors and welcome anybody that would ask into their home. Um, so, letting people in this country that the government doesn't know, you know, maybe it's not the best example what I'm trying to say, but um,
No, I understand. So, and I just want to answer a couple of people. No, they were 2 young black kids. That's number one, melanated. So they was not Russian or Ukrainian. They were 2 young black kids, 18 and 19. The female was pregnant. They were sleeping on the train, and I met them on the train. And so I met them. This is around the time when, and so he was singing for money. And then I realized, and then we wound up getting up at the same stop, and wound up coming across him again, and him and his pregnant wife was walking around in the freezing cold, and I was like, "Hey, what's up, man?" Because I just heard him say, "I was like, you sound good." He's like, "Ah, thank you." He tried to spark a conversation, and the way how his conversation went, and I seen how his girlfriend looked at the time. I see how hungry they was, right? Because as a parent, you could just see certain things, right? And so I was like, "Hey,
you
you want a
just
slice of pizza or something like that?" And that's how the conversation. And I wound up realizing that they was homeless. She was pregnant, and so I invited them into my home, and they wound up staying
so
for.
you got to know them first before you
I
welcome them
mean,
into your home.
if you want to consider me having a slice of pizza with them, knowing them, then yes.
Yeah, so
How does-
you got to feel the energy
yeah.
of, a little bit how they were, right? So
Yeah, I
you
got
got
to
to
see.
know them a little bit.
I was able to read the room by how they was communicating with me. Yes.
So is your
Right.
bar for getting to know someone to be allowed in the country just a conversation with them?
That's a
Is
good
that
way
your
to.
argument?
No, 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 that's not my argument. My argument is, um for, let's say those 2 people just rushed into your home and said, we want to live here, and you didn't never had a conversation with them. You never, you didn't no vibe feeling. It was just like, oh,
So just
okay, well,
vibes.
this is news to me. Like
What you said
somebody just,
you were naturalized?
yeah,
Um when how did you get here?
through adoption.
Through adoption?
Hmm.
So your parents were
They're
citizens?
American. Yes.
Okay, gotcha. Um and they adopted you from your home country?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So maybe this doesn't apply to you, but for most people, I would say that when they're going through the naturalization process, um, from what you're saying, if I understood what you were saying earlier correctly, we need to check on. We don't know whether they're going to commit crimes or do X, Y, and Z, or all these other things. But we would never know how they're going to react under our system unless they're living under our system, right?
I agree, but
So then they would
at
have
the
to be
same
here and
time,
not be citizens.
No, but at the same time, you get to know them by their papers, right? Documentation. Uh, um,
Okay, so then
um,
all kids should be allowed through
um, I,
because
I think so.
okay.
If you're a child and you're coming to this country illegally and you're not causing trouble and you're just searching for better opportunities, I I think so.
Well, a
I
child's
believe
not
so.
really
Yeah.
searching for opportunities because they're a child, but I think I get
Right, but
yeah
you know
what
what
you're
I
saying.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. They want a different outcome from the life that they're living. Um,
Hmm.
I would grant that. Yeah.
Who's
For
gonna but who's gonna
children,
take
yes.
care of them when they're here?
Um, I mean, we all do with the tax money that we pay.
Well, I've never. I mean, maybe your experience was different, but I've never really heard really positive things about orphanages and going through the system, going through homes, um, and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, orphanages here in this country there's no orphanages from
yeah.
what I know.
But like foster care, I've
I
never really heard good things about foster care. Like, yeah, there's obviously like some people benefit from it, and it's better for a lot of people, I think, than maybe the alternative. But generally speaking, it would
yeah,
seem that if they're
I
being
agree
raised by their
with you
parents,
that
it's probably a better outcome.
yeah, I agree with you about the foster care system. Especially after seeing a movie. I don't know if you know about Antoine Fisher.
I've not.
There-
Is that the movie name? I heard the name, but
Yeah,
I don't know
I
him.
believe I
I mean, I
believe
don't know
that's
the
the
movie.
name, and it's about this boy who goes through foster care, and he has a very difficult time with foster caring, and after seeing that, I kind of got a little understanding of what goes on in the foster care, and I got to say that maybe orphanages would be a better choice than having people care for children that don't really care for them. You
I
know,
think I don't know the history on it, so I could be 100% off on this, but I think because I feel like back in the day, orphanages were really big, and then it kind of evolved into foster care. Although I might be wrong again, and I think that based off of how people talk about orphanages or some of the stories I've heard about orphanages, it was kind of like the exploitation of the children in those orphanages, why it switched over to foster care, which you would go through homes
mm,
and stuff like that.
yeah. I mean, either one. It all depends on I've heard there's some good orphanages. They're not perfect, but there's some good orphanages. There's some terrible ones, and at the same time, there's good foster parents and there's really terrible foster parents. So, of course, we would like to have put these kids into a perfect world where they're being cared for and loved and all that, but we
Yeah.
know that this world it is the way it is.
So
um
you said you were adopted, but earlier it sounded like you were saying when you first got on, I thought you were kind of like saying, "Oh, I went through the proper routes to get here and X, Y, and Z," but you kind of got the
my
easy
family
mode
no, well, and
when it comes to
for
naturalization. When it
myself,
comes to the naturalization process, not that it was a fun experience or anything, but just saying like it's different than if you're an adult trying to gain citizenship than being
no,
a
but
kid and just
I
getting
did
lucky
go
enough to be
through
adopted.
both sides. So I went through becoming a citizen through adoption, but I
Hmm.
also brought my family, my wife and my kids from our country to America. And I had to go through that legal process as well too, because my wife, she's not a citizen. And so
Right
we
now,
went through
you shouldn't be saying that right now.
yeah, she's not a citizen right now. She's
Well,
got
it's the
a
last
green
time you hear
card.
from your wife today. Oh, okay. Well, that don't seem to matter these days.
Sure, but at the same time, we went through the process. We paid, some
Yeah.
money, and then we waited some time for them to come here.
How long was like the process, or has the process been? If you're, I think you might have cut out, or he muted himself. One of the two.
We waited a year, a full year.
But she's not a citizen, correct?
Yeah, she's not. No,
So how long
not
has the
yet.
process been?
Oh, well, she's been here. Well, I've been here just a little bit, almost just about 4 years. Yeah, and she's been here for three. just about 3 years.
But I thought you were. So were you adopted, and then you went? Were they American citizens that lived were in your home country, and they
Oh,
adopted you?
I'm
I'm
sorry. You're
confused.
talking about me? You talking about
No,
me
well, you
or
just
my
said you've been
family?
here for 4 years, and so that confused me a little bit.
Uh, well, I've been here for almost 4 years. It's man, it's a long story. Like I was adopted when I was 14, came here, lived in
Okay,
Chicago for 12 years,
so
and then
so
went
you're
back
18.
home. Uh, Wait, what do you mean?
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So, got adopted at 14, and then I lived in Chicago for 12 years, went to school and whatnot. Um, and then I was moving around state to state, just trying to figure out things. And then I went back home to Portugal and was in Portugal for almost 8 years. If yeah, just about 8 years.
Okay, and then came back with
And
your
then I came
wife.
back. Right, right.
Okay, and the process, even for you guys, seems to be pretty long. I mean, you're a citizen, naturalized or otherwise, and she's still not. And it's been 3. You said the process has been 3 years already, and
Right, right.
she's married to someone that is an American citizen. So even the
But
ones
she's
that would
got to
come,
be here for 5. She's got to
well, yeah,
be.
that's what I'm getting to. Is like the people that aren't married to someone, they have it more difficult. And so, like, I get what you're saying about, you're kind of against letting just anybody come over the border. There needs to be some checks and balances and whatnot in place, and some, whatever. But do you see the current people in power doing anything to make the system more efficient so that people that are vetted can become citizens?
I mean, we're just looking at time. Everything takes time. Is the government doing anything? Um, I mean, we are. We're waiting. I think she's preparing to take the tests. The citizenship test that
No, no,
people from
I'm
outside
saying
take.
like I might have, because I had to step away, so I didn't hear everything you were saying, and maybe I'm misremember, or whatever. Maybe you answer this, but I'm just asking. Like, you seem to be against immigration generally, or you don't seem to be necessarily against immigration, but you're pro what the current administration is doing. And I'm asking you, do you see the current administration and the people in power doing anything to make it more efficient for people to come here legally and become citizens?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't say.
Because it seems like where it's not happening, and I think that's where a lot
Right.
of the issue is that it's like it takes so long to become a citizen that people are going through the black market way of doing it, or at least the black market way to live here. And
Right.
that's where the issue is. If you make it more efficient and whatnot, to go through the proper methods and the proper channels, then you cut out a lot of that illegal immigration, because people don't feel like they have to turn to it. Same thing, people would make the argument with poverty and food and stuff. It's like people wouldn't steal if they had the money, or people wouldn't steal food if they had food at their
Hmm.
table. So if you do things to benefit, to increase, to make it more efficient so that they do have food at their table, you don't have to worry about them stealing food. And I feel like that's kind of like similar with this, but we're not seeing that from from certain parties. They don't really care to make things more efficient. They just care about talking about illegal immigration. We have to stop this, but then doing nothing to make it proper, and doing nothing to support and make it better for the ones going
Hmm.
the right way, as someone would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to say because I mean, every case it's a different case. So I would have to be like speaking to people to actually understand what's going on um with what the government is doing with Trump, whatever he's doing. Um, I do believe that if people are going through the right process, the legal process, I do believe that things are being done. I think because, well, I can't even say that because I don't even know if other people are citizens. As of myself, I'm a citizen and I brought my family here. From what I've heard, waiting a year is actually pretty good because there's a lot of families who wait 4 or 5 years to be able to bring their families here. So in that sense, I kind of feel like blessed, just to have to wait a year and then bring my family here. So it's for me, it's hard to say because I'm not really, like I said, I'm not in tune with politics and um, that kind of conversation. I prefer to talk about other things more. But since you guys were talking about it, I wanted to say a couple of things um, that I've experienced personally. But also, you guys were talking about the Bible and how women. There's a passage that says that women are not supposed to teach or speak in the church or something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, my question to you guys, since you brought that up, do you know who wrote it? If not, that's okay. I can.
No.
One second. I feel like it was Peter, from the one
Uh, It,
from the one I'm
it was
talking about.
Paul. It was
Paul.
Paul.
There we
It
go.
was
It was a
Paul.
P. Be
But
right back.
Paul was writing to who? Do you know?
Who?
So Paul was writing to the Corinthians. Where that passage is, Paul is writing to the Corinthians. Now, if you read Corinthians, you're gonna find out how um, chaotic the Corinthians were with the church. They were Christians, but at the same time, they were out of order all the time. And so when Paul is writing these letters to the Corinthians, um, saying that women should not be teaching or they shouldn't speak in the church, it's not saying that they can't really speak in the church. It's saying that because of what they were doing, they were completely out of order all the time. Women were trying to teach the men trying to teach the women talking over the men. And then there was a lot of the searching of the signs and the speaking in tongues and all that. And Paul is writing them, giving them instructions how to be a church of order. And so he's saying, women, because the man is in terms of order, the man is over you. You should not try to teach the man or be over the man or speak in the church when the man are speaking, in a sense. um, so when people read the scripture and say, well, the Bible says women are not supposed to speak in church or teach in church, well, we should be looking at the whole, letter, read the whole letter to understand what is actually saying. And so I just wanted to clarify that. I'm sure there's some people that might disagree with a little bit
But
what I said, or maybe all of it. But I think that my understanding on what Paul was trying to do in Corinth, to the Corinthians, was bring order when they were completely chaotic. They had no idea on how to do church. They were just, they were Christians that believe in God. They were doing church in their own way, but they were
So
chaotic. They were out of order.
all right, so now when you say that, so that's the context to it. So now the problem is that they use that same scripture as to say that women don't have a voice, and that's the issue. And when we know God used plenty of women to have a voice.
Yeah, absolutely. And just because, let me just say this, that just because certain people use scripture for a certain agenda doesn't mean it's right. Okay.
But the issue is that not enough people are speaking up against it.
well,
So
But
I
not a
like
lot.
how you was able to easily say, yeah, that's the context behind it, and it actually has nothing to do with women speaking up in life. If they saying the correct things, they could speak. But when the church was out of order, he was speaking of the out of order church, not into women in general. So it's two different. It's a big context where you say he specifically was talking to the Corinthians church versus he's talking to women, and that's the problem.
Yeah. I mean, he was talking to the Corinthians, the Corinthian church, but at the same time, he's speaking in general how to become a church that is in order. So he is correcting the Corinthians, but he's speaking also in general. Like if another church was doing the same thing, he would have written the letter to that church as well. He's speaking in general. that, you know, if you guys are doing church and the women are trying to speak over the man, trying to teach the man, and then, you know, doing all of these things, um, what Paul is saying is, hey guys, slow down. This is how you should be doing church. And it's, Paul is not, he's not putting value on the man more than the woman. He's not saying that the man is more valuable than the woman. He's just bringing order, which, if you read scripture, you know that scripture says that God, there's the Father that is the head of Christ. The Christ is the head of his church, of his people, and then there's the man, and then the man is the head of his wife. So there's, and then there's the children. There's an order to things, and when we follow the order, then we live in peace. We find meaning in life.
So FOG,
Hmm.
just to jump in right there, the problem is that that is very good and noble if you believe in that whole thing, what you just said, that they have to be God, man, woman, child. But the problem is most of the people that is bringing that scripture up, they are saying there's man, woman, child, and they forgetting the God part. And that's
Yeah,
the real issue that we got to have, and make sure we don't allow people to just say some bullshit like that, forgetting the main part, which is God.
yeah,
So
I agree.
and that's the issue that I mainly be having most of the time when I'm hearing these men talk. They always leave the God part out of it.
Fog, do you think that the the people that Sharon is talking about, do you disagree with their interpretation of scripture based off of
What inter-
what you've heard here?
um what, leaving God out?
Not necessarily leaving God out, but essentially the belief, from what I understand, is essentially that women are subject, or should be subject to a man. Like all women are subject to any random man.
No, no, I do not hold to that. No, my belief is that the women should submit to her husband. Women should not submit to just any man. Like my wife, she doesn't submit to all men that she sees, right? She submits to me because I'm her husband.
Hmm.
It makes sense that scripture would say that, um, because I mean, it makes no sense for my wife to submit to a random guy on the street just because he's a man. It makes no sense. So I do understand that a lot of men, maybe it's because they don't study scripture the way I do, or the way a lot of people do, and so they go based. Their understanding is based on what they hear, or maybe it's just based on a verse or something that they read on the Bible, and they say, you know, this is the way it should be. Well, I don't look at that way. I really I sit down and I study scripture to really understand what it's saying. So yeah, no, I don't subscribe to that all women should submit to all men. No, if they're married, she should submit to her head, which is her husband, and she should trust him, um,
But
and
why should she trust?
because he's getting his wisdom from scripture, from the word of God, from God.
But that's the
So
part that, so like that's the part that keeps getting missed, and that's the
mm,
issue. And this is why we have like, you know, foul women like Lily Gaddis that could just do whatever. That's a part of the whole Christian nationalist MAGA movement, conservative movement, and she could be out of pocket by talking down on poor people, by talking down on black people. Like that is not how somebody that is a part of a Christian movement should be acting. And none of these people are actually speaking up against it is the issue, because it is out of order. They keep leaving the God part out of it. Like, yes, a woman should follow her man, but that man is supposed to follow God. He ain't just going off
yeah,
of what he came up with. You know what? Today, I'm going to no.
yeah, and I agree with you 100%, Sharon. And let me just say this, and I gotta jump out. um, the scripture says, Christ said this to his
Slap
disciples,
the
that
taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
God damn it. I was muted the whole time, my bad. FOG, somebody dropped you for $20. They said, drop him. Shut him up. God damn it. They couldn't see your name. I covered it up, I believe. That's why I be trying not to. I be trying to cover it up. If I did show, I apologize. Yeah. She said, I did it. So what? She's a mess. She's a mess. Oh, okay. I'm gonna do a better job of trying to cover it up. And in the meantime, so it's $20 to come back. FOG, somebody want to save or you want to save yourself. And I'm gonna bring up the Dominican. That was his last show. That's what he said. That's what he called himself. He said, I'm the Dominican. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correct. Did I pronounce it the way how you said it? Or no?
Yeah, you said it right.
See? I said it right.
Yo, why you snitched on Jalen? That's crazy.
I did. I didn't mean to.
you ratted her out.
Damn.
Why are you hating on little Lily? Come on, why you hate? Yo, she's an attractive white woman.
Okay. She's attractive, so because she's attractive,
But yo, I get lost. What color her eyes? Green or blue? Like I don't know. I get lost in the eyes.
I don't know. So my issue is that it should never be okay for somebody to disrespect another race in America the way how she did.
Now, do you believe that you truly believe she's racist, or you think she's doing shock jock content for monetary gain?
I believe it's both. She's doing it for monetary gain, and she's a racist. And she's trying to be shocking at the same time because she knows how egregious it is because she knows somewhat of the history of doing what she's doing. My main issue is that now we know for a fact that all those black conservatives are just race traitors because for some reason they don't want to call out the negative culture in their own value systems. They only want to call it out when it's a black person, especially a black woman. And so this is why she got 5 million views of her disrespecting black people. Because when they try to talk about any other race, nobody gives a shit. And it's scary at this time.
Sharon, I personally believe that you uphold or adhere to many conservative values.
Like what?
Well, you're a family man. You believe in providing for your wife. I don't know, just I feel like you align with them, but online you have to have this persona like, oh, I'm liberal and I'm left and I'm for the woman, but
yeah, but I never said I never said I was liberal or for the left or anything of that nature. However, I would say that what part of being if I was a Democrat, what part of being a Democrat means that you are against family? Because Joe Biden is married, Barack Obama is married.
Yeah, so, I don't know. I've noticed the theme. I've noticed the theme with them. Yeah, I don't want to get all political because I'm not so savvy in that arena, but I've just noticed a pattern with people that tend to choose a side. I've noticed the pattern. That's
right. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So, like on the Democratic side, they care about families as well. Right? It's no such thing that one party cares about families and the other side doesn't.
Do you think one side emphasizes on one thing more than the other? On certain things?
Well, of course, on certain things, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So that's what I'm saying. That I've noticed that,
I don't know what you're saying.
The way
I don't know what you're saying right now.
I think okay. I'm just saying, like, not from your speaking, not what you say, but the way you act. You act like a conservative man. You act like a conservative man, sir. Like you act like you vote Republican. Like I think you're a black conservative, sir. I think you come online and you just have this persona, because I know a little bit about you, so I know that this is a job for you, right? So you're good on you're good on speaking like radio, right? You're good at that, right?
Thank you.
No, right. No, I'm asking you, right? You have experience with radio,
Yes.
right? So I know that sometimes you have to put on this character to
Mm,
entertain people,
mm.
entertain the masses. Sometimes you like a provocateur, like to be provocateur, like a Charlemagne. You know, sometimes he's I don't think he's an asshole, but sometimes he's an asshole.
So here's the problem. So
Right.
what you're saying is that I'm not being genuine with my talking points,
Yeah, yeah. Um,
right? So, and that's where you are mistaken at.
yeah, but it's okay. It's all right, bro. Like, get your money,
Well,
bro.
I
Like,
understand it's okay because plenty of people back up human beings like the angry man that is full of shit all the time.
damn, what anger man do?
So I get it. Oh, Tommy Sotomayor, Obsidian,
Yeah.
right? We see that people that is full of shit, they back them with money, views, and all those things. So I'm not concerned about that. However, what I am obsessed about is that like people try to make it seem like I'm choosing this difficult, provocative route on purpose to not make money. If I wanted to be a provocateur and wanted to make money, I would go the angry man route because that's where the easy money is at.
Nah, you got a shtick. Nah, this is a shtick.
All I have to do is talk about black women, and then all of a sudden I get a whole bunch of idiots to follow me and say, "Yeah."
Nah,
That's
nah,
And this is
it
why
can't be one sided.
This is why they are one sided.
No, Sharon. No, I'm telling you, it can't be one sided as far as like there has to be opposing sides. Right? You chose the opposing side of Angry Man online,
Right. So I'm
and it's
trying,
necessary. You're necessary, sir. Thank you for being here.
I'm trying to get you to understand something. I didn't choose it because I'm like, oh, let me do the opposite.
Smart motherfucker. Yo, and I give you props, man. You've been in character.
And so if you're gonna insult me, you have to stay on camera. You have to stay on camera if you're just gonna lie and insult me for no
My
reason.
handsome face.
Which I really don't understand. Why would you do it? It doesn't make sense to me. But why bring up a false narrative against me? Please explain.
No, it's good, bro. My bad, bro. You the black Lily
Ask
Gaddis.
the question, answer it, please.
You the black Lily Gaddis, man. I'm telling you.
Right, explain them.
Sharon, do you think if I wore like paint on my face, would that be considered blackface? If I did it?
I don't know.
And it seemed like this is like the end of your life. I think this would be a good time to end it. I'm about to go live. You better come through, bro. I might talk about you.
I really don't. I don't understand. It's weird. It's weird to hear young men speak like fighter, and
What?
I don't get it.
What you mean? Well, I don't hate black women. What? That's what you think? I love black women.
That you don't have a clear and coherent thought. That's
Oh.
very strange to me. I
No,
don't know.
what are you talking about?
I'm talking.
The CTE? Yes, blame it on the CTE, bro. But all right. So what? How am I not coherent?
Do you understand what coherent means?
Yeah, I could spell it too. I bet you can't.
I can't, but I understand what it means.
You can't.
Right. So the problem is that majority of the time there's a lot of young men like you that do not have a thought pattern that goes to a straight line. You just ask a bunch of random
Wait, like,
questions. that have
you mean like linear thinking?
It has nothing to do with truth at all. You just
Or
saying things.
like linear thinking. That's what you're describing right now.
Like again, that's how you want to call it. Then fine, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a term. See, you
Okay,
saying that I'm not logical. You said I'm not coherent, saying that I'm not logical, but you just described linear thinking.
okay. What that means to you?
No, linear thinking is like it's not abstract. It's just bang, bang, bang. Like it's to you. It seems like I'm all over the place, but I'm
Correct.
not. Yeah,
And you are all
because you're very limited in your mind. You're ignorant sometimes, or you wanna come off as condescending. You know, you want to bully me, but you can't. But you want to try to bully me, but it's okay. That's why you're a little asshole, a little bit. You know, a little bit. You an asshole.
right. So like you don't even realize that you went to 3 different topics just now. This is what I mean. You all over the place.
What are you talking? What are you talking about? I'm describing you as a person, bro.
Right. And you completely wrong about what you are describing as who I am as a person.
Okay.
Because for some reason, like when you came up here earlier, you said that that I'm playing some kind of character, even though this has been my personality since I hit the internet.
Didn't I give you credit for that before?
Yeah, but then you cannot give me credit for that and then say that
No, no, no,
hold
no.
on.
Because
You gotta allow me to finish something, right? So you cannot say that I stayed true to who I was when I first got on this internet, and then now say that now that I have my own show that I'm switching up and I'm just doing this for clicks and views and dollars. You
that's
can't.
not my.
It cannot be the same.
That's not my theory. My theory is that you've been uber intentional. You a ill nigga. I'm gonna give you that. You a ill nigga. You a ill nigga. First, you came up on panels with a perspective, and you stuck with it. That way, people can't say, "Oh, he faking." Nah. So that's why I respect you because you stayed on script, and that's very
Right.
difficult
And
for
so,
people to pull off.
when you say like that, stay on script, that means that it's not really me. That's the problem that I'm having.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right. And that's the problem that I'm having with you. And for
Okay.
some reason, you think that you know the real me, and I'm out here showing the fake version of me.
Well, the way you speak online,
Right, but that's the way how I speak in person.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know.
I know I don't really get a chance to meet too many fake people, so that's probably why.
Ooh, no, that was an insult. Damn. You trying to insult me and shit. That's crazy.
Not trying to try.
Oh, yeah, you insulted me? Oh,
Yeah, to try to fail. So what is your intentions on the YouTube? You want to be a comedian, or
no.
you think you funny? Like I don't understand.
I don't know. Hey, if you think I'm funny, laugh.
No, every time you smile and I see your tooth, that's when I do laugh. Actually.
Look where he goes. Low hanging fruit, brother.
Eat a man, 199. You had to give him grace. He been punched a lot.
You know who been punched? Eat a man's wife before he met her. 2 kids. She had 2 kids before you met her, bro.
Let me spill my food.
I know that vagina was wide when.
Oh my god. I don't. I don't know. Why would you speak about that man's wife? That man's wife. Come here, black. That man's wife had nothing to do with anything at all with this conversation. That's just crazy to me. I don't understand why y'all do stuff like that. That's just crazy. Welcome to the show, JR Boxing. Good day, sir. How you doing today?
Sharon, good day to you, man. I'm just pulling up, man, just to salute to the YouTube our respect, man. That's it. Just give you your flowers, man. I don't know what the other brother was on, but salute to him. Kind of crazy. But yeah, man. So salute to you, Sharon, man. keep fighting a good fight, man. Keep putting out outstanding perspective, man, to the Black community, man. Keep doing that, man. Need more like you, for sure.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna do my best at all times to keep on pushing, getting thought-provoking ideas out there. Call it how I visualize it, how I see it. And I just do my best to give a clear perspective of how I'm looking at it. Because I think a lot of people are on the opposite side of things, but they just don't have a clear perspective on it. They like to be on the fence about it. I'm not a fence person. I ain't gonna lie to you, JR. Don't get on the fence. I'm a black and white type of human being. So when I'm on that side, I'm on that side, and I can have a clear reason why I'm on that side. I don't have to be on both sides of the coin. I actually don't like being on the fence, to be honest.
Yeah, me too, man. I'm kind of the same way. I'm more like, look, you can if I'm just factually incorrect about something, then I'm grown enough and man enough to say, you know what, factually, you know what, I gave some statistics and they were incorrect. I'm right about you're right about that. I'm wrong about that. But when everything's opinion based, then you can't be wrong because it's your opinion, right? Unless you start to try to insert facts into making your opinion true, then that's when things get, misconstrued. But if you just give me your opinion and perspective on the way you view life and see life, I don't see no harm in that. If you're not trying to punch down or down talk or down trot on people, because I just don't understand it. I don't understand how people can go out of their way to try to provoke someone else to do something. Speaking to the young lady that was putting on blackface on camera, like, who are you? What message are you trying to send to that? Because you're not speaking to someone that you can understand. I'm pretty sure you didn't grow up in a community where women had to wear bonnets and things like that. So when you come on and you put on a show, right? She's putting on a show and she's looking for attention. And I think what we have done in our community is allowed ourselves to become enraged or agitated by what other people try to project us as. Because growing up, right, you went to school, you probably had, you had your black group of people, you had your white group of people, you had Hispanic group of people, and everybody was just kind of like in their own little cliques or circles or whatever like that. There wasn't one moment growing up where you would just allow a white person to just down talk another black person. You wouldn't allow it to happen. But we become adults now, and now it's, oh, well, what is she saying wrong? Is she saying anything wrong? It's not about wrong or right. It's about protecting our own. That's what it's about. Because that's how we grew up. We grew up in a community protecting our own. There's no way that you will allow somebody to infiltrate your community, talk down on your community, and then you look at it and be like, well, is she saying anything wrong? I'm disappointed in a lot of people that look like me, talk like me, educated like me, to turn around and say, well, she didn't really say anything wrong. I mean, no, she said a lot of things wrong. As soon as she turned on that camera and started filming herself, she said a lot of things wrong. And that's crazy. Crazy.
I was surprised that so many people was trying to act like it was funny, especially the people that will constantly say that our community is trash. There's no way you could see that video after having a position and saying that our community is trash to now say that this is okay. Just to talk down on somebody that is not even a true statement. What she's saying was a bunch of BS. She literally made a Minstrel 2.0, right? And just keeping the racism going, to be honest. Now, I thought this was over way back. I thought when 10 dead, I was like, all right, after 10 did it, all right, this is over. But no, they keep on finding a way to hold on to that little bit of racism that is left in America. Because there's not much of them left. But they keep on trying to hold on to it. It's wild and it's crazy. It's disgusting, to be honest with you.
Very
You just as racist as her.
Because
It might be banter when you do it to me, but you always say stuff about Hispanics and Dominicans, negative stereotypes.
mhm.
When you bunch up here with PhD Diva, and I laugh it off because I'm from School of Hard Knocks, just like you, so
Mhm.
that's normal.
So,
What blacks do, they play the dozens. So I'm used to that. I grew up
right.
around you.
So the problem is that she's not playing the dozens. And the fact that you are trying to compare what she's doing to like what Drewski did, or maybe what Marlon and Sean did, those are two completely different things, right? Because number one,
Yeah, it was a little different.
and so that's the part that we are talking about. We cannot act like she's some kind of comedian all of a sudden,
She's a little funny, a little bit.
right? But she's not a. And this is the problem when we say that some people are all over the place. Just because somebody is funny doesn't make them a comedian.
No, but she uses humor. That's what attracts people to her. Her humor.
Right, but her humor of saying,
You see how I'm not over the place? You see how you're gaslighting me, sir?
right, so her saying the N-word is not humor.
It is funny to me because she's so bold to say it.
Right, that's to you, and this is the problem. This is why the term tether has come up so boldly in the past few years, right? Is because for some reason, when people come over here from different Caribbean islands, they tend to not understand.
I didn't come here. I was born here.
Okay, that's fine. And what I'm saying is that they tend to
Yeah,
not understand. They tend to not understand the plight and how long this fight has been, and they don't really feel when they see this blackface. They don't feel insulted and they don't feel disrespected because it's
I used to get
fight.
I used to get insulted by that word when I was younger. I used to.
That's fine.
But it's just a word.
It's not just a word, and that's the issue. That people that
especially when she says nigga, not nig, with the er.
Right, and if you really was my brother, you'll understand that. Hey, if I'm insulted by it and find out the reason why I'm insulted by it, then you should be on my side and say, you know what, I could understand that. And now that I have full context of what my brothers are going through, and then now I'm offended by it as well because I didn't know the context. I thought it was just a joke and we all laughing, ha ha, he he. But it's way more serious than a goddamn joke.
No. I think if it was like a woman, I could understand. But if it coming from a man, I'm gonna tell you to toughen the fuck up. It's not that serious. Stop being a bitch. Man the fuck up, nigga. If I'm talking to my brother, that's how I deal with it. I know that's how you deal with it when you at a construction site. Somebody scrapes their knee. Like, oh man, get up, man, walk it off. Like, come on, like that's how we do. Not all these feelings and all this.
Yeah, so the part that you missed is that also me being, for example, me being on the construction site, I gotta protect my guys. So somebody of presumed power could come and tell my guys to do something. They start doing it. I would stop my guy like, no, he don't get to tell you what to do. I get to explain to you what's going on, right? And so with the same thing that we bring it into this situation. So this white woman at the night, what she's saying is truthful and is funny. No, me being a person of authority, I get to also say that, no, this is not funny. This is not acceptable. And you're not going to attack my sisters at all.
It was inflammatory a little bit.
Right. So this is how you are all over the place because you're not answering you're not talking to what I'm just saying. You're just saying stuff. This is why
what does inflammatory mean?
What does that have to do with what I said?
Didn't you just say that she was speaking against black women negatively?
Okay, what does you saying that word inflammatory? What that have to do with what I said?
That she was saying negative things about black women.
Right. So you said to man up. So this is what the conversation you said to man up. The reason why it's not a man up situation is because
Oh, that was earlier, bro. See, now you're going back to things I said earlier. Not
right. This
right
is why
now.
this
Yo,
is
bro,
why
you all over the place, bro. You try so hard. You try too hard, bro. You're weird.
oh
Trying too
man,
hard, bro. To keep up the gimmick.
this is fucking insane. Welcome back to the show, FOG.
Sharon, did somebody really pay money to kick me out?
Yes, sir.
They'll do it
That is
again too.
wild, bro.
Watch what you
That is
say to keep
wild.
you up.
It's wild, and it you know when you said that there's something that is off, that people they they stand for something, but then they leave God out. They leave God out. They only speak experience things and talk about themselves. I was speaking about God, and somebody kicked me out. You see what I'm talking about? Like this is proof. This is proof that people, when you come on these panels and you are a person of example and you speak about God, people can't stand it. But if you don't speak about God, then people criticize you for not mentioning God, but talking about all of these topics and uh, uh, um, all of these things. So it's like it's crazy to me that when you're talking about God, you're being a person of example. People still don't want to hear it. So if people don't want to hear a person that is living, is an example of somebody. By the way, FOG, that's Family of God. Somebody who lives. I mean, I'm not perfect, but I live in a certain way that I try to be an example for people to, to be better, to have a different way of thinking about things. You mention God, and people get furious and they kick you out. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised.
So I disagree because we bring up God and the Bible all the time on the show. We have plenty of debates about it. So it's not necessarily about bringing up a God or scripture or anything of that nature. There's plenty of shows that I had speaking of that. So I don't think I can understand why you would believe that it's just about that, but it don't actually have nothing to do with you speaking about God. It's more that people might have felt that you was talking down on women and using the Bible to do it.
In what way? I mean, what did I say that I was speaking down on women?
Well, while I was like, for example, when I was trying to correct you not to forget to put the God in front of the man. Most people, when they are using scripture to talk about women, they are using it in a way to oppress women. A lot of people use the Bible to oppress women, and maybe you sounded like somebody that was moving in that direction.
Did you feel like I was moving in that direction? Because I even said God the Father first, Christ, man, and women and children. So where was I wrong by saying that?
Right. And so when you said that part, nothing. Later on in the conversation, you forgot to add the God back.
Wait, but I already had mentioned God. I mean, do I have to repeat
So
every
the problem
time?
is that what I'm trying to get you to understand, like, so with communication, right, and understanding what people are using, right? People use the Bible as a way to oppress women. Plenty of men do it, and they use the
I
very
understand,
scripture that you were saying. So when you speak in a scripture, you have to be careful to make sure you communicate it properly where it can't get misunderstood anymore. Because for a long time, men been using scriptures to oppress women, and this is why they keep trying to
not
be
just
against
women, but
feminist movement and all this other stuff where they don't actually have nothing to do with any of those things. Mule Universe with the 199. Jealousy is a B.
Is it an implicit that he is not in accordance with that, sir?
Yes, if you are attempting to communicate something and you're not you're not communicating it properly, you should try to understand why it wasn't being communicated properly and then make some adjustments so you won't be misunderstood again. Yes.
Yeah, but what he was when he was having the conversation, he let it be known that he does not believe that women are inferior to men and that they should just automatically be submissive to them just because they're a man. He already expressed that. So with him saying that, that goes to show that he's not looking at women like, oh, you automatic, they can't speak up, they can't express their grievances. He never said nothing like that, right? So he let you know that, bro. And now this is what I'm talking about. You're sticking to the script because you're not defending him when he was kicked off the panel for no reason. But I do understand why you're not defending him, because the women here provide you money and you're a capitalist. So I rock with you. So I get it. I understand.
Yeah, there's no way that you can rock with me by saying something like that.
No, I rock with your mentality when it comes to economics.
No, there's no way that you can. It's not possible.
What you mean?
It's okay that you're an enemy.
I'm not an enemy, Sharon. You own a business, right? Sharon, you own a business?
You gotta let me be able to talk on my own show.
I rock with you. I want to be a business owner like you.
You don't want to have a conversation. JL Boxer, what's your thoughts on it?
Look, how people decide to live.
Was he wrong?
Live in their
Yes, he was
in
wrong.
their household that's totally their business. I mean, I'm a man of faith, so I'm God, man, woman, child as well. Do I compromise within my marriage? Absolutely. There's things that I compromise on. Are there things that I'm not willing to compromise on? Absolutely. There's some things that I'm steadfast on, and I will not move from that. And I have to have faith that my wife will follow me. You know, even if it's blindly, if I'm driving us to a ditch and she's like, well, I believe you, you know, then she has that much belief in me. But I've given her that belief by how I move in life and how I trust in God. So she trusted me that I will not steer her in the wrong direction. So I'm moving as a godly man to not move my family in the wrong direction. So I mean, if that's the principles of what FOG is like, you know, putting out, then yeah, I'm in agreement to that. You know?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's exactly what I mean when with everything that I said. That's exactly what I mean. I don't mean in the sense that, you know, if I say go jump off a building, do it because you have to submit to me. That's first of all, by doing that, you're sinning. You're going against Scripture, going against what God wants you to do and be as a man. So. And I don't have to repeat what you just said. It's exactly what I mean. Is that, you know, trust me as your man, as a follower of God. Trust me in my decisions and what in my wisdom. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that she has.
The problem is that it's not your wisdom.
No, it's the wisdom. It's the wisdom of God that I'm learning. That's why, you know, we're called to be disciples.
Right, but you know? those little words mean a lot. When you say my wisdom versus his wisdom, God's wisdom.
No, okay, I got you. So God's wisdom that I'm learning from. I guess I'll say it that way.
So no, but what I'm saying is that I'm glad that you changed it now. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that is important rhetoric, because people use Scripture as to uphold patriarchy, the same way how they're using the conservative movement as to uphold patriarchy. They are using this Christian nationalist as a way to hold patriarchy. It has nothing to do with being Christ-like at all. When you talk to these supporters of these Christian political views, you ask them, all you gotta do is ask them, what political view is backed by Christ? And they cannot give you one. Like the simple one is just immigration. Christ would not be on these black conservative sides or conservative sides on closing up borders. Christ would not be on that side. The fact that Christ was not on against baby deletions, he is not on a side about that as well. Matter of fact, if Jesus was one, he'd probably be closer to a liberal.
Wait, did you just reference like abortion?
Yeah, we call that baby deletions. Yeah.
Okay. You think that God would be in favor of that, or Christ would be in favor of women doing that?
He gave a path to where women can do it in the Bible.
Can you point me? Just I'm just curious. Like, what are you talking about?
And that's right. And that's that's the issue.
I mean,
I'm not a Christian. I know that. But
okay, but
most people
for
don't
me
read
to
it. Most
understand
people
what
don't
you're
read it
talking
all the way.
about,
Most people don't read it all the way through, and so they just
that's
assume
fair.
things. You know what I'm saying? And I get it because the popular ones that people do talk about, those are the money makers in church.
I mean, for
And
me
like,
to understand what
and
you're
just like,
saying,
just like for me, like if I want to make this a cash cow show, all I gotta do is follow the path that other black conservatives already pushed out there. It works. That's very easy to do. It's easy to be Angry Man. It's easy to be Obsidian. It's easy to be Chaotic Truth. It's easy to be those people. Because they just talking bullshit, talking points after talking point, and they keep reiterating the same talking points over and over again. They keep making them over and
I would
over.
say to that, Sharon, I was like, man, if you ever are in that situation and you thinking about it, man, just stop your channel altogether. If you I don't think you would. I don't know you personally, but following your show for a while, coming on the panels every so often, it seems like you're a brother of good conscience, and you're very conscious about what you want to put out. You're even conscious about what people say on your panel, because I've heard other shows, people just let whatever go off. And you're conscious about, hey, let me stop you right there. Let's make sure we're saying the right thing. Let's make sure we're putting out this because words matter. So if you ever got to that point where you like, you know what, man, I'm just trying to make a quick buck. I'm about to just go ahead and let it start going. Just stop the channel altogether, man. Just, don't do it to yourself, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But Sharon, you made a statement in which I'm not a scholar, but I've read scriptures. I know quite a bit. But I'm not a scholar. I don't know everything. But when you made a statement using scripture, that God or Jesus is in favor, or he mentioned something in favor of abortion. Can I use abortion in your channel?
Say baby deletions.
Okay, baby deletions. Or sure. Like I'm asking because maybe I don't know. Maybe there's something in scripture that mentions that, and I don't know. And since you mentioned, I was like,
right. The word is not in the Bible, of course, right? Because that word was not there. And so that's why is the interpretation. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is that if I find the scripture, it's not going to say directly. However, what I'm saying is that he did want women to have full autonomy of their body. That's what I'm saying. And then we'll have to have an argument about when does God or Jesus, whichever one, souls a body. When do you soul a body? That's a whole nother conversation as well.
I have a question, Sharon. I'm moving back to the thumbnail. Why do you think it's easy for people that look like us, black people, to quickly disassociate themselves with other black people? Because we hear the term often, like all kinfolk, all skin folk ain't kinfolk, right?
Mm-hmm.
We hear that term. and we understand what that means. Like, oh, well, they not, they not with us, right? But then again, you'll have a white woman come on in blackface and then put down, presumably, trying to paint a narrative of what all black women look like, right? And then you have black people saying, like, well, she's not lying. But we'll look at another black person that's, going against him, but we're all skin folk can't. So where are you on that? Because I know you're not like one of them on the fence type guys. You just alluded to that. So where are you on that?
I believe that a lot of people just fell to the doctrine of talking down on themselves, and they don't actually see it as talking down on themselves. It's somewhat therapeutic for them to agree with talking down on somebody else. This is the way how they get out of their reality of feeling bad about themselves. And a lot of black folks that allow this type of situation to happen without speaking up in a productive way about it, it's a self-esteem issues is what I'm starting to realize. And this is why most of the time when they have the argument, they cannot have the argument based on the subject. They got to say, but what about? And what about this? And what about that? Right? It's because they cannot just face the fact of what's actually being communicated to them, that this person dislikes you. And there's another reason why, and it moves into the part where who's the Dixiecrat, who's the Democrats, and who's the Republican, who's the real racist party and all that shit, right? And in reality, none of that shit actually matters. What matters is that we see the person in front of us and we see the dog whistles and recognize them and then address them immediately. We don't wait until somebody slap you in the face. Like, we can understand body language. We understand when somebody's gearing up to fight you. You can understand that the shoulder move before the arm, right? So like when you see the shoulder moving, don't think that every shoulder move is a goddamn feint. Some of them is coming straight for your face.
I can't.
Self-esteem issue.
I can see that, man. Because I was sitting down, me and my wife were having a conversation over dinner the other night. And like this, we kind of talked about this a little bit. And I was just like, yeah, I was like, if it's me, she was like, what would you do? I was like, if it's me, I'm like, I'm not giving it any energy or attention just due to the fact that I'm not shocked that somebody white going out of their way to say stuff like that. You see it, I mean, we see it all the time. You see these short video clips of a black person or a white person get into it, and the first thing a white person will run to is using the hard ER. And then you'll see the response, from a black person, like, how dare you, blah, blah, blah. And it just, kind of for me, I'm like, I wouldn't even give that person the pleasure of them getting me out of character. Because that's not who I'm at. So you saying that you don't know me, so you using that word against it to try to anger me to get a reaction out of me. So I'm not going to give you that reaction. So I'm just keep it moving, going about my business.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I wouldn't even do it. I was like, I told my wife, I said, I'm more like mind blown when I'm on spaces of YouTube and things like that, and I hear our own people putting down our own people. Like, I get it. We have to critique ourselves.
Yeah, to a degree.
But we critique ourselves. No solution behind it. It's just, we just getting it off. Just, this is what, bad. This is the reason why, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, And then a thing that pains me the most is when I hear black men talk about what black women should do as though they are women. I'm not a woman, so I'm not going to say what a woman should do, how she should move. I'm not a woman. I don't have her feelings. I didn't grow up with the mindset of a woman, so I don't even understand it. I see it from afar, but I'm leaving that to another woman to say, hey, sis, you're moving wrong. You're doing this. You know what I'm saying? How I would go to a man and correct a man. Hey, brother, I think you're moving wrong. And it's like, so I'm like, but I hear the men is a constant, down punch of a woman in some spaces, not all. And I'm like, man, that's crazy to me. Like, when did we start doing that? Because that's not how we will raise our children. You don't raise your children to put down their brothers or their sisters or their neighbors. You don't raise your children to do that. So when we grow up in the world, we let the world, skew our judgment of what we were raised to believe. I was never raised by my parents to put down anybody that looked like me.
Yeah.
No matter their circumstance. Because I don't know what their circumstance is.
Right.
So I just find it crazy, man.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't know when I'm assuming when it became to look profitable, that's when the switch happened and people started to gearing more towards those talking points, because those talking points made people money, and it made them more than just money financially, but also social cues too, right? They started to get into these so-called brotherhoods and the manosphere, and now they got other people to communicate with their frustrations, and then their frustrations turned into some kind of twisted, perverted truth. Where it was supposed to just like, you're supposed to be mad at the woman that did something to you and then move on to the next person, but it turned into, I'm forever mad at all women now, and
Crazy, right?
Women's nature now. And I know that's just your woman and your experience at the moment, and you could possibly find somebody else that's not going to treat you that way, and it's just weird. Let me also welcome into the show, Sway Producing. Good day, sir. How you doing? What's your thoughts?
My mic is going to be terrible. I'm in the car. I'm going to try to make it quick. Let me know if I'm coming in well or if I start chopping up.
You good so far?
When I'm hearing the conversation, I don't really know the video you're referencing. I have an idea of the video reference. I'm not going to assume, though. But anyway, when I'm hearing this form of correction or, being able to talk down and whatnot, I think the sentiment behind it is one person is trying to correct the party out of actually caring for them and having a level of love and wanting to see the better for them, and then the other one is correcting them out of hatred or saying something like very dismissive to the nuances, or in the grand scheme of it, I think you were talking about a white woman saying something about black women, and then black conservatives was co-signing her regardless of how disrespectful she was, because she was saying things they agreed with. And from that perspective, I think that woman will also not care or give a F if all the black people disappeared tomorrow. She will probably support that idea with the statement that we're better off and they're safer and all these other goofy ass talking points. And that would include the black conservatives. They don't give a flying F if y'all are here or not, or exist or not. So I wouldn't co-sign someone trying to correct, my people, any people, whomever, out of hatred and spite, or a level of disdain or animosity or, anger, any of that. I think if it's coming from a place of actually giving a F and love and you actually want to see the better for that person, then I think it's appropriate. And you're probably going to deal with the situation differently if you didn't give a fuck if they live tomorrow or not. Because I can think of multiple people in my life, especially women, that I've corrected. My girl, my mama, her sisters, my sister, like, my aunt, it don't matter, because I'm not coming in a spite of trying to talk down to them in a sense. I mean, they never got that energy. They might have disagreed and sparked arguments, but I'm gonna call a spade a spade. If I sniff or smell bullshit, or if I see you on bullshit, I'm gonna call it out, and that's just what it is. And I don't necessarily have the expectation that you as a woman don't have the right to call out my bullshit. It's just funny enough that I'm more so willing to own up to my bullshit than the women I've spoken to in my life. More so, funny enough, and that's just on them. I don't really harp them for it, but I'm also not going to stop calling out when I see it. I think that's my role and job as a man in their life, to make sure if I see them about to fall into a ditch, I say, hey, don't fall into a ditch, or hey, if you keep walking that way, you're going to fall into a ditch, and if they proceed to, that's on them.
Okay, and I think the main problem that most people have with what you say is that, like, that's not necessarily just a women thing, and I think that's the part that get kind of lost in translation. It don't matter if it's your homeboy, your father, your uncle, me. If you see something and the person actually is doing it, and you're able to call it out, It is
You're
not
right,
a
Sharon. I don't want to interrupt you, but I know where you're going. You're right. I think for the conversation for me, it becomes that we aren't allowed to call out women in our lives. That's why I made it a point. It's not, we've never necessarily had an issue of calling out men in our lives. It's usually you can't say nothing about your mama, can't say nothing about your grandmama, you can't say nothing about any of the women in your life directly because that means you hate them or some form of, you know, weird childhood trauma or some bullshit. It always gets deflected to somehow it's the man's fault or man's problem, something's wrong with him.
Let me jump in right there.
Conversation. But I'm saying generally, I don't have that problem in my life. I usually can move past that, but I understand what you're saying.
Let me jump in right there. So now, when you was having that conversation, you talking about in general when people having the conversations online versus what is happening.
Yeah, I'm talking about online. I'm not talking about in people's real lives. I'm just saying what we generally have in an open space, like conversation, generally online or in open. You can't talk to them openly. Like there's no, it's not cosign. Like I said, I don't know necessarily what a lot of men do in their real lives. I think me in my life, I do it. I know other men that do it, but I also know men that don't. I know men that literally would just sit there and deal with it because they ultimately just want to be with a woman, even if they have to deal with the bullshit. But I'm not going to deal with it. I'm going to call it out. Like I've seen men in my life growing up just talk around it or not address it. And I've always wondered why. I'm like, why don't y'all say anything? Why do we all have to sit here dealing with this level of like tiptoeing or, you know, uncomfortability because this one woman or two women want to act the ass? It's like nobody can call them out on it. So yeah, I mean I've seen it, but I personally won't deal with it. You know what I mean? So if men want to deal with it, I think they can't complain. If women are out here catching sensitive attitudes, then they're justifiably right. They don't have to be corrected if you're not going to do nothing to show them why they need to be corrected.
Yeah, and
like they don't blame them one vote.
And I tend to agree with that statement, and I think it's a twofold. Is that like men that usually let things sweep under the rug, they tend to let a lot of things in their life sweep under the rug.
Oh yeah.
So that disrespect coming from that woman is not just from her; it's also from his boss, his co-workers.
More than likely, yeah.
And so that's the main issue that I really be wanting to have a conversation with the men. Like this doesn't really have anything to do with the woman being disrespectful towards men. She's just disrespectful towards you, because I had plenty of conversations with so-called unruly women, but I ain't never had them disrespect me. Right? It's because I'm listening to the conversation that me and that person is having, whether even if we are in a disagreement, I'm still going to disagree within the argument and not take it somewhere where it don't need to be.
I will agree that women will respond differently to certain kind of men and a certain threshold. I think, unfortunately, the threshold has shifted in terms of expectations on who they're willing to be corrected and not corrected by, for a variety of reasons, justified or unjustified. I'm just saying, over time, that seems to be the gripe now, that it was a point that you probably had that you could have argued 51 or 49%, majority, minority men are getting, respected versus disrespected, generally speaking, when they're going into a relationship, or they're just not getting the benefit of the doubt of being someone to follow. I think majority of men nowadays are in an uphill battle to try to garner any form of submission, followership, cooperation with most women nowadays. I mean, that's something we can talk about, but in the same breath, I think that threshold exists, it should exist. I just don't know where it's at right now.
And so the problem that a lot of men are having is because they're not willing, in my opinion, they're not willing to step up to the plate. When they see clear things that they should have a clear stance on, they're not able to. Like with this woman, they don't have a clear stance on things. They are playing the fence way too often. And this is something, in my opinion, that the Mansfield has taught young men how to do, is just play the fence. They learned how to gaslight. They learn how to deflect. instead of addressing things at hand. And once you start having that mentality, it's gonna affect all your different kind of relationships. And it's one of the things that is affected most is their romantic relationships, because they're not nipping things in the bud. They're not having the difficult conversation saying, hey, this is wrong. This is why it's wrong, and have a clear thought on why something should not be spoken in that way. And that is the real issue that we are having today. And this is why so many racist, melanated, deficient people are having this epiphany that it is okay for me to talk down on black folks, because if the men are not going to stand up about it, and then it's definitely is open season. So when Martin was out there marching and having conversations and being truthful about things, right? It exudes something within our community, our whole community. We had other men that was exuding that same thing. We had Malcolm, we had, and it kept on moving in that direction. So now when it's in the other direction of a bunch of men that are just gaslighting and being weak-minded and not being able to stand up for what is correct, it also turns into their life and their relationships with their work, and also their relationships with their women. And this is why they're not garnering the respect that they're supposed to have, because they're not being respectful. So now they're not getting any respect. And a lot of people don't realize. Welcome to the show, beautiful Bomb Cherry Juice. Good day.
Hello, everybody.
Hey. So you want to go ahead, sir.
No, I was saying I agree with a lot of stuff you're saying. I think just because we're in the construction world, there's a lot of conservative men in our young men in our space, and they typically not follow, but are gravitated to this red pill manosphere content. And some of them go over, they miss the plot. You know what I mean? They don't make a full idea. They've only taken half of the idea and then ran with it, and it's kind of frustrating because it's kind of like religion. A lot of times they don't question shit, and because it sounds good, it sounds right, and I think they're desperate. So, but yeah, at some point they gotta be able to stand on some form of principles and be able to ask themselves, would you still be able to hold these same standards and same thoughts and same, for your life? Like when people ask me, are you willing to say certain things, the same stuff you say online, would you be able to say to the woman of your life? And I can stand on and say, yeah. But I don't think a lot of these men do that. I don't think the majority of them do that. I don't think the majority of them, the shit that they believe or spout or would say up here on the panel or in the Discord, they would say to their own mom's face or their sister's face or any woman that they actually give a fuck about face. But that's just my perspective.
Right, and that's the main issue that I have, that they're not willing to stand on it in the public. And same thing with like this Gata chick. She's not willing to stand on what she did on public, and this is why I don't like the comparison between her and Drewski. Drewski went out in public with the so-called white face and was around other white people doing this whole situation, right? She would not be around a bunch of black women saying the shit that she's saying in that face that she is saying it and thinking that nothing is going to happen. It's just not a fair comparison. She ain't standing on shit. Bomb Cherry Juice, what is your thoughts on this whole Lily, pun intended, white lady dressing up in blackface talking down on black women? You're on mute, by the way, Bomb.
Oh, okay. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think anything. I think she's gonna do it in the privacy of her, in front of her camera. She's not gonna do that in front of no black women because they're gonna handle her. We black women, we're not like these black men. We're not really. They call us violent. Remember, they tell us that we're violent, and so yeah, we will snatch her ass up. And the black men, the conservative black men, they gonna just sit back and let white people and say, well, they can do it. If we do it, they can do it. And but
what is this fascination, right? Somebody just said it. What is this fascination with checking or humbling a black woman?
Right. I don't know what's going on with these black men, because they have issues.
Before you move forward, do you think it's just a black man thing or it is a American thing?
No, I think the black men in the last decade have shown that that's what they want to do, and other people are following, right? That's how I see it. When I was younger and out in the world, white men wasn't trying to humble me. You know, people wasn't trying to humble me as a black woman. Yeah, I didn't see that. Yeah, well, of course, they want you to stay in your place, but they wasn't actively trying to humble me. You know,
That is
today,
so. When do you think that transformation happened? Because it's not something that I grew up seeing. I'm pretty sure it's not something Sway grew up seeing as well. When do you think this whole humbling of black women started?
yeah, when these red pill black men, you know, when they got kicked out of the manosphere, they created their own black manosphere. The reason they got kicked out of the manosphere is because they wanted to only focus on black women, and white men wanted to get laws in place, you know, for their families and things like that. Black men just want to embarrass black women.
Damn, that's crazy. Hey, Sway, when you hear something like that, because you know, Bomb, she been around from the beginning of the white and the black manosphere. What is your thoughts with that? Because this is kind of like news to me, and I'm starting to learn that there was so much beef between Obsidian, O'Shea, Angry Man, Kevin Samuels, and all these people. I didn't even know that they had real beefs like that. But what is your thoughts when you hear that what Bomb just said?
What there was that the black men got kicked out because they only want to talk about black women and not
talk down on them and not have because like the white manosphere, they were trying to get laws passed, and the black manosphere was just trying to talk shit.
I think the black men probably only cared about black women, and as white people are the majority of the country, they can be more fixated on making change within the whole space of the country. I mean, that's just an objective opinion. I can't talk on an emotional or biased opinion because I don't really know these people, or I didn't see them. You know what I mean? I just objectively thinking that would probably be my reason as to why they fixated on what they were fixated on.
So now my next question, just to follow up, is so when did it change when so many white conservatives, like this white woman Lily Gaddis, is talking down on black women specifically, talking about EBT and wearing hoop earrings and wearing bonnets and weaves and all this BS?
So yeah, so once black people started not defending the ignorance behavior so openly and have been coming more openly, like bashing certain behaviors, but those behaviors also have become a stereotype, meaning even if they're not true, they're generally placed on black people as a whole, that's what we do, right? And so these people, you know, outside perspectives see that as a monolith, that we are this. The people on the inside, black people, don't necessarily see it as a monolith and say, this is what we are. So our fight is different. And so when these women or these outside people are coming in and seeing that, hey, they're co-signing the stuff that we also disagree, then let's see if we can kind of put our foot in the door, put an inch because this has been a prolonged process. It's not like it just happened overnight and they just started. It's like they've been taking an inch for I would say the past almost damn near 10 years to try to make the black male flight or the black flight like non-existent. I think women or black women have still been able to get it because the LGBTQ are trying to use them as a backbone to progress their movement, but I don't really think they gave a fuck. And so I think now, since the LGBTQ is where they're at, and now people don't really give a fuck about them either, they're not really giving a fuck about the black woman plight openly, so now they can actually harp on, you know, the things I guess they've been thinking about openly about black women.
What I noticed is that
I think they probably already thought this stuff. They just now been getting the opportunity to poke, you know, to do it out loud because maybe we went too extreme on trying to censor people. So now everything seems overwhelming. I don't know. Go ahead, Bob. My fault.
And it sounded like you was agreeing with her in the different words, and then at the end, it went a completely different way. Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, what I noticed is that the younger the people who are speaking, giving their opinions, the more crazy the answers are, right? For instance, like he said that, you know, that they've been putting these narratives on black people. That started since slavery ended. It did not just start 10, 15, 20 years ago. Okay. So they've always had narrative against us as a whole. And there's always been pushback with Black people against those narratives. We've always been fighting against those, right? But now, with the Black man being against the Black woman, right? That they thought could eliminate Black people, right? Because they've been trying to get rid of us for a very long time. But Black men decided to go against the Black woman, right? Y'all decided to go against the Black woman, and now you're trying to put us with the LGBT as if there aren't Black people who are LGBT. Like it's just ridiculous the talking points that you have. But it's okay. What I will say is this: Black men got kicked out of the white manosphere because you wanted to uplift the white woman and downplay the Black woman. And the way you was doing that, you started to talk about us having weave in our head. So you started calling us hooligans with hair hats and things like that. That is the beginning of the Black manosphere. You was focusing on things like that. You've gotten to where you started calling us fat and telling us we wear eyelashes, fake hair, fake nails. White women have been doing that forever too. And so, and the white men didn't like that you want to uplift their woman and downplay your woman. That don't even make sense. But that's what they were doing. So anything you believe that they were doing other than that. And then when these Black men found out that they put out a report saying that Black women were the most educated, oh man, it got even worse. It got worse. Oh, they just getting these certain LPN degrees. They just doing it. They not the most educated. They stupid. Then they started talking about how Black men are more logical, right? You've always been trying to fight against Black women who was not fighting against you. You're our sons, our nephews, our husbands, and our, like we for you to be a Black man, you would come from a Black woman. Not necessarily, we do have the interracial and things like that for the most part, though. But now we find ourselves fighting Black men. And I don't know why Black men want that fight, because you're not going to win. You can't win that fight. Because if Black women say we're not going to have you no more, that's why y'all mad at Cynthia G, right? If we say we're not going to have you no more, then you understand the severity of that fight.
And that's where I just say, I was going to respond to what you said before, but I don't even think it's important at this point. Just like that comment at the end, or what you said kind of at the end, I understand the perspective of as to why y'all say that. I just also understand that it's not helpful. So I understand the perspective of why men say certain shit to Black women, but I also understand that it's not helpful if you're trying to get certain outcomes with it. And my always thought process is the outcome you're trying to get with me is to be together and work this out for a lifetime, then, or for generations past us, and so that our community can change for the better, then that's what the focus of the argument should be. But typically, it don't feel that way when we're having conversations, or when we're just throwing shit out there as examples to prove a point. It's like, why say that? I'm not saying you said anything to prove a point. I'm just thinking in my head so many conversations throughout the past 4 years I've been a part of or listened in on. People will just say shit that they think proves a point, but it doesn't help move the conversation to get the outcomes they want. So I'm always shocked as to why they stand on it so much. Like, if a Black woman is saying abort Black men, or Black men are saying we should leave, go fuck white women, or go, passport bros. It's like neither one of those is productive to the whole as a community. It's actually very polarizing and demonstrative, and it's more than likely going to destroy the community if we keep leading with those thoughts, or leading with our ego, or getting so defensive to get to that point. It doesn't move the conversation. That's all.
What's going on, panel? What's going on, guys?
Hey, fighter.
What's going on, Bomb Sugar? I think those men or women who are negative, that spew those ideas, they tend to be the insufferable, the disgruntled. They're suffering in their dating life, and they want to take it out here. They want to vent online. Because in real life, yo, my neighbors, they're FBA, and I know they're FBA because they got the flag, right? But they're FBA and they're happily married with 3 children. They doing good. So, and that's just one example. I know many of my friends, they living good, you know, happily married, not dating out. So this is just an online thing. The people that are upset of their reality, not what's really going on.
Well, I also
You
think
know.
there's a money component to it. You try to call out, Sharon for it, which is not necessarily I'm talking about Sharon, but just in general, there is a money component. There's a lot of married men and women up here that understand that if I talk about a polarizing conversation to the most polarizing extent, that I'm going to get the most views, attention, and money potentially from doing so. So that's what I think also when I see here. I see married people up here being talking crazy. In my opinion, are just not. The logic ain't logicking. You know what I mean? They don't say something as a general whole, but obviously that ain't applying to their life. That ain't applying to their wife, which is fine, or their husband, which is fine. Maybe I also understand that the shit you're saying has not led you to better outcomes with these people that you're trying to change. Usually it's just done the opposite.
Can I say, so you mentioned Sharon, because you know it's a lot of us who are married come over here by Sharon, and we're talking from a perspective of marriage, right? But y'all don't like that, right? I start hearing, oh, you're old, you don't know this, you don't know what's out there today. You know, I'm just wondering why you mentioned Sharon, because he's a content creator, right? So content creators are gonna talk
I
about
said fighter. I was saying fighter brought up Sharon earlier about
No, earlier, yeah,
being a
earlier.
capitalist,
Oh, okay.
and then he kicked him off because he didn't want to talk about the conversation. Want to talk about Sharon's business savvy and why he kicked another dude off for no reason. And I don't even know. Ultimately,
Oh,
all I
okay.
did was just it wasn't to call out Sharon in a negative way. It was just saying that there are people here. I'm not talking about Sharon. There are other men. I mean, Angry Man's married. You guys would probably agree that he said some shit that's hyperly polarizing, but it doesn't necessarily apply to his life.
Oh, right.
And he would do it to make, you know what I mean? But I'm not. There are multiple examples we can say. We can say Tommy Sotomayor, whoever y'all want to use to prove the point. I'm just saying there's also money as to why people are going to be as inflammatory as they are. They don't necessarily have to believe in what the fuck they're saying. Like
Oh,
Jeremy
what about
actually exists
Right.
on the other side.
I
They
agree.
don't
oh,
believe what he's saying.
oh, what about this? What about this, Sway? I know as someone, right, as someone who competed and competes in boxing, and something important about being a boxer is, an example, is our diet, about making weight, energy, and all that. And I still would have a cheat meal, even though I know it's not good for me. Right? I know it's not good for me. Or I know my friend that smoke weed, but he still boxes. Bro, that's not good for you. You know it's not. But they know right from wrong, but they're still deciding to go a certain path. So I think sometimes also people, they come up here on these panels and they're telling you what's right, what's the best way to move. They're telling you, despite what they say, do as I say, not as I do. I think that's what it is. Most of the time, we know what's right from wrong, despite how we move. Would you agree to that, Sharon? That we know right from wrong?
Yeah, I think majority of the men. So yes, first I do agree. Most men are saying "do as I say, not as I do."
Right.
That's because they cannot maintain their own disciplines, and this is why men like that need to be called out on and say, "Hey, you are not the man that should be talking. We need to be following, or at least with somebody that is in the struggle of fighting a flesh to do the right thing. They are walking the path of the righteous, not just talking the path of the righteous, because anybody could talk about how nice it would be to be a millionaire, right? but I'd rather speak to somebody that actually done it, that is walking the life of a millionaire, and they could give me the actual advice on how to move in a sense of whatever that thing is. And that's the issue that we're having today.
Oh, okay.
Majority of
The guys are not qualified. Got you for the
no,
conversation.
majority of the men are able to talk about, but they're not able to walk it is the issue. And in today's time, we see how that has been a detrimental to our community, especially. because at once upon a time, we as a community didn't allow other people just to say whatever they wanted to say without any proper pushback. Right? We have Farrakhan. We could see plenty of videos of him giving proper pushback. We see Malcolm X. He had plenty of interviews where he's giving proper pushback. So on and so on. Martin Luther King and so on and so forth. And they're not just talking; they was also walking it. And then somehow black men got caught up in just in this thinking white type of situation where you can just talk and lie and gaslight, and they think that shit is cool. Like, you know, for example, Charlie Kirk, we know his main tactic was deflect and gaslight. He didn't come with no actual true facts or anything. But a lot of these black male conservatives, they have the same argumentative strategy as him: deflect and gaslight. Andrew Wilson, he's another person, right? What he do when he have a conversation, he interrupts, he gaslights, he throw insults. He don't want to, and he deflects. He don't answer no questions, but he asks a million questions at a time. And for some reason, there's so many black men is gravitating to this nonsense because they don't have any stance or anything. So they have a black body, but they thinking like a white man.
I think it's a call for manlyhood. I think many men they long for that. Like, Daniel, whatever happened to us being men and having respect? I think many men strive for that, and they want to be better. They want to become better men. You
So
know.
the problem is that fighter, that a lot of men they made their tools a lot smaller than what is needed for the job. They try to paint men into a box of protect, provide, be stoic, and
Right.
whatever the other thing is. But men are a plethora of things. I'm
Right.
much more than just a provider and a protector in my
Right.
household. I'm also a nurturer.
Definitely.
I'm funny. I'm going to do, it's so many things as a man that I got to do to be an actual man. I cannot paint my house and build my family up with just 4 brushes of protect, provide, the angry dad, and that's not going to work. It's not going to be good to provide a happy home. I got to be a multiple of things. I got to be a full human being, and so many men are slowing themselves down because of stoic emotions. They want to say, "No, I'm a man. I can't laugh." Look, they like, "Hey,
Bro.
can you smile in the picture?" It's me smiling.
Yo, Sharon, can I add something to that? I think. Yo, I'm gonna be quick, bro. I just want to add something to that. I think people have they don't understand what stoic means. They think stoic means, oh, have no feelings, a robot, punch walls, fire, pick heavy things up. No, stoic is about being balanced. It's about, don't overreact. It's about being balanced. You can laugh, you can cry, you can show love, yes, you can be that positive thing with feelings, not a robot. So I think people that because all you're doing is you're bottling in all this aggression and this anger, and you're trying to take it out on women or other people. This is weird. That stoic does not mean be fucking the Terminator. That's not what it means. I'm sorry. That's not
Bob,
what it means.
I think you want to jump in.
Oh no, I'm agreeing with you, man. I'm agreeing.
And if we was to have more conversations like this, it would breed certain levels that we won't tolerate. Like, this lady doing what she's doing is not tolerable, right? Because it's just not funny. Like, everybody know when a joke is not fucking funny. Like we understood the joke, haha, but it ain't fucking funny. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so we have a standard to say, hey, this is what is acceptable, this is what not acceptable, and then we could start moving in a direction where people are not going to play with us like that and play with us as a community. And now what happened is that since we've been allowing it to slowly deteriorate, it even broke us up down into our own selves. Now we got to make a difference between what a tether is and what a FBA is, and And now we have this whole situation with Jamaica and Black Americans and shit because of some goddamn hurricane, for God's sakes. Now we got people in Jamaica talking about all Black Americans, go back to your home. We don't want you here. That shit is crazy. But then they look at us like we are the crazy one. We just talk about this whole tether talk that, hey, there's a lot of people that is feeling this way nowadays. And we have this slow deterioration of what the definition of Black is. So we don't even know what it is anymore. So it's kind of crazy what it turned into today. It's wild when you really think about it. It took years, but.
And you notice that we as Black Americans are always the target though, right? Even when it comes to that FBA, where we was like, okay, we foundational Blacks, because there's other Blacks from other countries actively against reparations for us. They actively say you don't need that. Why you need it? And that is what divided us. Instead of them just staying out of it or saying, well, yeah, they deserve it, they want to jump in and, you know, in something that they shouldn't be in.
Yeah.
And
it just deteriorated to the point that we are now. And I think it's because also, Bomb, I think it's because we kept sweeping it on the rug for a long time.
Yeah,
like
we knew.
Yeah, we heard the little rumblings and shit, and then we also heard the bullshit excuses that they had too. Oh, you said I was an African booty scratcher. Yeah, but that was a joke.
Right.
That's usually what's saying and playing because somebody was mad at you. Right.
And we was kids too. It wasn't even when we became adults we left that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And for some reason, people act as if when you get mad at a person, you don't use everything that is visible against them. You talk about their hair, their size. Like they tend to make it seem like when we having jokes about people's size, they only talk about fat people. No, if you skinny, you're gonna get joked on too.
Yes. Shit,
yeah, I'm mad at someone in my point. Sorry, Mom, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying if I'm mad at someone, my point is being inflammatory towards them to incite a level of anger, then yeah. But if I'm mad at them and my point is to try to portray a message or a level of understanding so we can actually progress in the conversation, then I probably shouldn't do that. Or I should accept or expect motherfuckers to start being angry at me now and not listening to what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't see the point unless you just don't give a fuck anymore. Every time I've ever called someone out their name, I didn't give a fuck if they cared about having a conversation with me. I really didn't give a fuck what they thought or what they cared about or anything. That's where I go to if I start becoming demonstrative and you know, cussing you out or calling you out your name or trying to trigger you. Like, usually I don't try to trigger people. If you just are triggered by what I said, then that is what it is. But for the most part, trying to trigger somebody does not help a conversation. So,
but everybody's not trying to have a conversation. You know, this conversation thing that you're talking about is new, fairly new, right? Due to the internet. But most of us wouldn't even know each other in person. We wouldn't meet each other, and we definitely wouldn't be having conversations with each other. So,
well,
and I said that just
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I was saying that I understand your point, and your point, you know, it's valid. But, you know, I'm not meant to really, in reality, I'm not meant to really be having conversations with everybody. Like on some real shit, if we focus on our area in which we live in, raising our children in, with the people who live around our children, we focused on that, then thinking that we're supposed to be focusing on all Black people all over the place. Because I don't know what the needs are of a Black family in a whole nother state, in a whole nother city. You know what I mean? So I think that's our problem, because white people don't do it that way. They don't come together and say we all white, so we together.
And I would agree. I agree with you, Bob, because we've had that conversation. Well, you probably had it before that, but like I said, I've been here for about 4 years, 5 years, damn near. And I remember 2-3 years ago us having conversations on what is past these conversations? Are you going, like, there's no saving the whole community with these conversations. These conversations should be allowing you to go save your own community or being able to ask questions from other people that are currently saving their community to try to take that back to your area. You got to start with your area, and then once your area is straight, maybe you could potentially go try to help or deal with another area. But if your backyard is shitty How the fuck are you worried about someone else's backyard? So I understand, you know, your perspective in that conversation. It just, for me, it's become redundant because we can't ever get there. Like, we can't get to the point of these conversations being about brainstorming how to affect the things we're doing in our day-to-day life rather than it just being a conversation. You know, most of these people coming up here that just vent, like y'all was saying, just to talk their shit. They're not really trying to have a conversation. They just want to feel included in an experience that they think everybody else went through. You know what I mean? It's like if everybody had the GameCube and motherfuckers was ranting about it, and then they had also gripes with the GameCube, they're like, yeah, I want to come up there and talk about the game too, how much I hated it, blah, blah, blah. Like, that seems to be more the case because I don't think anyone can really, I don't think most people have the capacity, mental capacity, to have an objective, unbiased, progressive conversation. Rather, also, they want to have that. I don't think the majority of people can, let alone want to have that type of conversation. I think most people are on bullshit or can't comprehend anything else other than the bullshit that they've experienced in their life. So,
well, I think I agree with you a little bit. I agree that those who are online doing a lot of talking every night, that you're right. But the ones who are active in their community, they're not online all night, every night. You know what I mean? They might get on here and learn a few things, and then they take it back to their community and have their boots on the ground. And we do have a lot of that going on in various communities throughout the years. You know, they got people who actually out there, you know, doing things.
I agree. I've seen them come and go because of the ignorance. Like, when I first came into the space, at least over on Lapice, it wasn't all just BS outside of, you know, maybe Anton trying to incite some stuff. I think what her name was, Tawana or whatever her name was. But it was a lot of the people there were actually trying to come to a common ground rather than, but then over time it just became back to bullshit. And it's like, I don't know why. And then once it becomes like, damn if I do, damn if I don't, all the people that want to be progressive, want to be positive, want to have the conversation, they just leave. They just go somewhere else. Fight Club, when Fight Club was a thing, it wasn't just a bunch of dickheads up there just, you know, talking shit and a bunch of morons coming up after that night out, night in, night out, not really talking about shit. It was a time where the people who was there, and the majority of the people who were there on the panel probably had something to say. Now, granted, we've always had people who didn't have shit to say. They just wanted to be involved. They just wanted to be, you know, whatever. But there was a time where there was a decent amount of people that I remember that there were doctors, lawyers, attorneys, accountants, community leaders, politicians, all types of shit. Like there, JB, I don't know if y'all remember JB. JB was saying some inflammatory shit, but he was actually involved in a lot of things. Like, he was actually on boots on the ground. So as much as bullshit people might have not agree with him, he was actually doing something about the stuff he was talking about in his life. But those people aren't around no more. So,
right. And do you agree that the leader of the group controls how everything works, right? If the leader is solid, the foundation of that leader is solid, then everything will go good. But the leader of those groups, he's full of shit. And because he's full of shit, when real people come, they're going to be there for a minute, but then they're going to realize he's full of shit and they're going to go about their business, right? That's what you talk about when you talk about Anton, right? The fraud, the fake. But I ain't going to say, you know, it seems like we would talk about Charlie Kirk and all them, but people are scared to talk about the fake in our own community, like Anton Daniels. Fuck that nigga right there. That nigga is a fake and a fraud. He came on here claiming he was something that he wasn't. So that's all I got to say.
I mean, Bob, so I don't necessarily have any full rights with Anton. I mean, but I'm also the same nigga that disagreed with Kevin Samuels when everybody was dick riding him so damn heavy at the peak of his popularity. I wasn't going to sit there and just tolerate any form of disrespect because that nigga is Kevin Samuels. You know, RIP to the grave, no disrespect right now because I'm cussing. I'm just, you know, I'm driving, I'm a little comfortable. But yeah, no disrespect. I don't want to, because I know people, when I said the N-word, called him a nigga, people said that was disrespectful. I don't mean no disrespect, but in the same breath, Bomb, you know that ain't me. Out of everybody in this space, I'm not afraid to hold my tongue to nobody. I've had beefs with Sharon, Angerman, Anton, Kevin Samuels, whoever. I don't give a fuck. I will just leave and go about my life. Y'all don't affect my life at all.
Spider, what the hell?
That was me. Wait, that's
We know who
what's
that
her?
is. We don't give a
Oh
shit.
yeah, I forgot her name. That who's that?
Is that you?
Yeah, that's me when I had waves. You heard 360 waves. I got
Yeah, that's
yo,
when you thought you was white. That's when you thought you was on it. You was
and I
white.
got the black. I got the black face on, right?
Yeah, but we see that you thought you was white, right?
Yeah, so I'm gonna go live and talk about it. You know.
What you got to say about it now? Like you learned your ways, or you don't understand the significance of blackface? Because I think that's maybe Sharon. I'm not sure if you explained it earlier. The significance of this, right? But you are black, and the weird thing about it, everybody can see that you black, so you ain't
I'm
even
black.
need the blackface.
I'm black. I'm black adjacent.
No, we could tell you black. Now, listen, black people know, but white people are the ones who gonna know, right? They gonna call you the N word. They not gonna care that you speak Spanish too, right? They don't give a damn about that. The only people black people, when you try to separate yourself from us, which I get, right? I don't know how, right? We got more lighter skinned black people than you are. You
Right.
actually, you just like the basic black person. So you putting that shit on your face, like did you I see that you were quite young, right? What you mean you was ignorant. I get it. What are your thoughts on it today though?
Hey, Bomb, that was a charcoal mask that people be doing. You know what I'm saying? That was it, because in his culture,
I was to say that's what I thought it was too. He just playing funny.
yeah, in his culture, a lot of
Wait.
the in his culture, a lot of the boys, they were
Wow.
actually born with vaginas, and then when they turn
Wow. Oh.
and when they
You
turned
see?
16, they coochie fell out, and then now that oh shit, I'm a boy now. So and they call them.
Sharon, how do you spell that?
Hold on, let me finish. They call cuevadoches. So fighter is a
How you spell
cuevadoche.
that?
They thought, and this is in Dominican Republic. They call them cuevadoches. They are born with
Cueva,
vaginas, and then they
Cueva
coochie fall out.
Doches.
And so therefore they thought he was a girl, so that's why they put the charcoal mask on him, and now he trying to act like a charcoal
Yeah.
mask is the
I
same
do
as wearing
remember
black.
that charcoal mask thing. Okay, that makes sense. You was a teenager with pimples everywhere. That
No,
makes sense.
that wasn't it. No.
Come on,
Why
Cuevadoches.
you
Tell us
act? Hold on. Why you
the truth.
act like
Cuevadoches.
women?
Tell us the truth,
I
Cuevadoches.
was that could have been blackface, or it could have been that women tend to always keep up with a certain beauty regimen, and I mean you live with her, so you might as well. You know what I mean, your shorty want to do something cute. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, Bomb. And it's a lot of men that adopted these white tactics. It could be this, or
Wait,
it could
Sharon, you
be
never,
that.
Sharon.
Or it could be that they'll give you about like 10 different options of what it could be, instead of just speaking in black and white. Say, hey, this is what it was. I was with my auntie thought I was a little girly, so she put some charcoal
Well,
mask
then my
on my
auntie.
face, and then that's why I started.
I never knew.
Because I got teased for putting on charcoal mask, so I had to start beating people up. So I went to boxing. I got good at it, and I kept it up. And I got my grown man body. And I wish a motherfucker would tell me that shit in my face now, but they don't want to be honest about what actually happened. Hey, listen, when I was a kid, I was a small dude. I got beat up. I did push-ups every day until I could whoop everybody in my neighborhood's ass. And I got a lot of ass whoopings for it, but I was upset. And I worked my ass off to make sure I beat up everybody that I could beat up. It is what it is. And then I got grown and I said, it don't make no sense to do all this.
You were picking on the disabled kids, bro. Come on, yo.
That nigga
It didn't matter. They was disabled, short, fat,
He was beating up disabled kids, yo.
That nigga just hit a growth spurt and started looking down on people, and now he's like, "What's up?" That's all. That nigga ain't work out a day in his life. I know the game. For whatever reason, when you 5'4", 1 grade, and then 3 months later you 5'9", 5'10", all of a sudden magically niggas stop fucking with you. I don't like that.
Yo, that shit crazy. Yo, and that should be like
automatically stop fucking with you. I don't know why.
And that should be like in one summer. Like you should just stop. Like that's crazy, yo.
Hey, look, Justice 5897, you goddamn right. I'm a runner. I run straight to the fight. Just like a goddamn a finish line, I run right into you. You heard?
Bro, I grew 5 inches in 2 months. I went from 5'4" to 5'9.5" from my 6th grade to 7th grade year.
And that was
automatically, magically, the women weren't looking down because, you know, certain girls typically hit their growth spurt a little sooner, so a year or two older than me. Like, I just remember it vividly. There was this older chick, she was about 1 or 2, she's like 1 grade older than me. She's 5'7". I'm 5'3". I gotta look up to her. The following year, I'm 5'10". She's 5'7". She gotta look up to me. She's like, what the fuck? And so it's just a magical thing. I don't believe you, Sharon. I don't think you've ever worked out in your life. You might have ran. I think you ran. You think you said you were a marathon runner, but I don't think you've ever just did a whole bunch of like 1,000 push-ups or some bullshit. Or
Yeah, yo,
none of that.
I'm mad as hell, yo. If niggas was in the city, all these tourists with the little medallion, because the marathon, I'm so mad I forgot about that. I would have signed up, yo.
You got the next one. Hey, fighter. So the next one, you already missed it. You ain't gonna be able to sign for this one. They got you probably would enjoy this one. They got a Rocky run. Maybe next year we'll do it together.
Oh, that'll be dope. Rocky run.
Yeah, since since it goes with the boxing theme for you and everything.
That's dope.
We could do it next year.
Yo, I just want to do a marathon just cause, man. Cause I run a lot of miles, you know, so I think I could do good. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna do a half marathon first. We're gonna see.
Did y'all go vote today? Who was in New York? Ron, did you go vote?
New York was about the mayor.
Yeah, about the mayor. Mandami, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Cuomo, Madani, and
I'm driving.
And Silva.
We to see how that shit gonna run out, man. How that after Trump gave his
Hey, but not only that, a lot of people paying attention to Jersey as well. That governor race is pretty tight.
I was about to say I'm driving back from PA right now. I was just up there for a couple of days, and my instructor kept talking about the damn election season. I'm like, I don't know. Give a fuck.
How long is the drive from PA to where you at?
5 hours.
Wow, still 5 hours.
I got about an hour left.
That's still a good ride.
Man, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it, man. Fuck this ride. I had to go up there to learn how to not maintenance, but troubleshoot fucking generators and shit. A couple days.
You trying to get up to generators? Man, be careful with generators.
I know how to install them and do regular maintenance, but if something goes wrong with it, you got to get a certification to be able to even touch them. And all
those shits are dangerous. Turning the power on for the first time is highly dangerous. Go ahead, Bob.
Didn't Trump threaten New York? He said, you better vote for who I say, or I'm taking your funding away from you.
Not only that, but hey, Bob, you know what's the funny one? Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas. You heard what he said?
What did he say?
That man right there said he's gonna charge every New Yorker tariffs if Madani win. Because he said, he said after Madani win, y'all come move your asses up here to Texas or down here to Texas. I'm charging y'all tariffs. I was dying.
Good. And California is an important vote too, because they wanna do what they did in Texas and California, which would give Democrats new seats. And I think they should fight fire with fire. All that bullshit they talking. Democrats been pussies too long. We need to stand up.
Because hey Bomb, this whole thing would have been different if they would have just stood up and said, no, you cannot send the refugees to our city. Straight up. They should have said, hey, listen, we are a sanctuary state, but you cannot send people here. They got to figure out how to get here on their goddamn own. Now, you want to have people walking up the highway, then let them walk up the highway. But you cannot put them in no damn bus and then drop them off in our city and say, well, you take care of them. I think the Democrats should have had a strong stance.
More balls, yeah. And because California, those states, those border states, they get more money because of that. They get federal money because people come across the borders in those areas.
Texas,
but they dump them people in other areas, making it hard for the people living in those areas. They put them in, didn't they drop a group of people in front of one of them politicians' homes, right in their fucking neighborhood?
That shit was crazy. Yeah, the Republicans was foul for that ish. And they keep trying to act like it was the Democrats' fault, but y'all, you know, the Republicans dropped them off at their doorstep, literally, right? That's so.
Yeah,
they
should.
I think the Democrats should have had a stronger stance on saying, "Hey, listen, we are sanctuary states, and y'all need to be doing things properly over there at the border, but you can't send them over here to me, though. I think y'all should be handling it better, but don't send them over to my state." That's what I would say.
We got such a medieval ass government system that I think people think since we're in such a modern age, and the fact that our government doesn't necessarily control each other through violence anymore, that it's not the same. Like, there was always an emperor that ruled over multiple kingdoms, and there were always earls, dukes, and noblemen that had different statuses and controls over different lands. We have governors, a house Congress, House of Representatives, and Senate. You know, we have, you know, court. We just have different forms of power structures that also have a hierarchy structure that just represents things that we've always done. It's just how they control each other is a little different. So I'm not shocked, or I don't even think it's necessarily anything immorally wrong for Trump saying, "Hey, if you don't do this, I'm going to restrict your funding," because the old ultimatum was, "Hey, if you don't listen to me, I'm going to kill you. And I'm going to put somebody else in that position that is going to do what I say." Because if I have the majority power structure, meaning the majority of the kings that I rule over agree with me, because there's always been factions, two sides, especially when that emperor has sons, then they really get divided. So it's like the way we think, like, oh, the Republicans or the Democrats, that they've always had two-party factions, and that's why our founding fathers didn't want us to do that, because they know we would repeat history. But unfortunately, they thought they could control history, and history is always going to repeat itself, especially when you talk about shit like that. So I mean, you can want to, like I said, if you don't read fantasy, or if you don't read anything about like history in terms of how that structure, I mean, it's the same. It's very medieval. Only thing is, there's no threat of violence. The president can't say, "I'm going to kill you because you disagree with me." But that was a thing. They could say, "I'm going to kill you," or take your land away from you if you disagree with me.
That wasn't a thing in America.
That's what I said. Our founding fathers. That's what I told you. Our founding fathers tried to go against that. However, you can't go against it. We just made a new way around it.
No,
it's the same shit.
This is ridiculous. Listen, it's okay.
It's the same shit.
I think you should go to North Korea, go to Russia, you know, go to those places where you want to be told how you gonna live your life, because I don't think you really know what you're saying. I know what like fantasy.
I don't think you know what I said.
You haven't let me speak a whole time. This whole time, like you gonna have to stop interrupting.
What are you talking?
Please, you stop. Listen,
you just put a perspective on me that is not true.
I know nothing wrong with reading books about history, but then read it all and understand that you could have committed any crime or not committed a crime, and your life could be ended. Like, you know, and if
I don't think you understood what I said.
No, I understood what you're saying.
No,
you're not listening.
I literally said that was wrong. That's what I said. I said that was wrong. And I said that was wrong because the alternative now is a lot softer and a lot easier. There's nobody getting killed, raped, or overly dictatorship, rights being restricted. They can't do that anymore. But the structure is still there. Yeah, I don't, because the alternative is that he could kill people. He ain't killing nobody. He's not going here for decapitating a governor because he disagrees with him.
Hold on.
I think this is a better alternative.
All right, let I get a full thought out. Go ahead, Bob.
No, I heard what he said. He said that he don't see a problem with the president, like, telling people what to do, how to do it. Because remember, if you say that it's okay that he do that, then there will be repercussions to you not doing what he say, right? And
that's not true.
That is how me being able to tell you what to do and you better do it means. What do you mean it's not true? And whether they decide, oh my God, can I finish? And whether they decide to kill you, or whether they decide to stone you or put you in front of a firing squad, like you said, it used to do back then in the emperor's time, emperors and things. See, you the one who made those correlations. That's what they used
Yeah,
to do.
but you aren't understanding the correlations. You're running on a tangent that has nothing to do with the point I'm saying. You could just say you don't understand what I'm saying, and this is what you heard. But that's not what I said. That's not the perspective
You didn't
I'm.
understand what you were saying. That's what
No, I
I said.
understand exactly what I said. That's an ignorant ass statement to say that I don't understand what I said when you aren't even representing what I said. That's crazy.
Hold on. So Sway, you had said something earlier. This is time to practice what you said, but go ahead and just go ahead with your point, so this way we can have some clear understanding. Go ahead.
The point is that if you're going to put someone in a position of power to control and regulate the country, then you have to give them a level of authority to do so. And if the alternative was, from where we came from, is to be a tyrannical dictator where you control people's rights, freedoms, and even potentially death, I think the alternative of what she's saying now is laughable and a lot more justifiable than the alternative. I'm much okay with what he's saying than the alternative of what we came from. Because I think a lot of times we forget where we came from. We've become so soft in a lot of things, and we think we want to make things even more softer, and it's not going to actually progress anything. We don't want any form of structure or rules or anyone to dictate what we do. So what's the point of even having a president? We shouldn't even have a quote-unquote supreme leader over our country that represents us domestically and foreign in any form or fashion. We shouldn't have a president at all. If that's the case, what's the point of him if he's not going to try to govern us? We vote him in as a people of the United States, not just a state or two. So it wouldn't make any sense if he doesn't have any power control over the United States and what we do and don't do.
So
that's counterproductive.
I got something to say about that, but go ahead, Mom.
No, I would just say, like, because it sounds real confusing, right? Because the president has his structure, but I thought most people believe in state rights, right? So you have your state who's controlling you through laws and things, and the punishment is usually you got to give money. You may have to go to jail for a little bit or whatever like that. But when you mention emperors, remember you mentioned emperors. You were talking about when they used to really kill people for simple little crimes. That's when you made the correlation between the emperors. You're right. That's how they used to do things back then. They also used to. If you wasn't the right. Wait a minute. If you wasn't the right type of religion, they used to burn you too. Did you know that?
If you weren't the type of race here, they used to hang you. What are you talking about? They've done that here in different states. Our states are as big as countries. That's why I can make the reference that we can have a kingdom within an emperor. Most of our states in America are bigger than most countries in the world. So when we have this perspective, like, oh, we're just a country and with 50 states. No, we're more of an empire with a bunch of countries in it. That's more the representation of the United States. Like, that's what I'm saying. We have a skewed perspective, and there was a time where some states didn't hang people for notorious racial reasons, and there were some states that did. But generally, there's a government that oversees everybody to have a baseline of what you do and can't do. Now, over time, that government dictates that differently. So now the government says you can't lynch nobody regardless of what state you're in.
Aren't you happy about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But if I say the emperor doesn't have any control, he shouldn't be able to dictate anything, then those same states that wanted to lynch people should be allowed to do so. But I don't think they should be allowed to do so. We vote in an emperor or the president to be able to make change in places like that because they have the power and authority to do so. Fortunately for us, we can change ours out every 4 years rather than having to deal with someone for their whole lifetime until they die and their kids come in and inherit a position they might not even deserve. It's a completely different system in terms of how we do it, but it's the same shit. It's the same structure.
It's not the same. Emperor wasn't voted in. Look, the kings were through the bloodline.
I literally just said that.
I know that, but
crazy.
My God, I know you said it, but that's what I'm saying. You don't understand what you're saying. You're all over the place.
I'm not at all, actually. I know I'm not. I know I'm not
mixing everything up or not. Because 1 minute he says this is what we should be able to vote them in, and when they vote them in, they should have control. But then you're saying, well, they shouldn't have control because
that's
we don't
not what I said at all.
Like that. But then you said the president should be able to do this because he should have all that power. But then you said, yeah, I'm glad he don't have all that power to kill us. But then you said, but he should have all that power.
right, hold on. Let
That's
me.
what I'm saying. You are crazy. If you took that for what I said, I'm gonna dip out because I'm not gonna sit here and talk to crazy anymore. I'd rather just listen and let you do it, brother. I'm out, bro. This is insane. Dealing with, I don't want to go there. I'm gonna say crazy, but this is insane. I'm dumbing myself
No
down
need.
here trying to
No need.
explain myself.
No
No,
need.
I'm not gonna try to explain myself to crazy.
Can you hear me,
That's
Sway?
insane.
Hold on. So my thing is, what I heard is that the president, he has to lead people by convincing them and having them to understand what he's communicating to them, not by threatening them. He's really like one of the first few presidents to be so vocal in the public about, if you don't do this, I'm going to do that to you, versus a negotiating. Then that's what we voted a president in to do, to negotiate on both sides of the aisle. He's supposed to be able to work with Republicans, Democrats, Independents, and so on and so forth. So when somebody like Donald Trump saying, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, I'm going to take funding away, that is overstepping his power. And we got to regulate that power. He cannot just threaten people with defunding them. No, that's not what America is built on. That's not what our Constitution was built on. The forefathers didn't look at the president to do something like that. That's why they made sure that it's only 2 terms, because they realized, hey, if we keep allowing somebody to keep on getting voted in, eventually it turns into a king type of situation. That's why they had to put it in the amendment to say, hey, 2 times. That's why they had to also put an amendment. Hey, listen, we either have all religions or no religions, because they realized that once you mix religion and politics, you turn against your own country, because now somebody that is opposite of whatever that religion is, now you prosecuting them. Now you're trying to make laws against them. So that's the issue that I think is sounding kind of crazy.
Yeah, also they don't know what the president, like you said, he said, we don't vote president for negotiations. People do it with expectation of change. But he not understanding who's supposed to win the change. Like there's Democrats, Republicans, and other parties, by the way, other smaller ones that we don't really hear about. So when we want change, who wants the change? Right? Because if the Republicans are winning, then they don't want change. The Democrats want the change, or vice versa. So that's why we are a democracy, right? We get to vote people in. They don't get to stay too long, and which means even if I'm unhappy with this president, I just have 4 years to put up with him, and then we can vote somebody else in or not, right? But when he the one who mentioned emperors, and that's why I said, like, he made it seem like emperor is a good thing. He said back in the day we had these emperors and they was able to tell people what to do, which is true. We should be glad we don't have that here in America. That's why people are here in America, right? People left other countries to come somewhere where they can have freedom of religion, right? Where they can have freedom of speech and multiple things that our Constitution provided that people didn't have in other countries. And
I think people need to realize that American politics is not supposed to have religion in it. It's in the Constitution is written that way. You either have all religion or no religion in the country. That's how it's written in the Constitution, because they realized all those crusades is because of what? Religion and politics together.
That's right.
And so
people was killed, right? Aren't they killing Christians in other countries right now? Or they killing Muslims in other countries right now? It's crazy that I should die simply because of my belief system. Y'all don't think that's crazy? Like, if I'm just praying to whomever, nobody should knock at my door and see a cross on my wall and say, murder them all. Right. That's crazy.
And most people don't understand, like, at one point they tried to have it that you have to have a religious stance to be a politician in America. And that's why they made the amendment that is either all religions or no religion. Because you used to have to take a test. So I think a lot of people just not really following the American Constitution the way how they think they are. They are following it behind Christian nationalist values, even though if you ask any of these Christian conservatives, what policy is following any laws of Jesus? Because if all these goddamn black conservatives who all say they're Christian, like Jesus didn't want no goddamn border.
I know that's right. Woo, say it again.
Jesus wants you to feed the poor.
Oh,
so it's like they pick and choose, sometimes, and it's just weird to me that they claim that they're American, but they're not really willing to actually deep dive into the Constitution and how things got to where it was at, and why the forefathers even looked for it to be that way. The reason why they attempted to take religion out of the country in the first place. Because they
over there, aren't they over there? I don't understand the conservatives. They watching a whole country kill a group of people, and they say it's based on the Bible or something like that, right?
Right.
So they're not gonna let Jesus or God or whoever do what he gonna do just naturally. They want to push it forward, and they gonna go and kill them people, huh? What?
Yeah.
Man, we lucky we in America. You know what I'm saying? We met
a lot of things. Yeah.
Even dealing with Trump, that's something we'll get through. Because in other countries, they starving them people, right? They won't let us drop them no food or nothing, and they just killing them. Oh my God! Kids.
And this is that's another thing, right, Bomb? Is that I don't know when did it stop happening, but the reason why Martin Luther King was so successful at even passing laws because he kept to the Constitution, not because he kept to any emotional charge and saying, hey, you got to stop beating on. He said, no, according to the Constitution, this is what you owe your American people. And this is why a lot of people don't understand that. Like, this is why he wrote it in a way where it's civil for Americans and why everybody was able to, feed off of our plight, so to speak. Right.
Exactly.
But the only way you could win it is by using the Constitution. And when you use the Constitution, you cannot just say black people. You got to say Americans.
Right. So, and that's the same thing with Obama, right? When I said Obama or Martin Luther King, they were to get things rolling. It had to be about the laws of the land, which is our Constitution. And that's why the women got rights with the civil rights also, right? Women, no matter what color and no matter what color people.
Right. Because you're American, you gotta be upheld to certain things that the Constitution said, and it's just an American thing to understand the Constitution. And clearly, as we be having these conversations, a lot of people don't really understand the Constitution. What's the real job of the president? The job of the president is to bring both sides of the aisle together. That's his real job, to be honest.
Yeah,
it's not to actually make changes, to get everybody to work together.
Right. And he represents us to other countries. He represents our country to others. They have negotiations talking through, but our representatives, they the ones who make most of the choices, the laws.
Because even though he do have control of the military, right? But he also getting a lot of advisors say, hey, in this situation, you need to be doing one of these three options. This is the most aggressive one. This is a little bit aggressive. This one is just letting them know that we ain't playing, right? So, like, even though he have control of it, they still advise him on the three different levels that he could choose from.
That's right. And even the Congress still got control of that. You remember we have checks and balances.
Right.
Yeah, we have the courts, we have the Congress, and then we have the president. And they supposed to check and balance each other. But right now, with what we dealing with now, we got a man who there's no checks and balances.
He has the checks and the balances.
Yeah, he's checking and balancing himself, which is like he's like a king. He has all the power. The only ones who keeping him in check is the courts.
Yes, the courts is, and lately we've been having I think we had 4 Republicans come across the aisle to disagree with him, so that's a good sign, I guess. You know what I mean? But I think people need to just wake up to what's actually happening instead of just having this remedial rhetoric of one side is this and one side is that. No, man, we just got to hold him to the American standard. He is not upholding the American standard at all times. Sometimes maybe if he do figure out a way to get rid of this IRS thing, maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Then I can give him some praise. But for the things that I've seen so far, I cannot. Is very little things that I could praise him about. He did some things correctly, but it's so far and few in between that it's so difficult to speak about his good things.
Let me ask you this, because I'm confused at the young man who was up here, right? He was having great conversation, but when he mentioned the emperors or how the president should have all encompassing power, I don't know, like it sounded like he was saying that he should, and then he was saying that he glad he don't. So I don't know, like, because he was saying that what's the sense in having a president if he can't control? But as a black man, he mentioned that there were states lynching black people.
Mm-hmm.
He made it seem like that's okay and that's what they should do. Maybe I'm confused on what I heard him say.
No, he said it, but he was meaning it in a sense that it's better now because you can't do those things so freely and easily.
Right.
What he was trying to convey, but it just didn't come across that way. But that's what he was attempting to say.
Right. No, I heard him say that. He said it's easier. But then right after he said that, he said, but what's the sense in having a president who can't tell people what to do? He can't control. So that's what my confusion was, where he said, it's easier, it's better that we don't have that, but we should have that, is what I heard him say. You didn't hear him say that?
Yeah, and that part, that's when they got like conflated with a whole bunch of different points.
Yes.
That's what he was saying. He was all over the place.
Okay, so there's people in the chat talking about my comprehension is there, but I heard every word he said. Go ahead.
Added too much without breaking apart the differential of each part of the talking point of what he was trying to convey. It was confusing. It sounded like he was more on the side of emperors, but I don't think he actually was on the side of emperors. But that's what it sounded like. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, why even bring up the emperors? We wasn't even talking about emperors. We wasn't even talking about history. So when you bring them up, I get what he's
saying. That's the whole reason why we march, right? The No Kings marches, right?
Exactly. And so when he brought it up, I was like, okay, he's saying that's how it used to be back then. It was more dangerous, but it's not like that now. And then right after he said that, he started talking about how Trump should have that power like an empress. That's like, I don't think people know context clues. They don't know how run-on sentences could be confusing, or like you said, right? It seemed to me the point was all mixed together, but maybe in his mind it wasn't. And so I guess,
Yeah, and plus I guess, he driving, so his patience, maybe he's hungry, he's tired. So
yeah, because I agree with a lot of things he said. A lot of things he said, but this thing about when you want to, I don't understand people wanting kings or emperors.
I don't understand them wanting kings. I don't understand them wanting to have people talk down on black women. I don't understand why they don't understand it's a difference between a racist white person and a regular white person. Like, because for some reason when we have these conversations, it always get confused that we are talking bad about white people. No, we're talking about bad about white racist people.
Right.
It's a big difference, but it definitely get confusing because I don't understand why, if you are not a racist person, why would you feel offended? Like, if I was to walk around with a shirt with a man, a KKK man being hung, I wouldn't understand why a white person would feel offended by it.
I wouldn't either, unless they feel like.
What you got in your closet?
Right.
Do you got one of them sheets in your closet? Like, what are you offended for?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those type of weird things in my mind, right? It's like, if you offended, it's probably because either you are one or you got a family member that's one, because we see that they are now out in the open and being politicians now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very confusing to me. I don't understand. Yeah, a lot of things that's going on in today's society. I do want to say that there are a lot of white people who are not racist.
Absolutely.
Right? They are allies. They just want to live their life and supportive of people, because I've had white people support me throughout my career and everything in my life, right?
Now, not only that, Bond, but a lot of them, they just believe in the American way, right? And the American way just means American. It don't got nothing to do with anything else. If you go by the Constitution, it protects every American,
right?
Even non-Americans.
Exactly. So I do know we have some black people who are against whites. They don't trust them at all. I feel like if you give me a reason not to trust you, but who trusts anybody at all if you don't know them, right? You're not gonna completely, even though we know each other online, you're not gonna completely just have me come to your house and give me rain because you trust me, right? Just because I'm black or whatever. So I think people, it's crazy. Hey, HD Ball.
Yeah. So it just gets so weird. I don't understand, and it's somewhat of a infatuation with a lot of the internet personalities like to listen or watch people talk bad about black folks. It is a thing.
I know, it's crazy. I always thought that when I was younger, I was more like fighter, I was more willing to fight when I was younger, against wrong. Yeah. And as we get older, we get a little more settled. We understand things. We learn to fight differently. But now I'm seeing the young people today in a lot of our black communities, they want to fight themselves.
Yeah, and it's definitely weird. And it's because the problem is that they don't realize, Mom, that when they got sold this whole idea that your vote don't matter, nobody should vote, that is a political position that they don't know that they're being tricked into. Because really, if you want things to change, it's usually done by the youth. Martin was very young.
Malcolm
was very young. The leaders of the Black Panther Party, all of them were young. And this is a trick that they use in America, that they trick young people to believe that their vote don't matter. And if we could get young people to understand how powerful their voices are, because they actually still have the energy to communicate and go past just walking in the street, but they also want to get laws passed because they got that fight.
They got that fire. Yeah, they got that. I'm only gonna walk 2 blocks and I'm giving up. I'm gonna stand on that corner and just hold my sign while everybody bypass me for 1,000 blocks. But no, when I remember them convincing us, because my grandmother told me, right? My grandmother was scared to vote because she saw what happened to people who voted. But she always said it was important to vote. But she was scared because she was scared for herself and her family. And then the 60s people, they was out there hard, marching and everything. Black, white, everybody. That's when they called it free love. They tried to make it seem like they was all high on weed and having sex in the parks. Some of them was, okay. My uncles was out there doing what they do. but now I started hearing black people maybe about 10, 15 years ago say, our vote don't matter. Our vote don't matter. Why do I vote? Why should I vote?
Yeah, that's kind of
crazy.
It's kind of crazy. They don't even understand that's a political position. Welcome to the show. Good day, Supreme Goddess, PhD.
The queen herself is into the building. How you doing, sis?
I'm good. I don't know about the queen, but I'm here. How y'all doing?
All right.
We doing good. Girl, I'm still stressed, so I'm over here having fun with Sharon.
Have you heard anything?
No.
Oh.
But I got the family in on it because my sister, she crazy. But the rest of the family helping.
Sharon, did the guy win? The Mom Donnie guy? Did he, or did they call it yet, or what happened?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Because then I'm gonna get. You heard about what Greg Abbott said?
I did. I was like, sir,
He gonna give me a tariff, goddamn.
Hey, Corinne.
This man don't spend nearly enough time being sad about the fact that he can't walk. Like how he always talking shit to people. It's like, sir, you really should be feeling bad about the fact that you cannot walk.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to those days when people, you know?
I mean, we got Donald Trump probably walking with a goddamn piss bag on his leg. So, I don't know. You know, I don't bring it up because you know, like I'm like, you know, he's an older man and he's doing a lot, right? So maybe with it, but I'm just surprised that they talk so much shit about Biden when this man he got to literally walk with a piss bag.
That's crazy.
That's kind of crazy to me.
It's disgusting too. They
They
say
don't even say nothing about it, even. I've been trying not to say too much back about him. I'm trying to like be as unbiased as I possibly can and try to really look at the policies that he's doing instead of like doing what they do and say, "Look at him, he's old."
I mean, it ain't just about being old, but it's like you're not even in good health. Like, chill out some, you know?
Yeah, just
how you got so much energy to be talking shit to folk or just being nasty. Like, go sit your old ass down.
He really is being nasty for real, Diva. Like he's like he's not even making clear sentences anymore.
He's the devil, y'all. I know y'all.
Yo, Diva, if we was to put like one of his speeches and we just put any other voice on it, it wouldn't make no sense whatsoever.
It doesn't. I agree. He is the devil. They all the devil to me, though.
He the double, like the water boys say. Mama say the double.
and before I bring up off topic, Willie, Diva, did you have any thought on this Lily Gaddis dressing up as a black woman?
Who is that? What is that the biracial girl?
No, she's a white woman.
Oh, okay. Because they said I saw like several people was doing it. Okay.
All right. So this girl Lily Gaddis, Diva, she said she didn't know what to be for Halloween, so she chose the scariest and most disgusting thing that she could think of, and that is a black woman.
Oh, okay. I did see her. Yeah, she trying to get attention.
With the bonnet, you know.
Yeah, I don't like those people are obsessed with us. You know, for them to claim to be racist and whatnot, they're obsessed with black people. I mean, just we live rent free in their mind. So no, I don't really like have any thoughts about it.
So my problem with it was the black conservatives, and why this is why I know for a fact that they are race traitors. You cannot go around saying that everything that the wrong things that black people do and saying that the culture is trash and then not call out the same trash when it comes on that side just because she's a part of your party. Right. No, you got to call out bullshit when you see it. And it shows that you are really not for us as a black people whatsoever, even though you come up on these platforms and say the only reason why you talk bad about black people or talk about these situations because you love us so much. It's a fucking lie. Because if you loved us so much, you would talk about the other people that's doing us wrong as well, not just our own people. That's the main issue I have with it. I waited 2 days for this shit too. I was like, I'm gonna wait because I don't want to jump the gun. And then they're gonna say, well, it came out too soon. I was like, nope, I'm gonna wait. She did that shit on Halloween. What that was like 3-4 days ago.
Mm-hmm.
So I waited to see who's gonna say something about it.
Yeah, ain't nobody say shit.
Nobody says shit. They just all the conservatives laughing, joking, giggling up, and try to compare it to white chicks. They try to compare it to Drewski. Like those are fucking comedians. And Drewski went around other white people dressed as a white person. Let me see her go ahead and do the same.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And not only that, but Drewski didn't disparage nobody. He was just acting white. So now she that came around and she just act black or whatever that's supposed to be, but he didn't, you know, maybe we could look at it different. Maybe if she was a comedian, we could look at it different. Maybe she went outside, we could look at it different. But everything that she did made it disgusting. It's not a comedy bit, it's a goddamn racist bit.
Yeah.
And she was committed to that racist bit was the craziest part to me.
But somebody in the chat called himself up, something. Yes, if you locked into a basement with a black woman, the horror gonna be you trying to grab her vagina. Okay, you white men love black women. That's why you over here right now. You love black women and black men. You're scary. Okay. Anyway, I agreed with you, PhD, but I said I ain't care neither. Because these white women want attention. But they're not gonna say nothing in front of a black woman, because they know we gonna jack them up. That's for real.
And my main problem too is like it's so many people. This is why the TED Talk is so important. So many people that was saying like, it was just funny. Majority of them,
tell us.
Yep. It's sad to say, but it's the truth. And because this ain't just like makeup, right? This is not that makeup. It's history. It's an ugly history. Mm-hmm. This started all the way in the 1800s with the Minstrel show.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And she did exactly what they did. She danced, she sang, she mocked. You know what I mean? Like, and you trying to act, no, like America been like, this is America's first pop culture export. Mm-hmm. This is the first thing they started exploring. Like, oh, racism. It works. Before TikTok, before Netflix, America exported racism with a goddamn top hat and some goddamn grease paint.
So who was saying that it was just like a joke or it was funny?
People like Chaotic Truth, Conservative, Officer Tantrum. All the usual black conservative suspects. Byron Gaines. Angry Man ain't saying nothing about it. Tommy Sotomayor didn't say nothing about it. All these goddamn black men and black conservatives, I should say, that have all these Christian values and all this. They ain't say a motherfucking word. Not a word.
Those that feel my victims.
Made me feel a certain way. I was like, nah, this is crazy to me.
Yeah, them Africans, like, to even go over there and like see them people done been beat down so bad mentally. It's really quite bizarre to like witness. So like their minds have just been scrambled.
Damn. And it goes to show this is the reason why we're in the state that we are in is because our majority of our black men are not just standing up and saying something. Like this shit would have never went so egregiously swept under the rug 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? And that's the issue that I'm really happy with. Like, at least we'd have all been and saying, like, we'd have had Snoop Dogg saying, and you coon that, even though he wound up backtracking himself and being a coon his goddamn self, right? And DJing for Donald Trump. But at least when it first happened, you know what I mean? Like, I just, where are we? Why are we just allowing it? Like, she got 5 million, like she got millions of views on this. This is not something that we should just allow to be swept under the rug. They got way too many people looking at it without talking shit about it. These are supposed to be one of those things that we talk about. We all sit in, we all agree, like, oh no, this bitch needs to be canceled, dog. She needs to be reprimanded. She needs to have a stern talking to something. Not just oh well, she made money off of it. That's fucked up to me. Go ahead.
She needs to be ignored.
All right, so go ahead. Your position on why she should be ignored.
I just never think it's beneficial to feed the trolls, because then you literally give them what they want. Like, she wanted to stir up controversy, be talked about. No one would be talking about her if it was just ignored.
So the next black woman that says she's want to be independent, I want you to ignore it.
Be independent?
Yeah.
What that mean?
Because every black woman that come up here and say, hey, I want a black man. I'm going to be fully independent, but I want to be married. I want to do what I want to, but I want to be independent. I want him to make 6 figures. I'm going to make 6 figures too, but I'm only going to use his money because I want to be independent. I don't want you to say shit.
Oh, well, I don't say anything to that. I live by the rule: if you find a sucker, catch a lick. Pause. You know what I mean? So
You see how easy it falls apart? You see what I'm saying, Diva? You see how easy it falls apart?
Mm-hmm.
And that's
What's
the
all
only
apart?
issue that I really have with it. They want us to ignore the white woman that's talking down about my black woman, right? And I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I'm not gonna allow it to happen on my watch. If I see some nonsense like that, I'm not letting it happen. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna say, well, we should all just ignore it. She's just a stupid white bitch anyway. The
Nah,
fuck?
I definitely support
Where the
and
fuck is
salute all
where the
those that
fuck
want
is
to
your
challenge
vigor?
it.
Where is your goddamn leadership? Where is your masculinity to say, hey, this shit ain't right?
Well, no, I could definitely, two things can be true at the same time. I can definitely say it's not right. I have no problem with saying that. I could say that it disqualifies her from anything if I knew who she was before she did it. But I don't know who the broad is. So I'm saying I'm not trying to give her any more light that she's really trying to get. You get what I'm saying? Like that is the
No,
goal,
I
to
don't get
get
it
me
because
upset.
she's been on plenty of big platforms. This is that
Oh.
same woman that said, she called because she's a baby mother her goddamn self. But she also said that she don't want to deal with no broke ass N word. Remember that show where we had that goddamn white woman on the show, Diva, that got everybody up in arms?
Oh yeah.
This was the white woman that started it.
Oh, okay. The lady who okay. Oh,
That was
okay.
in that the lady that was in the apron trying to act like she's a traditional wife and all that shit. And she said, you white men are acting like broke ass N words.
So now if you're a black dude and you support her or deal with her, you're a coon.
But the problem is a lot of black men support her.
You know, I definitely don't support it at all.
Maybe you don't, but the problem is you ain't calling out the black men that all support her. And just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't affect us, right? Because she has a strong amount of black people that are all supporting her.
But look, back to when
And that they
CT
say that the
covered
shit is funny.
back to when CT covered it though, my response was aligned with how I feel. I was like, yeah. Never mind that. I was like, 72 hours. You taking the over or under on the Donald Trump turning Nigeria into a parking lot? What do you take, the over or under on 72 hours? Turn Nigeria into a parking lot. Like I just don't care to talk about her. There's ways I could even deal with them Africans. You get what I'm saying?
No,
Without even having to acknowledge her.
I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm saying that's the bigger topic. Like, Trump is talking about going into Nigeria, right?
Why is Trump going to Nigeria a bigger topic
Because
than what's happening here?
it may actually literally cost people their lives. People might die. They're talking, this is war we're talking. This is a military occupation, maybe not a war.
Do you understand that propaganda is the reason why many of people died back in
No,
the day?
absolutely. Absolutely. And again,
So why
I
when
don't
you so why when
support.
you so why when you care about the propaganda that's here that is against people that look like you?
So what I'm saying is, it's not that I don't care, right? It's that I know the goal of a troll is to get the attention. It's to upset me, right?
So
I
you
just
care
have
more
different
about
strategies.
so you care more about another nation than the black people that live in the same nation as you.
No, what I'm saying is, if a Nigerian tries to hang this over my head like this is okay or it's cool, I'd rather turn the dial on them to the things they should be
Right, but
really super concerned about.
and this is when you're a black man and you have a European mind. Why do you
Dang.
want to change the subject? No, you need to get them on the subject and kick their ass on the subject, not change it and deflect. That's what
So
Charlie Kirk does. That's what MAGA does. That's what Christian nationalists do. They all do that shit.
So I could answer that, right? And to answer that, I want to ask you a question, right? Should white people be super offended when Dave Chappelle, it's one of my favorite skits, when he does what is it, Black Couple? He does the
This
the
can't be
news
for real.
guy.
I just told you not to deflect. I told you that this is
I'm not deflecting,
this
sir.
is
I'm
I just
asking
said
you, all right, well, let me put it, all right, I'll answer it direct.
that's
Since I
crazy that you did
couldn't,
it in real time.
I'm just saying in 2025, blackface isn't something that I think is my bigger issue in terms of representation, in terms of anything. I think it only goes as
So
far
you
as
comparing her to our icon Dave Chappelle.
I'm saying they've both done a bit that dealt with a certain face. He
Okay,
did
explain to me
whiteface,
how
she did blackface.
what
I
other
do
comedic.
believe, I do agree that historically the
You
context is
comparing
very
her.
different.
So what you are
So
saying is
why
that
are
you
you comparing?
comparing this woman to a black comedian icon.
No, not at all.
So why bring them up if you're not comparing them?
Because they did a similar bit. Now his was way
They did
bigger.
not do a
Comparing
similar. They did not do a similar bit. This is the problem. This is what happens when you're black with a European mindset, right? They did not do a similar bit, not even close.
When I say similar bit, I simply mean some type of face, black face, white face. I have a
I
different
could ride a
feeling
bike
about
and
it now.
look, I could
Hold
ride a
on. This is the
skateboard
point
and
I
Tony
wanted to
Hawk could
make,
ride a
though.
skateboard, but me and him is not riding the same fucking skateboard. You understand? We're not skating the same.
My point about it now is we win the white face, black face conversation now. We make it movies. We make it memorable characters that go on forever. So I don't see the need to fight it as it was needed before. Before, that was literally our only representation in the public. That was disgusting. That was super horrible, right? Now we could actually compete and we kill them. That's what I'm talking about, that character. The movie White Girls and all of these different characters, like they kill these little irrelevant moments. This isn't a movie. This isn't something you could pop a DVD in and watch. Just ignore this white broad.
You see
Or
why?
make a big deal out of it and make her bigger. The choice is yours. I'm saying I just choose to ignore her because I don't want to give her the attention she did it for. That's all I'm saying.
For some
He's an
reason.
idiot. But you already knew that.
This is crazy to me.
I'm not
For
the
some
smartest guy.
reason, you believe
No, you're an idiot.
that because you didn't watch it, that 5 million other people did.
No, I didn't say that.
So
she already
I'm
got
saying
the
I'm not
attention.
going to be one of those 5 million people. I'm not going to bring it up. So
do you understand?
5 million other people go watch it. I'm
Right,
not
so-
going to do
okay,
that.
so what? All right, so what does that mean for the situation of hurting black people as a whole? Because you didn't watch it means that it doesn't hurt black people.
So what? Go ahead.
You go ahead, motherfucker.
Just let her go in her room. Hold on, my fault. Just take it to her room. Go ahead. No, what I was saying, I'm not saying it's not a horrible, disgusting thing. Do I think it hurt black people? Absolutely not. It's some goofy white broad that wants our attention, that wants to be the shock jock and get a name where yesterday I didn't even notice broad. Leave her where she is and let's keep moving forward. It's
Right,
just
because-
my thing.
okay,
But
no,
I
so hold on, let
support
me tell you why it's that.
anyone who wants to protest against it. I support anyone.
No,
who
you
says,
don't.
"Let-"
You're not. You're
I'm
not.
telling you I do. I'm telling you,
Well,
if you tell me
your words,
don't
by
watch
your words,
anything else she does,
hold on.
don't
But
subscribe to her channel.
if I'm protesting it, and you say, "Well, I really don't give a fuck about your protest, but I support you," that is literally not supporting the protest.
I mean, well, that's just the best I can personally do. I can't prioritize.
Do you understand that's not supporting the protest?
I disagree.
How is that supporting the protest? You say, "I don't give a fuck about your protest."
It's sometimes, and this is one thing that people really don't understand. Shutting what we call the F up, right? Sometimes it's support. Just shut up and don't say nothing about it, right? I would never take this argument to a white platform telling them it's okay to do this. I think it's disgusting. I think we should boycott anybody that deals with her. If you with it, I'm with it.
Pause
You
there.
tell me,
How the fuck are we gonna do that if we ignore it?
I'm telling you, on that level, I'm not gonna ignore
Answer
it,
my
right?
question, please. 5 million other people watched it, but because Willie didn't watch it, that means black people should not worry about it.
No, what I'm saying is you discussing it may cause another 50 people here to watch it. And then another platform discussing it may cause another 100. And I just don't want to feed
Right, and
that.
that's
All I'm
and
saying.
if they are following my train of thought, that's a good thing because now they would speak up on it as well.
I get that argument. I ain't saying you wrong, brother. Again, I also said I support you. If you want to boycott something,
you
hear what
cannot
I'm saying.
you
I
cannot
can support it. I
something
can
by
support
saying
it
I
with my
don't give a
actions.
fuck about it. This is
Hold on.
this is
You're not
crazy to
listening.
me. This bothers me.
I can support it with my actions. If you say this channel is considering working with her, we shouldn't support that. Yeah, I won't watch
Why are you
that
bringing up
channel.
something that doesn't exist? This literally exists. It's literally talking down on future black women. It's literally giving 5 million other possible races and laughter about black people, which
Yeah, it
could
was
raise
whack.
other young young white races to be even more. And it's not just white people. This is also black people as well. Black people are also following this thing that is a goddamn joke. So it's not just a white person thing.
I totally get that.
You don't. It's not possible. It's not possible for you to say you get it, but you don't care if you care about black people.
So maybe I should have said that, right? That I don't care. I think it's disgusting. Anything we can do to destroy her, I'm with it. I don't want to give it more life. I
Then
don't want to
therefore
give
you
it
don't want to
attention,
destroy it.
right? I mean,
how you going to destroy something without acknowledging it?
I think the real play, right, is getting the attention. So while fighting it, right, we could get some attention in fighting it, but it makes her bigger. I'm saying the better fight might be to not pay her any mind at all and let her fizzle out and die where she is. I didn't know about the broad before.
How many problems in your life do you do that with?
Right.
Some.
You just ignore them and they go away?
Yeah. There's been a couple times I wanted to put hands and feet on people. I just left it alone.
Wow.
And then they ended up in whatever trifling bag they ended up in. Yeah, everything isn't worth my attention.
Do you believe being stupid is a problem?
Absolutely.
So what was the purpose
And I see
of
what you did
minstrelsy?
there.
Do you know what the purpose of minstrelsy was?
Yeah, absolutely.
What was it?
The purpose of minstralism and even the term dandyism, right? Which
Dandyism is something else. We talking about minstrelsy. So what was the point or the purpose of minstrelsy? Pushing out that type of propaganda. What was the point of it?
To make black people look bad, especially educated blacks. That's where I was talking about dandyism.
What was the purpose of it?
I'm good.
Why did they want to make black people look bad?
Good. You said what?
Why did they want to make black people look bad?
For the obvious benefits of making a group look bad.
What was the purpose of wanting to make black people look bad? What did that do? What was the impact of that?
To hurt us politically, to hurt us legally, to create false narratives for other groups to attack us by one of the one of the biggest minstrel films
in order to justify the mistreatment and harm of black people, right?
Damn,
and so if they're doing the same thing now,
yeah.
What do you think they're doing it for? Right?
That's cool.
She's not the only one.
I know.
Are you aware?
Let's be clear.
In the last couple
I know for a fact what she's doing it for. She's definitely doing it to our detriment. There's no question there, right? What I'm saying is we're in a different time. When we talk about this whole blackface minstrel thing, one of the best points to go back to is what? Birth of a Nation. We're in a time now where we can make a movie called Birth of a Nation and completely flip the script.
The point wasn't to make a movie, right?
No,
the point was to justify the mistreatment of black people. No movie that you make is going to undo that, right? Especially when you got Christian nationalist preachers out here advocating for the elimination of rebellious black youth. Do you understand that they ratcheting up the violence? And it'll be a dumb nigga like you who just sit there and act like he don't see nothing going on until they come with the rope to go around your fucking neck.
Nah, they ain't coming around me and mine.
Yes, they will. Nigga,
that'll never represent us.
Cut it out.
And we're not in that kind of community, sweetie.
Please, Are you serious?
I'm saying don't put something on me that don't apply.
It does apply.
Like I said, I ain't worried
if
about
them
that.
crackers want to get off the chain, ain't nothing your ass could do to stop them.
That's a fact.
Right.
So what's
then what
panicking about this going to do? So if they decide to do that, what is panicking about this? How's that going to help?
What the fuck are you talking about? They not.
You think you revolutionary because you care about some whiteboard and blackface?
You're the one who sounds stupid. You sound like you living in fantasy land. Ain't nobody gonna come do nothing to me and mine. If them crackers want to get off the chain, they'll come right to your goddamn front door, and it wouldn't be shit you could do about it.
Yeah. So what is being concerned about a white woman in blackface gonna do about that? Right.
You are really an idiot.
Because we talking about the snowball effect of it.
He is so stupid.
So you think she's gonna create a snowball effect?
It's already in motion, dummy. We don't need her to create anything.
You know the snowball effect. You stupid. You talking about is the snowball effect.
And so see, and the fact that you're able to jump out the window,
right?
Just now,
right?
And not jump out the window on that white woman is proof that it works.
I don't have no problem jumping out the window on the white woman. What you want me to say about
it?
You
can't tell.
I didn't even see her.
He talking about just
I didn't even see her yet. Now because of you guys, now I'm gonna go to her page. Let me tell you
what I heard, Willie. So even when Chaotic Truth brought it up, the first thing you thought about was like, look, you better worry about Donald Trump blowing up a bunch of niggas. That's the first thing you went to.
You goddamn right. I'm more worried about that. There's some white broad.
No. You're not gonna.
I'm more worried about black life.
You're not gonna lie. No. That's not what you was trying to do.
Yes. That is what I was.
What you was trying to do was tell Chaotic Truth that his Nigerian brothers are going to get turned into a parking lot. So you was trying to make a joke and clear the saying that you need to be worried about your people because they about to kill a whole bunch of black people in your nations. What you was saying, so
you're
even
100% correct.
You skip past the fact that this woman, that's where your anger should be at. You went to disrespecting another black man in his nation and saying they all gonna die. You're not even recognizing that.
But I thought that was the issue, though. Like I thought we were just talking about the tethers, right?
Okay, so I tell
Weren't you guys just talking about the tethers?
No, hold on. I'll tell you what the issue is because you're confused about the issue. The issue is men like you that think that you are the righteous one, and you are not.
I never said I was the righteous one. I never claimed that.
Yeah, but you think
I never tell anyone.
You don't have to say it. You don't have to say it. You think it.
You're putting that on me.
I'm not putting it on it because you. I'm not putting it on you. It's okay to be honest. You said ain't no crackers coming to do that shit, boy. That is being right, self-righteous. You think that you are exemption towards everything. Ain't nobody coming to do nothing to me because
I don't think anything that she did doing that blackface is going to put a black child in jeopardy.
I'm insulated in my community. Don't you know? I listen to the new white version of Kendrick Lamar's "Be Humble." Got this new white boy. He made the new "Be Humble." It's on an acoustic guitar. That's what I listen to.
I don't listen to none of that.
Boy, you ain't even get the joke. God damn.
Look, okay, let's take up a collection in the chat. The band Willie from the panel forever.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, if it helps the platform, again, Habaragani.
Wow.
I'm down to get banned. But, I mean, my argument is simple, and I didn't want it to be contentious at all. I just personally think the better strategy would be not to give her attention. There's a ton of other things that affect our people way more. I would even be willing to dedicate my attention to how he's violating the Supreme Court, who told him he should have paid the stamps already. I'm even willing to go that route. I don't think this white broad is going to have
right. And do you know that route that you're talking about is going to affect more white people than black people?
Here's what I would say.
This is crazy.
What makes these characters electric is the ability to turn us up, upset us, have us get in our bag, and then in the end, do what? They'll just go fund her, and she'll just disappear like all the others that have tried to go that route.
The problem is that for some reason, Y'all don't understand.
I understand.
Y'all really don't get it.
I understand and I support.
The problem is that y'all say that, but y'all don't understand that our voices together are way more powerful than y'all think. Her little dumbass was able to do. Man, y'all.
So I agree with you on that point. And
Don't
my
agree
point
with
is,
don't.
my point is, I
Don't
like to
agree with me while
prioritize
disagreeing
where
with me.
we
This is the
aim those
thing.
voices. And this isn't worth our attention, in my opinion. If you believe it is, I am willing to fall on the
You are
sword.
not.
Pause.
You are
Right?
not. Because I'm
I
telling you
just
that
said it.
no, you're not. Because I'm telling you that it is worth our attention. You keep telling me
And
why
I've
it's
had
not.
a change of heart. You're right.
Like
The
in
one
real
thing I
time, you
won't,
keep telling me
the
that
one
you're
thing I
willing to,
won't allow us to
but you
do
keep.
is bicker over something this crooked, horrible white woman did. So I'll fall on the sword. If it's that important to my people, then I'm with it. What you want to do? I'm with it. I was wrong. I apologize. Habaragani. The one thing I'm not going to do, right, is let this horrible, racist white woman affect us. So I apologize for being wrong. Charge it to my brain, not my heart, right? Diva will tell you I'm not that smart. But my only thing was, I know these viral moments are how these stars are made. And I don't want to make another star. I don't want to give her that platform. I thought my idea was potentially a strategy. I didn't see the benefit in banging on what she did to our community if we weigh it against the detriment of making her a star, right? If that makes any sense.
No.
But I was wrong. I was wrong.
Yes, you're 100% wrong.
And I'm with y'all. Whatever y'all want to do. So how
Because
do we?
the problem
What's the
is
next
that
move?
the problem is that it didn't get nipped in the bud the first time when she did it.
I didn't know she did it before. I don't even know who the broad is. But what's our next move? What do we do?
This is crazy.
I am with you. I was wrong. This isn't an issue that needs to be addressed right now. What do we do?
Crazy. Go ahead, AR. Go ahead, AR. Thank you for your patience.
I appreciate you having me
Oh my
again. I'm just
God! Here
listening.
comes
You know,
AR.
nah, man, I ain't here to
I
jump you.
apologize,
You're
AR.
already getting beat up, bro. I'm not gonna. I don't know what's happening. I guess I came in the middle of it, and I don't know what's happening. I'm just listening.
Some white broad did blackface for Halloween, and it's an issue, and we're trying to figure out how we're gonna attack it.
Okay.
But
And how's that going for you?
He don't see it as an
That's
issue.
what I said.
Well, all right. It sounds like you were saying just ignore it, and they're saying something else.
Correct.
Or do the opposite of that.
No, that's you spot on.
Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know.
And they've convinced me that we need to address it as a major issue facing the black community. So I'm saying rather than allow her to cause contention between us, fine. I'll come off my high horse from my position that the less attention we give her, the better. We kill her from accomplishing what her goal was of being some viral weirdo conservative star, right? And instead of making her that, just ignore it.
So you know that's
Focus.
what they try. You know that's what they try to do with Donald Trump.
You got a point there. That
Yeah, I
was a
think.
great comeback. Got
Yeah,
a
I think
point.
they're. Well, I don't know about that. I didn't really hear PhD would speak, but it sounds like that side is kind of just more along the lines of like you can try to ignore it, but it's still there. And so if it's there and and people are ignoring the people that would speak out against it or address it are ignoring it, then the people that support it or whatever are gonna still go that way, and it's just gonna keep on building up and up, and instead of actually being nipped in the bud, whatever.
My thing was on November 4th, right? We have troops in Chicago to deal with. We have a whole election going on. We have SNAP and EBT
Okay, let's
benefits.
attack that one at a time. what was the first one in Chicago?
Any one of the
Troops in
three I
Chicago.
would
All right, let's
prioritize over
start with the
this.
first one. Let's
is the
start with the
only
first
point.
one. This is something that, so we're gonna talk about the things you want to talk about. Now, fuck what
Yeah.
Sharon wanted to talk about. Because
No,
whatever
I'm
I
not
wanted to talk
saying.
about, hold on, because whatever Sharon wanted to talk about is not important enough. So, what was the first one that happened in Chicago?
I was just saying, like, even with the National Guard or federal troops
Okay,
in
cool. So
Chicago,
now, how's that affecting black people?
man, I saw a video of a whole black family sitting on the curb because they were doing a raid, and it's actually affecting our communities.
Boy,
Y'all ain't see that video?
this can't be real life.
Because I don't watch this white broad. I watch videos that got somebody grandmama sitting on the curb. That's where my focus and attention lies.
Is this real life? What you saying?
For me, absolutely.
So you see a bunch of videos. Majority of the videos is ICE attacking black people.
Not attacking blacks, but I've seen several instances
All right, so
where
majority of the videos that you see with ICE attacking
I
people.
wouldn't
Who
even
are
say the
they?
majority.
Huh?
I wouldn't even say the majority. Let's
Who?
just say it's two.
All right,
right?
so you want us to focus on ICE that is not majority attacking black folks.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
But if let's say like crime in the black community has went down since the troops showed up, is that beneficial for the community or detrimental in your view?
I think it's kind of a wash because
Mhm.
once these groups are gone, right, things are going to go back to normal and all this federal money has been spent when it could be spent on job preparation programs, things that would
Okay,
actually get some of the trap dudes off the streets.
so if while the troops are there, it's a positive and it's only turns into a negative or detrimental when they leave, then shouldn't your position actually be the opposite and supporting troops being deployed?
I think the whole thing is a negative. I think it has already created a constitutional crisis, and that's problematic in itself. So,
Okay.
again, I have to weigh things out. I can't focus my laser sharp vision
Yeah.
on everything at once.
So for the
So,
constitutional crisis part, the way to fight that would be voting, correct?
absolutely.
So there's not really much to do right now regarding that aspect,
There's a vote right
other than
now, AR.
just grassroots. Yeah, well, none of the votes are for the positions that would matter in regards to that,
I
right?
mean, I can't say fully that I know. I've heard some candidates have
Well,
positions I supported.
well, the candidates are irrelevant.
But I get your point.
The only positions that matter are going to be Senate and representatives, and then presidency, because presidency is going to be the one sending the guard in and also choosing who's on the Supreme Court, which will have the final say on the matters of constitutionality. And then obviously senators and representatives will have the ability to put the checks and balances on the executive and judicial branches if needed. So
But also,
none
one
of
of the most
those.
popular elections they're talking about right now is the New York City mayoral
Yeah, but the
election.
mayor can't do anything about mayors can't do anything about troops or ICE being put into their city.
Well, with those issues, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For
no, I
like the
got
troops
what you're
thing, it's
saying.
not really
I
something
got
that
what you're
people can
saying.
do other than like the grassroots movement and raising awareness
So you're kind of
just.
helping me make my point, right? Because I totally understand what you're saying. I
don't know if I'm just.
one thing I focus on and prioritize here, but also other things that are going on over here locally, right? So that's kind of my point. I have a limited scope of what I can focus my energy and try to funnel my community's energy into. Both of these things, right, I think are worth more of a conversation. There's some white broad goofing out trying to get our attention.
Yeah,
Now, I
but
could
you
be
haven't.
wrong.
So hold on. But the problem is that as we try to mind it out, you haven't proven why it is in real time.
So let me ask you a question. You would put this event with some white broad on Halloween on the level of troops in Chicago, SNAP, or the mass elections going on throughout America. You would put that on the level of any one of those three things? That was my point.
And the problem is,
I have no problem with condemning it. I have no problem with even strategizing to do something about it. I have no problem with, giving her the scarlet letter and saying anything we see her involved with, we're not supporting. I'm with it. I'm with it. But I'm saying outside of that, we're giving her exactly what she wants. We're literally
we are
streaming her streams.
no, we are actually we are not. Well, me personally, we are not.
I don't think she's
So-
worried about the consequences of getting our attention. I think our attention is exactly what she wanted.
With or without our attention, it's a whole lot of her own people's attention that she's getting. Right? And
That's
so
good.
how do we deal? Because again, it wasn't just her, there were several of them. And so how do we deal with these people who are ratcheting up the violence against Black people? Right? We don't want to wait until they unleash the purge on our asses.
Right.
And so what do we do now?
We meet them directly on the issues that actually matter, the political issues, right? Like the ones that are.
When somebody being violent towards your ass, the political issues are irrelevant, right? What political issues were going to save
So this is
that
sparked
goddamn
violence.
Black man from what's his name, Daryl Penny, when he choked him out on the subway? Like, when somebody's being overtly violent towards you, politics is out the window. Politics is just a shield, a cover, an acceptable way for them to execute their violence. But
So
when
now I
they
wasn't
stop
aware though.
being
So
symbolic
this has
about
sparked
it,
violence.
then what?
This has sparked violence.
What has sparked violence?
What you're talking about.
The purpose of it is to dehumanize Black people in order to, yes, justify violence against Black people. They're already ratcheting up the violence. It was the preachers talking about getting rid of publicly executing rebellious Black teens. They're talking about being violent towards us.
Yeah, now that would get my attention more as well.
It's all part of the same thing, you idiot.
All right, well.
Why do you
So
gotta
now
wait?
how do we- go
So
ahead.
you gotta wait until somebody slap you in the face to realize
Right.
you're about to be in a fight?
No,
And
y'all
it's
just
because
sound insane to me.
Black men are
Sound
afraid, and I
absolutely
get it,
insane to me.
but just acknowledge that you
This
scared.
is just
and
another
keep it
weird
moving.
thing, right? So we were talking about the whole EBT thing, right? And I was
Oh my
talking about that with some of my friends, and it gets weird. If we want to claim that we aren't the face of this, right? And way more white women get it, then why is it so imperative that I fight for white women? Now, the easy answer to that is I know the effect it has on our community as well.
What is he
So I
talking
wouldn't get
about?
in the way. I'm trying to explain it to you.
But that
Never
doesn't
mind,
make
never
sense
mind.
because nobody said it was imperative for you to fight for no white women.
I think he's saying imperative to fight for. He's saying that
Thank you,
people are
sir.
saying
We'll
imperative to
talk
fight for
about it again
EBT
later.
that benefits more white women than the black
But
community.
we weren't even talking about that though.
I don't know. I think that's what
telling him
he's
that it's
saying.
imperative for him to fight for EBT?
That definitely wasn't today's conversation.
No, it wasn't.
Something wrong with this man. How much y'all done took up? I got the rest of it. Y'all started off.
Oh, Baragani, Devo.
Well, I
I'm
think
gonna miss these conversations.
I feel like part of the point, and y'all, you were speaking of, they elected that little commie mayor, but that's another topic. I think what they're trying to, what it sounds like they're saying to me anyway, is it's not just her; it's the bigger picture of anti-blackness and what comes with that, especially historically speaking. And so what they're saying is fighting that rather than letting it fester and build and build and build until it's, an avalanche essentially, and has a crazy amount of support. Fighting that while it's still small rather than ignoring it is that's what I'm getting from the conversation.
And my response to that was, I agree 100%. So if I'm wrong and the community thinks this needs to be addressed more, I am in support of it. I personally thought a better strategy would be to not make her Uncle Charlie. I can't even say his name, right? Or anyone else that makes themselves a name of creating these controversial moments that we feed into, make a big uproar about. But in the end, it didn't really affect our community or put our community as in jeopardy as other issues,
Oh my
right?
God.
Like a lot of things are a distraction
Right,
for
you
me.
keep saying that, but
We are not making her anything. We are not even who she talking to. She talking to other white people, and they ass is sitting there eating it up. She got
And
the 5 million views off white people, not us.
and so if these white people who are clearly racist, if they're buying into this, right? If
Right.
they're the issue, what would be our plan? Like, what are we gonna do?
okay, look,
Change their minds, stop them?
let me explain something to you. So this way you can understand. Her
Mhm.
her last video an hour ago. Obese black woman cries on the news over food. The next video, EBT cuts because the cameras, none but black women on it. Black built America. This woman is obsessed with black and black. That's her last 5 videos.
I think what
Black
Will
dating show, black dating show.
This gonna
Black
sound
black
crazy,
with
y'all.
blacks. So this is what you just don't fucking
This gonna sound crazy.
y'all motherfuckers
CT is still on YouTube.
y'all just don't really understand, bro. Like this shit is fucking
I am more
crazy.
focused on getting CT off of YouTube, right?
No, you're not.
Like,
You there every day.
yeah, crashing out.
Boy, you just be wanting somebody to talk to.
I mean,
This is
sometimes
the
that's
most
true.
crazy. This is
I
the
know
most
you do
I
crazy
be
all
thing
the
I
damn
ever heard.
time.
I be
Nobody
at work.
listen to you at
Yeah, I
home,
be at
at
work.
work, nowhere else.
Oh
This is
no, they
fucking
definitely
crazy.
listen at
No,
home.
they
Shout out
don't.
to hold on, Willie. Shout out to Black Hawk. He said this a safe haven for the black, dumb, and stupid.
No, I wouldn't
Holy
disagree.
shit. Like y'all just don't really understand. Like, do you not understand that the same titles she got is the same titles that Chaotic Truth has? Is the same titles that
Yeah, absolutely.
Tommy Sotomayor has? It's the same titles that the Angry Man has. It's the same
Absolutely.
titles that Obsidian has. This
Now,
has been built.
now you want to know why those
No, the
names are more
reason
of
why
a
is because
problem for me?
motherfuckers like you don't speak up. Y'all
No,
think that y'all think y'all come to platforms to talk about the things that doesn't have anything to do with topic because you think your topic is better than what somebody's talking about.
no,
Y'all do it.
sir, no.
It's a bunch of men like you that say, "Oh, y'all talking about this. I don't know why y'all wasting your time about this. We should be talking about more important issues." And then we try to talk about the more important issues that you bring up, and you can't even substantiate that.
So when you say you see me over there, right, on the Super Cool Talk Network,
Wow.
CT's platform, right?
Again, like I'm
Have
talking,
you ever
I
seen
just
me sitting there agreeing with
you
him?
address what I just said.
I'm trying to.
No,
Have
you're
you ever
not.
seen me
You tried to
agreeing
move
with
it.
him? Have you ever seen me agreeing with him?
You don't have to agree with him. You over there though, right? So the same way you say us talking about the white girl gonna get her more views, you being over on that motherfucker gonna get him more views. You stupid fuck.
Now
Dumb.
you got a point. Now you absolutely have a point there. And that is actually something I struggle with, sister.
Yeah,
You got
but
a
your
point
ass so
there.
fucking lonely that you take your
I'm
ass over
saying,
there
no, I'm
anyway
saying if
because
we're
you
gonna
want
address
anybody who will
something,
sit there and
right?
talk to your
What do you
lonely
niggas
ass.
think you're gonna do if you can't get CT down? You think you're gonna do something to this white broad that has a base
Listen,
of other races?
so what you
What are
don't
we talking about?
understand that CT is going to get checked by white people.
You
We don't
believe
have to
that?
check. We don't have to check them because what we notice is that the more people that move like him, like Myron, Officer Tantrum, and all these other white people check them. Soon as they start talking about anything other than black, guess what happens?
Yeah, Nick Fuentes calls them out after a while. You're right. I am agreeing with everything you guys are saying, and maybe I was wrong.
No,
I should be
the
purged.
thing is that I think it's like what we were saying earlier. You know, a lot of black men, they have low self esteem. They like to hear people talk bad about them. As simple as that.
You really
Is
think
that
that's
true,
it?
Willie?
I mean,
I'm
for
mixed, so
me,
yeah, I know you ain't talking
hell
about me.
no. I don't even know this broad. I didn't even know kind of what was going on. I saw a thumbnail or two about it, but I don't know this broad. She's not getting my attention. There are bigger issues
She
for
is
us
getting
as
your
a
attention
people.
because the same thing that CT say, she say.
Yeah.
But you're not
Kind of got a point there.
you're
I see
not
what
willing
you
to
did.
connect. You're not willing to connect no dots. Y'all don't see no writing on the wall. It's
No, I
crazy.
am connecting the dots. I'm saying he's a smaller fish, right? And he's
Right. So
still finding
therefore,
a way to float.
therefore we should.
Now
But that's
hold
your
on.
peer.
Now
That's your
those names that you
Willie.
named,
That's your peer
to
though.
me,
Like, hold
they are
on.
more
Like
problematic because they're
that,
other black
Billy.
men.
You don't. If you
So
had
I
the
go out of my way
following,
to challenge that.
if you had the following
You
of
get what
these
I'm
other
saying?
people, then you could address them. But you don't. So you have to address the people in your circle. So you're talking about he's small fish. You are small fish. You are a smaller fish than him, respectfully.
Absolutely.
So
I'm not
you
even a
are already
fish.
punching. You are already punching up by going. If you're saying, if you think that going on his channel and addressing him is the way to go about
Well,
it, you're
there
already
you go.
punching up by doing it. So,
Well, there you go. I've got my own fight.
well, no,
That's all.
you already said that.
We've all
You
got
already
our
conceded when
place in the
PhD
fight.
was. You already conceded when PhD was said that you're getting him views by going
Yeah,
over there.
that is something that I do consider, right? But my issue with that, AR, and we've gotten along over there, so you know, some of the goofiness that he promotes, right? It has to be challenged, in my opinion.
Wow.
Now, I could be completely wrong.
He's so
This is crazy.
Oh.
I can't believe this happened in one sitting. The double-mindedness is insane. I don't know. I really don't know.
He's a moron.
That was crazy. That little weak call he did. You said at the end he was like, "We agree over there sometimes." Hey, why you put my name in it, dog? We not call you call right now.
I'm surprised he wasn't still talking. Like he literally just said that he go over there so to call it out. And then when I'm calling out, he don't want me to call out because when I'm calling
I didn't
out,
say I don't want you to call it out. I never said that. I want you to
I
call it
understand
out.
you don't understand the
support
context.
you.
I get it that you don't understand the context of your words. And it is a problem that a lot of black conservatives have. Y'all don't understand anything. Y'all think that what y'all say only means this. Y'all don't see down the line what it could mean. Y'all don't see what a snowball is. Y'all can't see further than your hands in front of you.
Right.
And I'm starting to realize that I must be the crazy one because I could see a lot further than my hands in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe that's because I got to plan things 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months in advance.
I don't know.
I gotta order a unit almost a year in advance just to get it here before Black Friday.
So what should I have done now that I've heard your argument? And I think you're 100% right, right? Like you remember the Golden Child? I should be purged. I have wronged my dear brother Numsi. I should be purged. Purge me, Sharon Pulse. I should be purged. Like I'm saying it ain't no smoke. I'm saying what's more important is I'm not gonna argue with you over whatever we need to do.
Yeah, but the problem
to
is
this
that
white
that's
boy.
what your words say, but your actions say otherwise.
What did I do?
You're literally arguing with me. Even though we try to move it, we even tried to move it to goddamn what the difference between ICE and National Guard, which you didn't even know the
No, that
difference.
was me that tried to
thought
move
that
it to ICE. That was me that tried to switch up the conversation.
right. I try to focus the conversation there, but you couldn't even do that because
And then
you
you
don't
say
have
I'm
no
all
real,
over the place, Willie. I'm saying I agree. I wanted to move the topic.
right, but you don't have a
I wasn't
stance.
against
So
that.
the problem is you don't even have a stance on the ICE and the National Guard. You don't even know the difference between the two. You think ICE is out? You think ICE is out here targeting black folks?
No, that's not what I said, sir.
That's literally what you said. You said ICE have families on the floor sitting down.
Yes,
And it was one family.
I'm saying in terms of ICE targeting the groups that they're targeting, It is negatively affecting us. I didn't say they were
So how?
targeting us.
How's it negatively affecting us?
Anytime grandmothers are getting pulled out their homes, that's a negative effect.
Yeah, but it's grandmother, not grandmothers.
Okay.
You saying okay? That's why I asked you. So is it a bunch of black people that ICE is affecting?
There
What's
have been
your
a
answer?
lot of reported interactions.
What is your answer to it? You don't. This is the problem that even when I try to move it to what you want to talk about, you don't even. You're not even the expert in that.
I'm an expert in nothing. I know a bit about everything. I'm an expert in nothing. I never claimed to be an expert.
You kind of pushing it there too, buddy.
I'm just trying to focus.
Chill out.
I'm trying to. You said you wanted to talk about it, so I'm trying to talk about it with you, and you can't even talk about it.
I mean,
even when I'm setting you up so you can explain to us why we should care about it and why it's not just one grandmother, it is a neighborhood of grandmothers. You couldn't even do that, even though I gave you the perfect alley-oop. Diva, did I not give him the perfect alley-oop if he had the answer?
You ain't got hops.
I literally said, why are we concerned about one grandmother? Your simple answer should have been, it ain't just one grandmother that is affecting the whole black community. Sharon, let me tell you how it's affecting the whole black community. Because when they put ICE into our neighborhoods, acting like they are targeting illegal immigrants, what it turns into, anybody illegal, it turns into now they are checking for warrants. Now they check to see if they have driver's license. And they are in our community, which turns into it goes from the focus on immigrants to actually real. It was so easy to turn that question around for you, and you still couldn't do it. Because you actually don't care about the black community, clearly. Because even when I gave you a goddamn alley-oop, you couldn't even take the damn ball and lay it up.
I was under the assumption we knew that everything you just said was fact. None of it I would disagree with. That's problematic. I felt like I was being challenged about the effect that they're having.
Right, you was being challenged, and you did not. You was not able.
Well, why would you challenge me if you know the answer? My answer is everything you just said.
Because
that's my answer.
Because you asked me to focus on something that is more important to our community. So then when we focus on that thing, I'm asking you, why should we focus on it? You cannot give context on why we should. That is a problem.
I didn't ask you to focus on anything. I told you what I'm focused on. I didn't ask you to deviate from your pattern. I even said, if you want to focus.
Is this real life, AR?
Y'all funny.
AR, is this real?
Oh, man. That's your boy? It did. I ain't gonna lie, Willie. It kind of sounded like you was technically telling him to not focus on it when you're saying like the point of attack should be something other than what he's doing.
This is concerning.
You're a moron.
This is wild. I can't believe this. Even when I lay him up, Diva, I give him the perfect alley-oop. I said, here, go ahead. I hand him the ball.
And press the hose.
What is this thing, AR? So this is what we were talking about earlier, AR. This is, I don't, it's like nothing really connects in a mind.
The headline stuff, the soundbite stuff.
Yeah, like even when I allow him to talk about what he wanted to talk about, he had nothing to say about it. That's kind of crazy to me. Like, I wish I would go to somebody's show that has a topic, tell them, don't talk about your topic. You should talk about this topic. And then when they say, all right, why should we talk about the topic? Well, I don't really know. I just think it's more important.
So, Sharon, I never said you shouldn't talk about it. I was asked what I feel about it. I was asked what I feel about it.
I think us as Black people should talk about ICE and the National Guards that's happening in Chicago. Is literally what you said.
Yes, that's what I said. I was asked, right?
Did he just agree?
I don't know where he was going with it. He did agree in the beginning. I was waiting to see what else he said to see if he was connecting something, but
How is this possible? How is that possible?
I think maybe I think he's saying that he didn't come on here and tell you, hey, don't talk about this topic. He's just saying like, I was asked something and I was saying, well, I think we should prioritize this, but do what you want to do. I think that's what he's trying to say.
I gotta go to sleep. I'm disappointed.
Yeah, y'all did elect a shitty mayor, but yeah, go off.
Oh, who won?
You know who won, man.
Mom Johnny.
Yeah.
He did?
Yeah, they just Apple News just popped it up on my phone.
Yeah, I want to go to sleep too. Yeah, this is just a dream. This is a bad nightmare.
Oh shit.
Did you like him or do you like him?
I think he's funny. I don't know enough about his politics though. He funny. Like the shit that he said to Cuomo was hilarious. I think he's man, I'm about to really check him out. I mean, at least he lives in a rent stabilized apartment.
Not for long. That boy about to be out of there.
Did you see the debate with them?
No, I saw like a couple of clips, but
yo, that is gold right there. Like that's politic gold right there. Who won the governor races?
Virginia Democrat, I can't remember her name, but she won that. I think Jersey they were calling it for the Democrats too.
Wow. I'm upset.
I think those are the only two, right? I don't know who won the AGs though, because I know Virginia had the AG shit, and it was pretty close. So I don't know.
Black lady lost in Virginia.
Yeah. the black Republican lady. Yeah, I'm happy Virginia went blue. I don't support anybody that supports Trump. So anybody that is anti-Trump or whatever winning is almost always good. Almost always good.
All right, Mule University, $10. Please drop this dude. 50-50.
Man, shit's gonna get weird out here. Cause I think what's gonna happen is gonna be a whole extreme on the other side.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And you see it being set up, right? Like all the labeling certain organizations. I ain't gonna say the T word, but T word. Leftist organizations, which whatever, and then as left get votes, if they start voting in more and more, which I mean even if they don't, I don't think he's gonna give up power without a fight. But
Barack is powerful, huh?
Obama?
Yeah.
What'd he do?
He supported the Virginia lady and the New Jersey lady.
Oh, nice. That's good to see.
No, they ain't.
I think they were kind of tired of it.
The Virginia lady was already beating the black lady.
Yeah, she was by like 10 or so points, I think.
Yeah, well, he came in to swoop it in to make sure.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know the Virginia lady politics, but I do know the Democrats is doing some wild stuff
in Jersey.
Well.
Or just generally?
Yeah, in general.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I think we're going to see we'll probably see a lot more voting, a lot more extreme left politicians getting voted in, which is going to cause big issues in the midterm with the ability for people to vote and the false, I don't want to call them false flags, but the excuses that will be able to be used, or, the whatever the case may be, to stifle people's vote and stuff. So, and which goes into what you were saying about layups and throwing them the oop about the guard being put into certain communities and then staying there, and then now it's time to switch it from one focus to another, which is what they're already, the Pentagon has already drawn up plans for that. So
the tri-state's gonna be looking crazy right now. What is Madani? What is he? He's a Democrat?
Yeah.
So we got Democrat mayor, governor, the New Jersey governor. I gotta check Connecticut. Oh my God. That's kind of wild.
Yeah.
Like
lots of taxes.
Well, not necessarily, to be honest. They all their tax policies was roughly the same locally. Actually, Cuomo was a little worse than Madani, if he able to execute. Mikey Sherrill and Jack Ciccarelli in Jersey, they both had roughly the same taxes on property taxes and lowering the tax shit over there. I don't know about Connecticut. Connecticut is a weird place. It's hard to follow their politics. They get no light on it. If the girl Huskies ain't in the goddamn college, nobody told about Connecticut, so they're a little bit more difficult to get.
UConn. Are they still goated?
So
the women's college team, are they still goated?
I don't even know, but like we don't hear nothing about that part of the tri-state. Like all we talk about is New York and New Jersey. Like nobody want to do no work over there. Like I be getting bids and shit. They be like, "Hey, can you?" I'm like, Connecticut. Do I want to go across Andrew Cuomo's daddy's bridge? I don't know. Because he changed.
I don't know how he got. Man, that's crazy. That was the best they could manage.
So
that's crazy.
So the tri-state is gonna be interesting. God damn. I gotta go sleep for sure now.
Sleep it off.
Yeah.
Bye, y'all.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me